10 minutes to start. 10 minutes to start. That's for the start of the heat. The finisher was up, preset was up there. Now it's time to come in and clear the competition area. Thank you. And there's 10 minutes to start. Please restart first, clean the competition area, please. Already last 10 minutes, so please restart first. Clean the competition area as soon as possible. Thank you. Restart first, please. Please remember, don't look forward, please don't look for steps. We need the competition area completely clear. We're about to start. One more day of competition on the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. Please welcome everybody.
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go wild. Try to put me out and I go wild. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire.
Welcome to finals day in Portugal, the World Surf League's Challenger Series. And it all comes down to this. It's a Saturday morning in Portugal. The MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira will climax today. We're going to be crowning champions, men's and women's division, at the wave known as Herdy. It's been pumping all week, and we're blessed yet again with consistent swell lines. This big northwest swell just coming down a touch from yesterday, but still from the early morning glimpses, what we've seen still looks like plenty of energy out in the water, plenty of energy in the studio. Joining myself, Paul Evans, in for the morning call. Mr. Ben Mundy, Mr. Peter Mel. Morning, guys.
Morning. Morning, Paul. Great to be here.
Vibrations pretty good to excellent. Where are we on the scale?
Just going all the way over the top into 11. Paul, I'm pretty excited about the finals
I'm midway, getting ready to redline. Come say this afternoon.
That's how a pro does it, saving the best for later this afternoon. Well, it's all going to come to a head today. We are going to be crowning champions, but before we get into today, how we got here was from a massive day of competition yesterday, and big in lots of ways, guys. Big performances and scores, but notably the waves, huge.
Yeah, it was absolutely pumping. It was the biggest surf we've seen on the sort of Challenger Series, the biggest surf we've seen on the qualifying series for a long, long time, and it was started off just really smooth and clean. We had a bit of a break for fog, and then as soon as we kicked into overdrive, it just it was some of the best surfing I think I've seen in a long time. Big, powerful waves, 8 to 10 foot on the Newcastle Australian scale at least, and incredible surfing.
It was an incredible day. I mean, it was a tough day for the competitors, being that we had those fog delays and, of course, the size of the surf, getting yourself in position, paddling. We did have jet ski assist, but still a very taxing day. So we'll see how that unfolds for today. I'm sure everyone got a nice evening's rest, but you know, it still has some carryover residual, you know, when you have a big day of competition like you did yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's some big backhand hooks. The waves were clean. There was a north breeze, and there was people like Nat Young, Zeke Lau, the men all surfed all. We didn't get a chance to see the women's yesterday. They'll be coming up hopefully this morning. So there was a men's turn to shine yesterday, and they did it with turns like this. Carlos Moniz there, just absolutely power and precision.
Yeah, after a big day of waves and big performances, Pete, how much of that do you want to carry over the next day? Do you kind of just want to wash it off and start again from scratch for finals day?
I would say that it's a little bit of both, to be honest. I mean, I think that you got to carry over momentum and kind of tap into that. But there's a level of like, even today, just like, hey, you're kind of mid-level, right? And then just be able to ramp up as the day goes on. I mean, especially if you've got like a little bit later heat, although you've got Dylan Moffat and Jackson Baker, who are literally a half hour earlier start today. So it's literally just getting light, and it looks like we're going to have a start very early. Obviously, we're here in the booth already. So that's a thing in your head. You got to be. He's probably should have been up. Both of them should have been up at like 5 a.m. getting ready.
Well, one man who likes to get up early and see what's happening out in the ocean is Travis Logie, and he's standing by for the call with Joanna.
Yeah, guys. Is it finals day? Well, you're the guy that's going to answer that.
Yeah, Joanna, our plan is that it is finals day. You never know with this place with the fog, but as of right now, the waves are pumping, and the plan is to finish, and we should have our champions around 2:30 p.m. today.
And is there going to be any jet ski assist today?
This morning, there's no jet ski assist. We'll continue to assess the conditions as the tide goes out and then comes back in. But as of right now, no jet ski assist.
Looks exciting. Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Joanna. Good stuff, Travi. So the swell just coming down a touch. You can still see those lines filling in. And setting up sweetly for this first quarterfinal, which we'll see two Australians, two mates, staying together, traveling together. They're going to have to put those friendships, park them on the sand.
They would have been coming in the same vehicle down here, right? I mean, it's like, whose boards are on top, who gets shotgun. All of this stuff happens at very early in the morning.
Probably one of the highlights of the day yesterday when I had Jackson Baker in the actual booth when he just chatted away. He's such a real classic character, and there's no real filter. He's just a real honest, open human being. But yeah, and a smart cookie as well. And yeah, just to see his, it's his best result. But actually, both these guys, it's their two best results of their careers, and one of them's going to have an even better one. So yeah, it was really refreshing kind of to see the passion and how these Challenger Series events can change careers, and they were on the cusp of that. So yeah, it was great to hear from Jackson.
Well, up to the quarterfinals now. We've been kind of speculating a little bit about points in terms of qualification, but certainly feeling like a keeper result from here on out, a good result. Can someone convert that all the way to the win from one of these two? Dylan Moffat's one of those kind of emerging names from the Aussie story. Outdoing the qualifiers. He's but part of that new wave of talent. Jackson Baker, we know a little more about him. Been around for a couple of years, but as you said, this an amazing result for him. Which one of these two can earn a spot in that semi-final?
It's interesting because these guys are coming from beaches in Australia that have a long legacy. I mean, Meriwether and North Narrabeen, right? So it's like both of these guys have been a part of competitive surfing and been a part of that legacy for a very long time. It's just good to see that that's still happening, and it's still a bit of a rivalry.
Moffat fades one into the initial bowl, gets a nice little snap off the top there. He'll whip one off the tail. And then goes into the bottom turn. Having to do a bit of work to get that board around. A little bit of fatness on the face for him. And he'll just keep on driving with the quads. Keep that board nice and crisp on a rail. Tapping the white water. Looking to finish down on the inside. This wave giving us a good indication of kind of on the sides of the swell. It's dropped quite a bit since yesterday, but there's still plenty out there for our surfers. Little layback from him. And a finish off again with a little stab up over the whitewater section. And a good way to start off.
Yeah, I mean, within a minute of the heat starting, he went up further up the reef, which would have been obviously a clear decision made to do, and straight off it's paid off. There was a lot of sort of hard-earned points there, but he travelled a long distance. Did a few of that trademark. Well, he hasn't actually registered it with the Trademark Authority, but that top sort of layback snap he's been doing. He started off with the event is working, and he just surfed this really well for his first wave of the quarterfinal.
You know, two beautiful, powerful snaps to get it going. You know, and the wave does flatten out for that midsection, which is what we'll see. Yesterday, it kind of stood up here and there in that midsection, but today, since it's declined in swell slightly, it'll be that outside section, making sure you maximize that, and then this inside section, again, very difficult with all of the bumps and lumps, but he did well to navigate it and get a finish, which is important. You know, we have seen that throughout this event. Getting that finish helps out, elevates that score.
And you can imagine, yeah, you talk about those towns of North Narrabeen and Meriwether and Newcastle right now. It's 4:30 on a Saturday afternoon.
Oh, happy hour.
There's all the football, the rugby league and rugby unions finished for the season. So this is on, you know, this is prime time sport time for Australia right now, and they'll be crowding the bars and the lounge rooms.
Just having a kombucha or maybe a green tea.
They usually, a lot of them, especially the Newcastle ones, do a yoga session.
A little sarcasm there.
They do a yoga session before they start off. Often Matt Hoy leads it, and they just do a yoga session and a bit of kombucha and watch their surfing. So yeah, they'll be having a great time, and yeah, they're really passionate, and they love to see their boys do well.
All right, score comes in for Moffat, and it's a 6-1-7 for the man from the Northern Beaches. There's a spread from our panel, so a decent way to start off. And I think in terms of that wave and sort of the potential on offer, really pretty well surfed wave. Couldn't push it too hard, could he? Do have that deeper water through the mid part of the wave.
Scale is set. You know, that's in that good range. Got lots of room up top to be able to push the limits of it.
Jackson said both these guys only received relatively late call-ups. I think only 10 surfers from the Australian region got a start at the Challenger Series event, and it wasn't all sort of done and dusted until quite late, so they weren't even sure they were going to come. So they got a late call-up, and once they knew they were on, they all sort of banded together, and 10 of them are all pretty close, and yeah, it's a great scene.
And it's really interesting how they had to have permission to leave their country, right?
Yeah.
So, and that, I mean, they had to ask for a special exemption to be able to get themselves out of the country to follow their job, which is what they're doing right now. And so I don't think it was real difficult, but anytime you're trying to deal with government, it can take time, right?
You know, yeah, just there's more hoops, definitely loads more hoops to jump through, and they've done that well.
And they'll still have to, if they go home or when they go home, which would be in probably another month and a half's time, right? I mean, the last Challenger Series event is until the beginning of December, right? It starts 27th of November, goes through the 6th of December. So they won't be going home until, basically, if they get home, they'll have the 2-week quarantine. They'll be there for Christmas.
Get on Christmas Eve, what a present. Yeah, and it's, you know, it's taking a style. I think we saw some of the Australian CT surfers. I think it might have been Macy or Isabel Nichols said that, you know, she's going back to a 3rd quarantine stint after this. So wow. This year she's done 6 weeks of solitary confinement effectively. So no small undertaking, and yeah, it just shows you how much they're committed to the sport in their careers.
You have to go quite a long way to get a bit of peace and quiet these days, don't you? And there's one way of doing it. It doesn't sound all bad to me.
No.
You're like, okay, I'm in quarantine. You can't bother me.
After our 3 weeks together, Paul, I'm really looking forward to just
a little quiet time.
Yeah. I'm self-quarantining.
A little bend time.
Yeah.
All right, 25 on the clock in this one. The early running from Moffat. He's in blue. One of 2 Australians out in the water right now. Jackson Baker had a little scratch and a sniff of the wave, but didn't fancy it. And he will just hold his corner. Hold things down on the peak with that priority and wait for an opportunity.
Well, they're actually headed back to your home turf where you're actually going to be sleeping in your bed. Do you have an extra room for bed?
I do, but I haven't invited him to sleep in it. Yeah, I got a couple.
Luckily, I bought my own blow-up mattress, Paul, so that should be fine.
All right, let's go down and hear it from one of our colourful characters from competitive surfing all around the world, particularly here in Europe. It's Richard Marsh. He's standing by for a chat with Joanna.
Yeah, thanks. You don't look nervous at all. What have you been telling Jackson?
We've sort of had the same preparation for each heat. I try to build a certain amount of consistency there, not to mix things up too much. I feel like he's surfing really well, but he was a little slow to get prepared this morning, so he got out there a little bit late. Maybe him and Dylan are too close of friends because he gave him a huge advantage in the first wave, and he wasn't even out the back to challenge. So, yeah, I don't know. He was a little bit slow this morning.
Great stuff there. Thank you very much.
Oh, tell you what, that's about as angry as Richard gets without absolutely showing it. I mean,
that was a warning. Wasn't it?
Jackson Baker, if you don't win this, mate, you are in for an ear bashing. Here he goes.
Baker in live action. See if he can cheer up Dog Marsh with a nice whipping snap off the top. Ton of speed off the bottom. There's a great carve from Jackson. Using that rail. He'll release the tail as well, and he's still going on this one. We'll get a little double up bonus runner through here. And still hitting the lip up there again, just poking it up. And he'll try and look for finishing here, put this whole wave together.
I would say that Richard Marsh would be pretty happy with that. I mean, literally, well, let's see what Moffat had to do out the back, but that was cool because Jackson ripped that wave, especially the outside section.
So Jackson Baker getting himself after nearly a 7-minute wait, getting himself a good wave, thrown in a ton of variety as well. Watching Moffat just kind of finish up down on the inside. Didn't ride his wave as far. That'll be a second ride for him that will count at the moment. Let's get another look here.
Yeah, so Dylan just backing around the corner. Great to see Jackson's wave. This is his second wave. There's that little drop wallet that he's been utilising very well. And then a bit of a steeper section here, and he hits it and lands it, and he likes it. So a good comeback to that wave of Jackson Baker. But this one, considering it was a bit of a late takeoff, Pete, and that is his first wave, geez, he surfaced with confidence and a bit of risk too.
Right here, this is the moment, right? The big gouging carve straight into the bottom turn, tags the lip, drifts the fins. That 2-turn combo will be the best wave of the heat in my eyes. Again, finishing it up here with some carves. This didn't get as steep as he would have liked probably for this finish section, but I feel like there was enough done on the outside that weren't a pretty big number. I like Dylan Moffat's finish on his wave. You know, that's been rewarded pretty well throughout this event, that big closeout maneuver at the end. So, you know, lead will be with Moffat, but Jackson Baker feels like he's going to have the best of 3 waves ridden.
21.5 to go. Still plenty of time in this one. As we see Jackson Baker at the bottom of his shot, making the paddle back out. It's a much shorter paddle today because the waves aren't breaking nearly as far out as yesterday. And all that energy from us. Well, just really kind of focusing on the sweet spot in the reef down here. It's become kind of the ideal size for this place. Still plenty of power on offer too. You can kind of see that as our surfers go down the lines. Been pretty careful about exactly where they put their turns. Do want to juice the energy out of the wave. Do want to make sure they finish as well. Gonna wait for these numbers to come in. A good one, we reckon, for Jackson Moffat as well. He's gonna, you know, be attacked it. Yeah, good one for Jackson, and Dylan did well, especially he's already had a 6.17, so backing up quite quickly. Takes a bit of time to get back out there, even though the swell was obviously massive yesterday on a really, with that jet ski assist, I think probably the time between catching wave and getting back to the lineup is actually longer today. I think Jackson in his heat said yesterday that they were timing it around 2.5 minutes from the time you got a wave to the time you got the jet ski back out, where I'd imagine that might go up to 4 minutes or so in today as these surfers have to paddle up from that long paddle in the channel. So
Wave selection, really important, and Jackson Baker, as you see there, Paul, he's done the right one there.
Big number coming in. That'll cheer up Doug Marsh. It'll cheer up Jackson Baker and his support crew watching at home as well. 8.33 in for him. Goes into the excellent range with his first wave on finals day. Great way to start your quarterfinal.
Low tide today, 11-ish, around that time, a little after 11 o'clock. It's around a 2-foot tide. What is that, 1.5 meters-ish? No, actually under a meter, so it's like 3/4 of a meter. The high tide this afternoon is pretty late, right? 5:30, so I think we're perfect timing to finish the final mid-tide. I mean, with the swell dropping slightly, it's just going to be the optimum time to finish up this event.
Yeah, things coming together sweetly for finals day. High stakes on the Challenger Series. The MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira will be mixing up those rankings towards qualification as we head up into France, and then of course just finishing up on the North Shore in December, but all to be decided.
I mean, you see those tides. I mean, that isn't by any mistake. These guys. I mean, this is a massive machine that rolls on, isn't it? This huge event that we run here, and it goes for weeks and weeks. And they, it's a huge operation, and it has to deal with the way, the waves, the conditions, the tides, the fog, and yet, they would have known that those tides are perfect for the Saturday, the finals weekend. They've manufactured the heats all throughout the course of the week to get these conditions. So, there's planning and there's knowledge, and it's all coming together, I think.
So today, the quarterfinals are going to be these 3 and 4, and then we'll move into the women's quarters for 4 heats. There's a MEO expression session, the unwanted shapes. That's a 20-minute extravaganza. We'll be putting those 8 boards that we've been talking about all week long into the water, trying to figure out who's going to be on one of those models there, or which model they're going to get to ride. And then we go into men's semis, women's semis, men's final, women's final. 30-minute heats all day long. The finals will be 35 minutes. So
if only we had a former big wave world champion in the commentary team with his wetsuit here, who could go out and surf an unwanted shape.
Yeah, who knows all about the boards and spent some time with the shapers, and that would be amazing, wouldn't it?
You guys are tripping.
Big Wave Award nominee, of course, as well. Scan that list today.
The Red Bull Big Wave Awards.
Big Wave Award, sorry, yeah. Pete Mel's name's just sprinkled through there, and a few nominations.
Do check out those nominations on worldsurfleague.com. Went up yesterday. The award show coming up at the end of October for the Red Bull Big Wave Awards. Do check that out. Some amazing historical stuff in there. Let's stick with the present though for now. Let's check out a concerted paddle effort from Jackson Baker. Ben, you were mentioning about the organisation, all the stuff that goes in. One of the things about our events is are always trying to grow and listen and improve. I've noticed you putting a few notes in the suggestions box. You're folding up those little pieces of paper and just tucking them in. Or what kind of stuff have you been? What kind of stuff have you been feeding back with?
Oh well, I mean they got to get that defog machine back out somehow. I'm sure the powers that be could build some type of machine to do that. So that was one thing. That's a big thing. I'm forward thinking, Paul. I would say I've got no complaints with the breakfast. I've been really happy with the breakfast. I mean, maybe a bit more mango on the fruit salad, but I'm being picky. I think most of all the suggestions have been pretty much the same. Thanks for a great time, and yeah, just little things here and there.
No, in all seriousness, we are super stoked. Each time we come back to Portugal, an amazing welcome from all the locals, as well as all the organisation behind the event. It's all coming together beautifully for finals day. Quite often, we have to kind of take what we get from the ocean, and what we've got this week has just been incredible. Really big swells, clean conditions as well, kind of light onshore winds, nothing really untoward in terms of disrupting the quality of the waves. That gives you kind of an indication there as you see these sets stacking up. The swell's dropped by about half from yesterday. It's still pretty pumping. Priority is with Dylan Moffat, doesn't like it. Jackson Baker says, all right then, I'll have a sniff at this. And here he goes swinging. First turn off the top, a little flat section up high on that wave. He'll just sort of transition around there, go a long way around a whitewater. Little tag, a little bit of stiffness in the legs on that particular maneuver, and he'll climb up the foam and he'll look for finishing here now. So this wave a little wonky from the beginning. Can it finish with a bang for Jackson? That's what he'll be hoping to rack up points on the inside. He'll take on the lip. He'll just kind of flick one down on the inside. It's a second ride for him. It will count. It's pretty good.
It's pretty good, but I wonder if that first wave 8.33 has almost sort of affected that. It looked to me that he might have just been trying to back up a big score rather than trying to attack and get a big score on his own. I know the wave determines most of what you can do on that wave, but I just thought he was, you know, it might be smart surfing, and there's Dog Marsh getting a bit of sort of brain
he's
trust
going in
advice.
the book. He's going in the book.
Get more points.
More mango. Yeah, so this turn here, I mean, it's a lot of great work. Just never got some open face. This turn here, I mean, it was a nice sort of hit, but didn't have any drift like that first wave. And then this one was a nice phone climb. It does finish it well. So, I mean, backing up on 8.33, he's most probably going to get the, well, he will get the lead. So, in a strong spot. There you go. That's a big section. And he's happy with it.
With the benefit of hindsight, Dylan let him go that wave, right? Dylan's low score is a 5.9. Is that an error?
Well, yes, I suppose it is, because, you know, there was potential there to get a, you know, score above a 6 for sure, and it would have also obviously taken Jackson out of the equation. So I think on both notes, he would have preferred to have caught that wave.
Numbers in, it's a 7.17. So Jackson Baker looking good, 15.5. His total is in the lead.
And in defense of Moffat's decision making here, I feel like there's a point where he sees that 8.33 there on the score line. He's picking a wave that has to match that in his eyes, most likely going, hey, it looks like it's running down the line, and made the decision to not be, you know, it wasn't like a slam dunk, it was going to be an 8-point ride. And that's what he pretty much needs at this point.
Well, that'd be interesting to see, because I don't know how much of a conscious decision it was. I think he might have just been a bit out of position for that set. You know, it can happen out here. They just moved off. Jackson was sort of on the inside without priority, so he was sort of scurrying around. So just by virtue of the fact that he was
looking
in
for a backup
priority
score,
and, yeah,
right?
looking for a backup score, and just
And
a
all of a
little bit
sudden it came to
inside,
him. Yeah.
it got a came. So Moffat,
And we've seen it happen time and time again throughout this event, that there's this, you know, we saw Nat Young do it yesterday, that was able to pick up a 9 off the side.
First heat of the day is quarterfinal number 3 at the moment. Jackson Baker, this man right here in the ascendancy. Can he hang on? Can Moffat come back? Find out right after the break. Back live in Portugal. Here's Dylan Moffat on a tear. He drops a hammer on a meaty-looking section at Ribeira Dele as he finds himself in quarterfinal number 3, looking for a number right now. It's a big one, and he'll use some nice physical energy to wrap that board around some critical sections. Climbing up the foam and still swinging. He'll go down on an inside. He's chasing a 9.33. That's a big number for Dylan.
yeah, huge number. Not sure. We'll see what he did out the back. It's just a look that didn't have that sort of real rhythm on that inside of the wave, so it might not. Well, it's not going to be 9.33, you think, unless he did something crazy at the back. But still trying to fight his way back into the game. Sorry on this sort of laid back sort of turn. That's a nice first turn, a wrap. does this sort of layback here. That's another carver coming up, so maybe even overplaying that layback snap a little bit. There it is there. It's pretty nice, but didn't get the fin release and then drove around the corner. So solid surfing from Moffat. It's going to probably obviously improve his heat total and get back a bit closer to his opponent. So he'll be pretty happy. Just unfortunate, just had a lot of foam on this inside and no lip to hit.
Felt like the best opening section, right? Outside it was steep and doubling up. Really nice entry into that wave for Dylan. But as you said, that white water just not really allowing that one to drain down on the inside and get that finish. But it's certainly going to help his cause. Good surfing from Dylan Moffat, particularly early on that wave. Has 3 turns to open up with. See how that goes points-wise. Big number to go to first, but if he can just chip away, put a score up, get in between Jackson's numbers and see where he is as we go towards the final part of the heat. But at the moment, Statman still with the advantage. 9 minutes and 30 on the clock. And if you're Jackson Baker and you've got an 8.33 and a 7.17, you've just ridden 2 ways. Essentially, what you're looking at now, anything that's got to be at least a 7 or you're not even going to bother paddling for it.
Yeah, he's in that position where he's only got to build on some big scores that can free himself up. Maybe he restricts his wave choice, but once he gets on the waves, he knows that he can sort of be a bit more free. He's got to go big, really, to get big scores, so it could come into play. He took off on that wave. Looks like there's another one out the back. Might get a second bite at this. And those waves just breaking a bit further out. Quicksilver Pro France, Quick Pro France promo.
Who's excited?
Well, I'm excited, but I was excited before because I was down just on the front of the beach of Travis Logie and Alain Rao. Alain, who helps with obviously setup and the running of the Quick Pro France, and he just had some footage from yesterday, right in front of the Connes Bank. 6 foot left hand is just draining. It was absolutely perfect, and he was frothing. And he was saying how they didn't have any waves. You were there, you lived there for a whole of August. So they just had to pick a bank and just pray that it was the right one. And yesterday it was absolutely cooking. So yeah, the banks look good. I got very, very excited.
Yeah, that's all coming up next week. We'll kick off in France. 16th is the opening day of our waiting period for Quicksilver and Roxy Pro France. But for the time being, our attention very much still on the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira, and our attentions are on a score coming in for Dylan Moffat, which is just going to take a long time over. This is a real crucial number, this one. About Jackson's scores, that 8.33 and that 7.17. A lot of difference in those scores. It felt like there was kind of a bit of difference between the surfing and the waves that he rode, so it's going to be interesting to see where the judges go with this and where the situation that puts Dylan in. Time still ticking away here. Come down towards the final 7.5 minutes in this one.
I think Jackson's wave had the only bit with that wow factor, that 2-turn combo that Pete mentioned. That was the only one there we went, whoa, that was just that next level into the excellent range, obviously. So Dylan, for all his good surfing, hasn't had any of that kind of, just that little bit extra, that bit of wow, that bit of fin release or something that, a bit of extra spray. He's just been lacking that on his waves.
Well, he could well split the scores of Jackson Baker. It's going to come in around that 7 mark. Just waiting for our final judge to throw in. It'll be close to the low number of Jackson Baker, which will set him up. There it is, 7.33 comes in. And his requirement now 8.18. Still a big number, but it's certainly slightly more manageable than the one he had prior to that score coming in. So under 7 minutes, there's the spread for the panel. A 7-point ride for that. Doesn't get that finish. If that wave had cooperated with an inside, could have really gone up the scale. Nevertheless, a good way to get yourself back in the heat.
Exactly, yeah, he needed something, and now he's giving himself a shot. He's had some big scores, obviously, to get through to this part of the, the finals day, so he'll be backing himself to get an 8.18. Just needs a wave of similar quality to that first wave of Baker's, and he's on, but he's under pressure now. He's got 6 minutes to go. He doesn't have priority, so he's not in a position that he would have asked for before the quarterfinal starting, but he's still in with a chance.
Just over 6 on the clock, these two. We know a lot about each other. Of course, they are staying together, coming down to the beach in the same cart, and they're sitting pretty close together in the lineup as we watch the preparations of Imai develop. It's been one of, if not the outstanding surfer all week. He's gone back to his old favourite board. He switched up, a little bit of a step up yesterday. This is the one that was earning him numerous 9s throughout the week.
He did a little bird call to start off there. Maybe that's part of his preheat kind of psych up, a little call out to the starling murmuration. But yeah, that board is, we've seen it all week and it's racked up. I think that board alone has got more sort of heat points than any other board in the whole event. So yeah, he'll be confident.
sets stacking up at Ribeira Diles. Are we in for a bang of a finish? Dylan Moffat in second prio. That requirement, he needs an excellent score right now. 8-1-8, assuming Jackson Baker doesn't improve on his own total. Jackson's in the slot here. Looks like he'll go this one. He's in a good position. Nice little section in front of him. That paddle from Dylan and a little crumble on the lip. And he'll go around that and attack, push a little hard, uses up the prio to no great effect.
Yeah, that was scary. I mean, I think I liked what his thinking was. He definitely, in trying to improve on the 717, get that first turn out of the way, go big, but too big, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I think maybe he got sort of sucked into that by Dylan. He was sort of probably thinking about protecting his score and blocking his opponent, rather than just really thinking about, is this the wave that's going to improve on my 717? And I think he may have made a mistake.
Big bomb out the back here. Moffat's seen it. He's steaming towards it right now. 8-1-8, that requirement for Dylan Moffat. Might be a little caught inside by this one. Well, he'll just kind of wait, actually, and it will back off a little bit. And he'll say, you know what? The energy's just running out of that thing. That's not the number I want on offer on that wave. Jackson Baker will just give it a little bit of scrutiny before eventually dipping under as well. So some of these bigger sets, as they stand up here, do sort of flatter to deceive a little bit. I think you got a big bomb coming in, and the energy just drains out. Let's check out the recap, see how our third quarterfinal of the men has gone down. Jackson Baker's looked strong from the start.
Yeah, his first wave was incredible. This that 2-turn combo we were just mentioning, that fin drift, really solid. Even though he showed a bit of progression, he never looked like losing it, and then finishes off nicely. So this is the wave that's so far got him with 1 foot in the semi-final, the best surfed wave so far, and it got him a really strong start and the lead. And, I thought he may have surfed this a little bit safe, but it may have been a tad safe, but what it was super smart. He just came straight off that 8 with a 717, and it's got control of the heat. So it's a big wave too. When you look at that angle we've got, sort of probably takes a couple of feet off it. It's we have to get up on the cliffs here just to get any angle on it, and that's a solid section there that he hits. So Jackson Baker, apart from the late start that he's going to get in trouble for, he's surfed a really, really good heat. With Dylan, I was just sort of hoping, just sort of waiting for that bit of explosive performance that he has. He started off this event with one of the best turns of the to this day of the whole event. He's got some real sort of wow factor in him. Just hasn't been able to sort of properly unleash. Good style, good technique. That's good mistake-free surfing. That got him back in the game, and now he's chasing an 8.18, just on 2.5 minutes to go. So that's close between the two Australians. They're friends, they're travelling partners. They're obviously stablemates on the Rip Curl team as well, so they know each other inside out. And right now it's going to come down to who gets that next wave, or whether one comes with 2 minutes to go.
No waves ridden during that recap. Priority still sits with that man, Dylan Moffat. Still needing that same requirement. Needs an excellent number. Got 2 minutes to get it. So next wave, basically, crucial decisions. Assuming if a set comes in, you have to decide which wave he wants. He's going to need to flare up. Go close to the high score of the heat. Jackson Baker's number, that 8.33 from his first wave. That's the sort of thing Dylan Moffat requires. Of course, if you get multiple waves in the set, then Jackson Baker himself may well improve his number. Go down towards 90 seconds. Let's hope you still get provided with more energy in this one. Swell has dropped a touch, but still plenty out there in the water. As we get down now, what are we, 8:05 local time, so we're about mid-tide right now. Pretty decent part of the reef to shape these swells into action. Jackson Baker of these two, the one using those waves to the better effect in this one, but still with a minute to go. Moffat's still in this. Is he going to get an opportunity? Can't see loads of lines coming in there.
No, it looks strangely flat, doesn't it? We saw that last big set that came through, what, 2 minutes ago? It's kind of rare. There's still a long period today. It's tailed off a little bit, but there's still, 14, 15 seconds. So some gaps. You start to see a few little lines there, but they take a while to march in from the North Atlantic. And yeah, Dylan looking like he's in a bit of strife right now. Jackson Baker is so close to his best career result. He's never had a semi-final in a massive, like, big scoring qualifying series or challenge series event, so cheers for him.
It's a great result for both. I'm sure if you offered, you know, Dylan when he touched down at Lisbon Airport, he said, you know, quarter-final finish, you take that now. I'm pretty sure he would have said, yep, that'll do me. But right now, when you get that far, obviously, you're looking about going all the way. You come into finals day, just not really had the waves in this one. We haven't had a lot of waves ridden. We've only had 7 waves, and that includes a couple of just take off and kick out straight away. So
yeah,
5 set waves, really.
Boys they've called it quits, handshakes. Look at those, they're good mates. It's great to see. And when you talk about that, Jackson Baker said yesterday that you know, whatever happens, we've got one of our crew in the semis, and we're going to be absolutely ecstatic. There's Richard Marsh. He's got a pretty good track record with these athletes at this wave. He's had obviously Fred Marias, Ryan Callanan. I think Leo's done well here. So yeah, he's got a pretty good sort of hold on this event too, and his surfers have done well here. And they've only just started working together. This is the first time, so don't give Dog too much credit. You know, let's tail it back a bit. But yeah, he's happy. And Jackson Baker, what a performance, and yeah, what a great story. He's come from nowhere to make his mark on the Challenger Series.
Getting the win with a healthy total 15.5. We'll see him sail through to our second semi-final. Who's he going to take on? It'll be either Alejo Menez or Imai Devault. We'll be back with more live action. Quarterfinal number 4 coming at you live from Portugal right after the break.
Okay, welcome back to Ribera de Ilash, and there is a very, very happy man, Jackson Baker. Yolanda Hopkins is right on the point. She's helping out there and just showing some positive vibes, good local energy at these surfers, and Jackson Baker over the moon to make the semi-final.
That's right. He was 65th on the Challenger Series rankings at the moment, so this is going to be a major boost to get him all the way up into that top 10 top 12, actually graduate onto the championship tour at the end of the season. So you know, we've only got 2 more events after this one, so this is going to be a major result for Jackson, and I feel like that he is right there pounding at the door to see if he can get himself in there.
Yeah, exactly, 6,500 points minimum. Now, as he's in the semi-final, potentially for more final. Yeah, you win this, you get 10,000 points, and second place 8,000. So yeah, huge points given what it is.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Griffin Colapinto right now is holding it down. He is on the championship tour, so he'll be taking a spot away at this moment. But he's not in this event. He's not gaining any more points. He's not going to be finishing out the season. He may end up doing Hawaii just because, you know, it's fun to do Haleiwa. But ultimately, he has 10,750 points, and that's the leader right now. And then you have Jake Marshall at second, Liam O'Brien in third, Leo Fioravanti and Kanoe Igarashi. Those guys are all out. Shun Murakami is out. Matt Banting is injured. Nolan Raposo is sitting at number 8. He bowed out early in this event. Same with Alonso Correa, Michael Dunphy. And so it's kind of opening up. If you think about that right now, top 12, a lot of the surfers that were up there, except for Imai, right?
Yep.
Imai is in a great position. He's at 16th, and he's in the water right now.
Yeah, so of the sort of top 20, there's only, Nat Young, Imai, and Jackson that had done anything in this event. So there's going to be, they're all going to jump huge. And there's a lot of, it's not the right term to say dead wood in that top of that series ratings, but guys that perhaps won't be surfing in all these events, some CT surfers who will naturally drop down. Some injuries have taken out Leo, for example, and so there's a lot of territory, a lot of yardage to be made here and in France from these guys.
Alejo Muniz, number 58 on the Challenger Series rankings right now, and he'll rocket all the way up there into contention as well with this quarterfinal finish. But hey, if he can get through this one, you think about the graduation of points. Quarterfinal finish is 5,000 points here. The next jump, 6,500. Obviously, if you make it to the final, it almost feels like the gap it grows as it goes on, because that 10,000 points, there's a 2,000 point gap between that and second place.
Yeah, it's huge. And this man, as we said, ranked sort of in the low teens in the ratings, but being one of the form surfers in terms of posting big numbers. Imai, the Hawaiian, really relaxed, cruisy kind of guy. He's been posting huge numbers, but coming in just saying, just calm and collected. He's got another 2 turns, and he hasn't sort of done his real trademark whip turns or that fin release. He's got one more in here, just puts his fin back. He might have a nice finish here. Here he's warming up. This is where he gets real speed out of the lip here. There he goes. That's a trademark. Can he handle? And he does. He just hasn't been falling off.
Yeah.
I don't remember
glue foot,
a mistake. And I would say that part of Imai's sort of why he hasn't been more to the forefront of his career is that fact that he has made mistakes and he has fallen off. And so far in this event, he seemed to have eradicated that from his repertoire, Pete.
I will say his early career as a young amateur, he won a lot of events. He quietly did it. I mean, he comes from an area with a lot of great surfers too, right? I mean, the Hawaiian Islands has produced many a champion, right?
Couple in there.
He's had to dig through that, which actually is, helps him to be the better surfer than that he is, because of the fact that he has his peers that are pushing him. But like I said, he's got the talent, and it just takes a good break. It takes some confidence that comes with winning heats. I mean, we saw it at the U.S. Open. He was able to make a few heats, and that's why he's number 16 in the rankings. And this is going to be huge for him. I mean, he'll probably be in the top 5 just with a result like this here, let alone having to get himself through into the semis or final.
And you saw that footage from behind then was amazing, because you saw the fins come out, you saw the release, and that was really technical and really difficult, and stuff like that. Just that point of difference, that bit of flair at the very end has been getting some big numbers, and he's done it again. So great surfing from Imai. And we've already got Ezekiel out, already in the semi-finals, so the Hawaiians doing well. And Imai chasing there. Ale Muniz, as you say, he's been down the track, but one man who's been rocking up the rankings and is into probably his best career result so far is Jackson Baker. He's down on the beach with Joanna Ganell.
That's right, Ben. Well, it's a bittersweet situation, isn't it? But you're in the semifinals.
Yeah, I'm over the moon, and just to surf a heat with one of my best buddies, Dill. He's been surfing great all event. And last night we actually had dinner together, made some fried rice, and had a little glass of wine together. So we were just, I think we knew we were both on our way to a good result, and the quarterfinals definitely a goal, and for one of us to get through. And I'm stoked to be that person, but I'm definitely proud of him for his efforts in this event as well.
And during that dinner, did you threaten him? Because he gave you that backup wave, the 717.
Nah, I didn't. We were just laughing about it. All my mates were messaging me going, "Oh, don't let him have dinner. Put something in his dinner, blah, blah, blah." And I was like, that's just not how it works. It's let the best man win on the day, and whoever gets the right waves. And I think that wave he let me have, when someone's got an 8 straight off the bat, I think you got to get better waves. And I was just like, I just got to get one under him here and do similar to what I did on the 8. And I still felt like I was only just putting it there, and to be getting 7s and 8s with, surfing it, I don't know, not my best. I feel like I haven't shown my best yet. So to be in the semis and to be able to let loose in these next couple of heats would be nice.
Well, Mama Baker's still delivering you those waves, isn't she?
Oh, 100%. Mama Trace up there, she's sending me, I don't know what it is. It's like every end of the heat when someone else needs a score, it goes flat, and then when I need a score, I'm getting scores. So, and the waves are coming through. So, yeah, just a shout out to everyone at home, the local board riders, Meriwether board riders, the community, my family, my girlfriend, her family, and everyone watching. Yeah, your support is incredible, and yeah, let's bring this one home.
Good luck in the semis, Jackson. Back to you guys.
Legend.
Yeah, what
right, legend.
He's obviously, I'll tell you what, he's nailing the heats. He's nailing the post-heat interviews as well. Which is on my rankings. I place very high on my challenge.
You got to have a good interview at the end, right?
My Challenger Series interview rankings, which hasn't really been publicised as much. But he's because he's articulate and he's honest, and you get that combination.
Can't help but love it.
Yeah,
right?
He's brilliant fun, and he's a brilliant surfer, and I just love it. How's the new Australian way? Just some fried rice and a glass of wine.
Nasi goreng.
You've changed, you Australians. I mean, back in the day,
it's a little lazy
the preheat sort of program back in the day was 12 beers at the nightclub and a walk home. But the boys are fit and focused, and as I said, they've both got great results, and really impressive from Jackson. And also, what he liked about it, he's not done. He hasn't showed his. We thought he was a little bit safe, so he's still got more in the locker.
And he admitted it too. I mean, he did. He didn't really go into it. He just placed the board there in the lip, which is fine. I mean, there's what we've been able to see from this judging panel is if you're in the lip, when you start attacking, that's when we saw 9s, right? So they've been really using the very top end of the scale, right? That's what I've kind of noticed. But they're giving enough of that top end of the scale to be able to, if you're really going at it, you're seeing the 9s happen. But if you're getting a good wave and you're surfing it solid, you're going to get excellent numbers. So again, it feels a little compressed at the top, but you know what? That's fine. I think that's actually kind of elevates the sport in a way to have good numbers on top of all of this. And there was a bit of a year where it felt like you could not even, I don't know how you can get an 8. Now you surf solid, you can get yourself an excellent number.
That's right. And the set just rolling through. And both surfers just a bit out of position. Liam and he's 10 minutes, not the way he would have wanted started. We did just see some of the women surfers getting ready. Silvana Lima, the veteran, just jogging around there, getting a bit of blood into the legs. Got the tracksuit pants on, ready to fight. She had one of the great performances in that the day before last when we got super sizey. I still got one of her grab rail sort of cut down turns seared into my brain. She's up against the French veteran Pauline Nadeau. So those two have had battles over the last decade. So they've got so much experience. So that's all to come. A mix of nailed veterans and some really emerging talent in those quarterfinals.
You think about Silvana Lima and Pauline Nadeau in this one. They're both very experienced competitors. I think Pauline is going to have to come into this one giving a little extra flair. She's going to have a little bit more in the tank. Silvana, on the other hand, is just going to have to not go overcooked, right? Because that's what happens with her. She feels like sometimes that she has to do a little more than she does, and she'll overcook and have falls, make mistakes like that, pick bad waves. So if she can just kind of keep herself dialed right in that kind of mid-range right now and lift through the day, I mean, they're going to have to surf 3 times. So just understanding that. Like I said, Pauline, on the other hand, is going to, she's going to have to attack the lip. And she's been great out on the face, but at this point now, if she wants to see herself into the semifinals, she's going to have to attack the lip.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. I think Pauline, she's such a great competitor and so smart, but that only gets you the quarterfinals, but to get into that sort of finals, that final, you've got to be more aggressive and more radical. Speaking of it, so Alea Maniz, first wave of his quarterfinal, wrapping cutback to start off with. It's a smaller wave, probably a sign that he's a little bit sort of worried that he hasn't catching any waves at all. Starts to build up now. There's one big turn. He's got that powerful wide stance, but he manages to get it right in the hook. Even a bit of shampoo as he came out of the lip. So struggling with this wave just to get a bit of traction. It's bumpy and it's small. And he keeps going though. So a big finish will help, and he does, and he likes that. So he's back on the game. There's a Brazilian all down there. Jesse Mendes, Tania Weston Webb, Ian Gavaya, all back in there, man. Alejo has been around a long time. He's a great surfer. And that first wave of Imai was only 617, so you think that Alejo's wave's going to be sort of there or thereabouts.
You think about what's happening throughout the day today. You got a dropping tide, which will, ends up being around 11, a little after 11. Dropping swell. So the consistency will start to kind of slow up through the day. And one thing about the wave choice here, it felt like to me that he was choosing this wave because he thought he was going to have that mid part of the wave on those kind of medium-sized waves. They'll stand up a little bit. This one probably let him down a little bit. It didn't quite have that same steep face that you would want to have, although he did very well to complete the ride all the way to the end. And, you know, now he has a comparison to the 617. I think he's going to come close to matching that score. You know, maybe it could be just a little above or just low, but it's pretty much a match of the score from Imai. Imai had a much stronger finish, but I think the combination of major moves here, and that's why I think this choice of wave was made, because he was going to be given that kind of wall all the way through the entire ride, whereas, you know, a lot of the bigger set waves, it's that outside section, and then you kind of weave to the end and then get to the inside section, where the, you know, the mid-size waves generally will give you a section all the way across the entire wave.
Yeah, and you know, if you hadn't taken it off, you might still be sitting out there. And then once you get to that sort of halfway stage of heat and haven't caught a wave, well, that's just a recipe for disaster. So he's absolutely did everything he could on that wave, tagged it at the end, and he's got himself a score that's going to be, I think, you know, the equal of his competitor.
Time moved quick.
And back in the game. Yeah,
right? I mean, it was like, wow, okay, like, you know, I was thinking like, you know, only one wave. Wow, it's already 16 minutes. So, yeah, you're right. I think that was a strategic play here. Not going to let too many waves go by. He's got to get scoring points on the board. So good move there for Leo, because there wasn't another wave out the back, you know, and I think that he has matched Imai, and so it's a pretty even Steven heat here.
Yeah, exactly. You see, that's a great shot, just how far competitors have to, you know, go from that little second beach all the way out to the lineup. It's a long old paddle. You see Alejo putting them in, no jet ski assist. There's no real need. It's, you know, it's not dangerous. That's a jet ski there for safety, of course, but these guys under their own steam today, the way we like it. And just both only having one wave after at the halfway stage. So it looks like these guys are going to have to put on the gas for the last half of the heat. And Alejo, as you said, way down the ratings. He's had, I think, his first year on the CT, and I might have to double check this, around 2009, 2010. So he's been around that long. Often talked about his injuries. He's had a couple of.
He's had the hinges have been pretty gnarly for him. I mean, he's had.
I was on the beach.
A lot of work.
On, I think, 2014 when he destroyed his knee. He'd already had a reconstruction on the other knee, and he was on the beach in tears. As we see him, just trying to throw a bit of looseness. So yeah, he's come back from multiple surgeries, multiple, you know, 8-9 months stints out of the water, Alejo, and coming back strong. So got a 6, as we said. So bang on, just 0.17 short of of his opponent's score. So yeah, it's pretty much as we started this heat. Exactly the same, both surfers with a 6, and some waves coming. But what we might just go for a short commercial break as these surfers try and get a grip with this lineup and try and come back with some more action, hopefully for a much more frequent surfing in the back half. Been a little bit slow, but I'm sure once we come back with more live action, Paulina Doe getting ready. She'll be in after this one in the first women's quarterfinal. An action-packed day of surfing ahead. We'll see you right after this short commercial break. Welcome back to Ribeira de Ilhas here in Ericeira, Portugal. We are into the second quarter. Had an early start this morning. The first quarterfinal number 3 was held at 7:35 start. We're already into the second one here. First quarterfinal saw Jackson Baker defeating Dylan Moffat. Now we're moving into what's the 12 minutes of this matchup between Imai Deval and Aleo Muniz. It's been really, really tight. You might have seen some waves ridden just in that short commercial break, but we've got some sort of steely blue grey skies, but you always expect that sun to burn that off throughout the course of the day. Plenty of swell, as you can see. The tide is just rolling out. I'm going to have a low tide about 11 o'clock, so all that long-winded sort of business I'm going on with to say Pete Mills that the surf looks pretty good.
Yeah, no, it does look good. And, you know, again, we had touched on the fact that this wave will be super consistent. We saw Imai pick up a 0.87 with a bit of a mistake, but he's given another opportunity and he is unleashing on this littler wave. But those 2 nice turns on the outside were solid. That's what that board's been able to do, is, and he gets in the lip, it just shows a little bit extra spice. Once again, I mean, it just has that ability with the styrofoam core to be that extra spice. It just gives you a little flair, which is what has been Imai's strength.
Yeah,
that was a good wave to back up his 6.17. Let's see what Alejo has done here. Didn't go on that first wave. Looking at the set being number 2, this wave a little bit bigger, a little bit smoother. Starting it off with some beautiful carves. Now this end section here, important combo. Ooh, tried to get it right back up. Somehow kept it together, but doesn't finish strong. So be interesting to see where these 2 scores go. Already in for Imai.
Yeah, 7.33 for Imai. A smaller wave, but he surfed it all the way to shore. And for me, yeah, Leo has made some uncharacteristic mistakes there. He had a better wave in terms of wave quality. He'd done a lot of the hard work at the back, and he had what looked like a pretty good inside section. I think he just got caught between trying to do two turns or one. And as soon as he had that little indecision, that hesitation, he just lost his mojo, lost his rhythm with the wave, and he only got a 4.67. So I'm not quite sure whether there was 3 points he left behind, but he left behind a few.
Well, there was a mistake by Imai on his fall that gave priority to Alejo. Alejo chose the right wave, it felt like, but wasn't able to really turn it into a number. So Imai surfed up on his quality of wave to a 7.33, actually best wave of the heat.
Yeah, and that was just through. He just pushed it. He got that fins out, that same relaxed style we've seen the whole way. Just really juicing every type of point on that wave. That didn't look like a 7.33 wave that he's manufactured. release those fins, but you never feel he's going to lose control. He does it with style, and there he just does that little back foot plan again. A few more little turns that he's just winding up. Another one, 3 or 4. It's a small wave, but he just kept getting those fins out, kept moving, and that's why he ended up so far down the point. And Alea Maniz had a nice wave behind it, as we see live action, so not short. And he just pulls out. So with 3.5 minutes on the clock, okay, Alea Maniz
the answer.
Needs a 7.5. Digs the rail, digs himself into a bit of a hole there. He had a section. That's his trademark too. That's his go-to. That forehand carve in the pocket. That's where he gets. That's where he's been so successful throughout his career. So he'll be disappointed he didn't nail that one turn. We'll never know if he had more points down the line, but he did have at least a juicy section that he should have made the most of. But he gets back out there with a chance. As you said, 6 minutes, plenty of opportunity, and it looks like he's got another one right here. Might have got lucky. Can't quite get into that. Imai has a little look, decides not to. He might be in a position to go out there, Imai, and play a bit more defense, I think. Try and get on his opponent's shoulder, try and force him into catching a wave. I think he's been a little bit passive in terms of just putting pressure on his opponent. It's not his go-to style, but now he's just getting closer as more sets approach as well. So you want to be out the back and next to your opponent, and hopefully with one more wave each.
This is the opportunity right here for Alejo. He has the priority. He's got to choose the right wave. He might also get an opportunity to lift a score here, because it looks like there's, what, 2 or 3 waves in this set.
Yeah, exactly. So this is crunch time. 2 minutes on the clock, a big set approaching. Alejo needing a 7.5, but knowing that his opponent may also get another chance. He's going to have to pick the right wave at the right time. He doesn't go that one.
Yeah, that one doesn't look too good, right? But maybe the next one.
That was funky. This one a bit deeper on the point, and he missed it. They all missed it, so that's good for Imai. It looks like that little insider there.
That's some potential, yeah.
So just paddle a bit further up the reef. I mean, this low tide, look, the waves come in the same. You can see them where they're coming in, but sometimes they just shift. What they can crack effectively and splinter. One goes down the line, one doesn't. And sometimes it's sheer luck of the draw. These are some of the best surfers in the world. They're some of the guys that know the ocean. They read the ocean better than 99% of all surfers on the planet, and then that can still happen. He's going to hope he's got another minute. You still see lines that keep coming through, and you see the disappointment.
Nervous times.
The Brazilians, they thought there would have been a wave there for their man. And now he's sort of chasing it. Now you can see he's eyeing off something. Now his body language looks good. He's seen something. You can see his cheeks puffing. You can see him trying to get some markers. There's some big waves coming.
There's some coaching going on.
And so they're starting to break out the back and reform. So that's another factor that we haven't seen until now, because he's paddled a long way out for this, hoping for one of these reforms. It can be really good if you get the right one. And there's a foam out the back. He's going to have to go this, I'd imagine, with 30 seconds on the clock, and just hope he's not too wide. Here he goes. He's in position. He puts in some big effort here to get on it, and he's up and up. It's a hard takeoff.
Heartbreak.
He tried. He did everything he could. He put himself in position, but unfortunately for the Brazilian, he hasn't quite nailed it. And you can see for Imai DeVale and his crew, the Hawaiians, well, they're happy about that. They've managed to get their man into the semi-final. So Zeke Lau is already in there. And now we've got Zeke Lau, Nat Young, Jackson Baker, and Imai DeVault. And I would say those 4 surfers have been the form surfers of the event. The guys that have been posting the biggest numbers, the guys that deserve to be there the most, and rightfully so in the semi-finals. But that's the men. We now progress straight on through into the women's. We've got 4 quality quarterfinals coming our way. The first one features Brazilian veteran Silvana Lima and Paulina Nadeau. We're going to go to a short commercial break before the firing gun is started for that quarterfinal race. We're in finals day. We are at Ribeira de Ilhas. We are in Portugal, and things are spicing up. So please stick with the forecast, put the kettle on, and come back for more live action at the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira right after this short commercial break. Welcome back to the sunny shores of Portugal. We are in Ribeira de Ilash. My name is Ben Mundy, and we are joining in the quarterfinals. It is go time for the women. I'm joined in the booth by Francisco Alves. How excited are you, Francisco?
I'm good. Today we can see it's a little smaller, but looks a little bit cleaner than yesterday, and looks really fun. I was seeing the boys surf, and I'm excited to be joined by you today, and excited for the finals day.
Yeah, I had a premonition you were coming in. I hadn't seen the roster, but I just did see the Pastel Donada trade come in. It got delivered, and I was like, you know, I think the ancient seafarers, the great Portuguese seafarers, the Vasco da Gamas, you know, they used to use the North Star as a guiding light, whereas Chico, you're more of a Pastel Donada guy. Once you see those, you get into action. Speaking of getting into action, Silvana Lima, the Brazilian, she put in one of the great performances in that last round of 16, and here she goes. What a great start on that same board. Looks a little bit longer than her first in that blue one, and she finishes well. I think she's surfing as good at any stage in the sixth career, but pulling a dough, cranking off the top, and there's two turns, and we talked about in the last heat how Pauline's going to have to step it up and get a bit more radical and a bit more aggressive. I'll tell you what, she's done that there. And unfortunately, she just couldn't hang on. She was really close. So real compare and contrast. Chico, I'll get you to break them down. The long wave, the smooth style of Silvana Lima, and then pulling a dough, just going, hitting the lip. So, yeah, really exciting stuff. Really good opening exchange between the two veterans. And it sets the scene for what could be an incredible quarterfinal number one.
Yeah, Silvana, we saw, let's check first the replay of Pauline. Pauline winds up off the bottom, big carve here, really clean in transition, and a big section. She almost had it, and she lost it at the end, so unfortunately for Pauline. And here we see Silvana Lima winding up off the bottom. A smaller wave, but we can see that's a grower, and that was a really clean wrap there, kind of a little snap. Nice off the top there again. Another carve, a longer wave but smaller wave, and a nice finish here with a fin release. I really think if we compare those two waves, if Pauline made that last turn, I think she would maybe get the better of the exchange.
Yeah, it was a bigger wave and it was more aggressive and more radical. She couldn't quite hang on, so we'll see what Silvana came in. So she gets a big number though, a 7.5 first wave of Lima, and Pauline's wave just 3.67 on that incomplete. So yeah, fun times here, finals days. How'd you go last night, Chico? You went out, I thought you were going out with Tiago Perez, have a bit of a catch up with your man. Did that happen in the end?
I actually ended up playing FIFA, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, you kept the powder dry, I like to see it.
I have my own team, I've got stuff to do, send some emails, and yeah,
I just
a
saw
lot of work.
There was some big parties going on. I know Italo Ferreira's debut movie was down there at 58. There was loads of people down there having fun. So I thought you might have got involved, but you know, too professional. Like to see it. I think we might get Tiago Perez, the Prince of Portugal. He might come in and do a few heats in the booth today. There was rumours of that, so hopefully we'll get Sucker. He's been helping some of these surfers, a lot of the Red Bull athletes. He's been a bit of a guiding light, and he's around. He's deeply involved in all the Portuguese events, the man at the moment. So hopefully we get his insights into what a way that he knows so well. But Silvana Lima, she has been absolutely on fire all event. That big day, she was really impressive. She's fought so hard to get back on this CT. She's been there many years, sort of yo-yoing between the two, and it's a great opportunity for her to get back on the CT, and her surfing delivers it. Right now though, someone who's surfing has also been delivering, is down there on the beach. Yeah, please, Joanna Garnell, tell me what's going on.
Well, what's going on is that I have the last guy in the semifinals right next to me. How are you feeling? When are we going to see that explosive smile?
Yeah, I'm trying to compose myself. I'm really excited, but I'm trying to stay in the moment and not get too ahead of myself. But I'm really happy. This is the biggest result I've ever had, so hopefully I can make one more heat.
And you were watching the previous heat very closely. Were you looking at your opponent or looking at the conditions?
Just the conditions. I was noticing there were a lot of sets in that first heat, so I was almost thinking that my heat would be kind of slow because it kind of does that, and it was. There weren't that many sets, but I managed to get 2 and to get through.
And you got your board back.
Yeah, waves dropped a little bit, and I really like this board. This is kind of the magic one, so decided to get back on it.
Well, good luck in the semifinals. You're doing a great job.
Doing a great, and so are you, Joanna Garnell. You're doing a great job as well. And that was, inside. He's a calm kind of a guy, and he's just getting down to business. And getting down to business right now is Pauline Ado. She's banging down just a little bit of a body language frustration, which is rare from Popo. She just got a big wave, a big open face wave, but it just didn't give her any opportunities, unfortunately. She'll have to go back out and start again, chasing some numbers. She's been really busy on the European qualifying series over the last couple of years, although last year was a bit of a funny year competitive-wise. She always has knuckled down and tried to make every single event she can, whether it's 1,000 series events, just to stay in tune all the way up to the big ones. She lives and breathes competitive surfing, has done for a long time. So Pauline, still great to see her, still firing, still right in the match, in the mix here, as we see some big lines coming out the back. Chico, it's still swell, right? You're our Portuguese local surf guru. The waves just keep pumping through where it still looks like a good period and a good size.
Yeah, I think the forecast was predicted a week ago, and I think was right on the button. I think everyone expected good waves for all week. And yeah, Travis and Miguel Fortes did a really good job on predicting these conditions. And yeah, we kind of knew this was one of the best days and was when we wanted to finish the contest. So I think we've got some amazing waves on our ends, and I'm really excited for today and to see the crowd coming down. It's it's going to be a packed beach, that's for sure.
Yeah, big Saturday weekend here. We have till tomorrow to run the event if we needed, but the waves do drop off considerably. Pauline, though, she's got an insider. Some of these insiders have a bit more steep face, so here she goes. First turn, she drives around, nice sort of pocket move. Starts winding up. Another section here, can she tag the lip? So this time she does, and this time she makes it and rides out. So that's much better surfing from Pauline. Had the completion. Not sure if it's going to be the 7.5 that she needs, but it's definitely got her back in the game. And she's just looks around there. She's always got that game face on. She's so gnarly. Here we go.
Huge bottom turn and big snap off the top. She winds up again. Another cut here, preparing for the last section, and a huge blast here. Boom, fins out. Pauline Ado back on track.
Exactly, yep. And out the back, bucking and bronking. Can't quite get over that line with Savannah Lima, looking for a little chip in from the corner of that foam. Unfortunately for Silvana, she can't quite get it. Well, wait, that score, that's going to shake things up in this particular heat. This quarterfinal, I should say. And it's like really, really important, this number, in terms of setting out what's going to happen for the next 20 minutes. Half an hour heats today. And that means that we've got plenty of time, plenty of sets. No jet ski assist. And then going to go to a 35-minute finals. So plenty of action all day today. We're looking to be crowning both champions around the 2:30 or 3 o'clock mark this afternoon. So if you're in Europe, settle in. You've got a long day. I know the Australians are just going to their evening. They're watching it. And of course, in South America, it's all over as well. So worldwide audience. And what you want to do, all those fans out there, go to weareoneocean.org. You can sign the petition. And your name has a value and it has some power when we all get together. Collective action can work if we all aim for the one goal, and that's trying to save this precious planet and the ocean specifically, not Pacifically, but the Pacific Ocean is important. But anyway, go and sign this petition, and you can help out. weareoneocean.org. It's important, and your voice matters. Unlike mine, it's just been rambling a little bit there lately. We've got a big set coming in, Chico. What do you think about this low tide? You see that sort of section, it seems it almost splits in two sometimes as this tide goes out. It becomes sort of almost a series of sort of breaks rather than one big long point break.
Yeah, I think with the low tide, we always have two peaks, one on the inside and one on the outside. The good ones are the ones that connect and don't close out on that section. It's hard to see from the outside, so it's hard when you have priority to make that decision. I think it's one of the hardest things is in Ribaradilhas is to have like only one guy out and actually understand which one is a good one and make that decision. But I think they've been here for a week now, and I think if they are on this round, they are making good decisions until then.
Yeah, and they've also surfed across all the conditions, haven't they? They've surfed from 3 foot to 8 foot, high tide, low tide, and everything in between. So they've seen all the moods of it. Of course, these two surfers also, they've just been here. They've surfed in this event many times before, so super experienced, and hopefully totally got their line-up cues and what they want to do. And a big score coming in there for Pauline, so 7.77. So she's not only matched her opponent's opening wave, but gone above it. Silvana just really hasn't been able to back up that first wave. She got that first wave in the first minute almost of the heat, and then it's been waiting ever since. How does that go? Does that, just sitting still for 15 minutes, Chico, is that a problem? Do you start to get out of rhythm? Do you start to get a bit nervous?
Well, I think there's all types of surfers. There's surfers that like to keep in rhythm with the ocean and get really active in the start of the heats, and there's surfers that like to wait. And yeah, I just think it all comes down to what you really enjoy doing, and I think what it makes you feel comfortable in your own decisions, And I have a question for you, Ben.
Yeah, hit me.
Who you got on the men's and women's side?
Say again?
Who you got?
Who's my favourite? Who's my picks? Crikey, controversial from Chico Alves. I think it's hard to go past Imai Deval. I think Imai in the men's has been by far the on-point surfer. I think especially as it's sort of just nudged down a little bit. I think he's got the flair to go all the way. And in terms of the women's, a bit tougher, but I think some of the young Hawaiians, I think I'm going to have to choose one of the, you've got your Betty Lou's, you've got your, you've got so many good young surfers, quarterfinals. You know what, I'm going to pick, Silvana Lima was a favourite. I'm now hedging my bets here, but I think I'm going to go with, Betty Lou Johnson, Sakara.
I kind of have to agree with your decisions. I think you're
Hawaiian back-to-back, probably.
Yeah. You made
took me a while to get there, but I got there in the end.
You make good picks.
Yeah. Now Betty Lou, she's really young. Been really impressive when it got big. Been consistent. Only so inexperienced, but such a good natural talent. I think
she's what, 15?
Yeah, I think maybe even just turned 15 or 16. And wow, what a talent we've got. So sometimes you see these events just come through the breakthrough star. We saw Caitlin Simmers in the US Open. She's only 15.
Exactly.
So she won it. And so, yeah, plenty of potential there. But I'll tell you what, there's potential in this ocean. Some big sets marching through. This could be Silvana Lima's chance. She's waited a long time for it. And she goes, yep, I'm going to go. Well, no, she doesn't. She does. So Silvana banks around the corner. You see those fins as she drives off the bottom end turn. So relaxed. Just waits for this next section. Nice bottom end turn. And just saw she got a little bit caught. You could see those fins sort of chattering, and that meant she was late for that sort of foam climb or lip launch, and goes down. So having waited all that time, Francisco, she's made a mistake. And I'll tell you what, if there's one person that's going to pounce on a mistake, it's this woman, the surfer from Anglet, in the southern part of France. There she goes, gets in the lip finally. Took a while to get there, but she's done it. A little bit lateral that turn. Can she finish off? She does. A little bit safe that wave all round, but she's backing up a 7.77. So maybe she was more of a case of just getting that score on the board, getting a heat lead and solidifying. I just thought she could have done a little bit more in this, Chico. What do you think?
Well, I think she did a good job on this wave. I like how she connected the turns. She needs a backup, so I think this will put Pauline, that was a critical turn there. I think this will put Pauline in a good position. And I think once she has this backup score, she's going to loosen up a little bit more. And maybe we're going to see her risking her turns a little bit more on the next wave. as we see here, the wave of Silvana. This, well, Silvana didn't really want to go on this wave. Like, she was paddling like further to the outside, and then she saw Pauline paddling, and she ended up going. So I think she made the decision based on what Pauline wanted to do, and not based on what she was looking for. So yeah, I think that was kind of a mistake, and yeah, Pauline took advantage of it.
Yeah, and that's such a gnarly competitor. You know, she's always trying to sell a lemon to her opponent, and always trying to make her opponents forced into a decision. As you said, she sort of forced her into making a call that she didn't really want to do. And as soon as you start getting inside your competitor's head like that a little bit, things can be tricky. And but having said that, there was still opportunity on that wave. If she made that turn and kept on going, you would have hoped that she would have got some points, but she didn't. Still plenty of time left, 12 minutes on the clock, a 6.67 for Pauline, so she has backed up her good scoring first wave. We're going to go to a short commercial break now. We come back with more of the quarterfinals for the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. Stay tuned, folks. It's on. Welcome back to the live action. A lovely drone shot looking down on the river valley here of Ribeira de Ilash, the Point Break. Famous Point Break, one of the Portuguese sort of surfing sort of hubs. It's a place where most of the Portuguese surfing competitions have been based since the 70s. It's a place where history has happened, where Portuguese surfing has made its mark. And yet again, we're back to the old faithful. And she's delivered all through the week, from 3 to 4 foot runners to 8 to 10 foot solid swells. It's been consistent, it's been fair, and it's been exciting, and can't ask for much more than that. Right now though, current heat, we see Pauline Adot in first place, a surfer from France. She has a 14.4 heat total. Silvana Lima started off with a 7.5 at the very start of the heat, hasn't been able to back that up, so she now just needs a 6.95. Not a huge score at all for Silvana, so you'd think she's going to get one more opportunity at least to get that number, Chico.
Well, on the last round, she dodged a bullet, right? She was needing a score, and on her last wave, she had a 8.93, something like that. A really well-surfed wave, and she was really happy with that. And I think Silvana, it all comes down to her decisions, because the talent is there, and she's so good technically that I think it's just the waves she has been choosing. Like once she takes off on a good one, the excellent score is there.
Yeah, that's right. She's yeah, really experienced. You know, she's been in this situation so many times. I mean, how many heats has this woman surfed? Been the mainstay of Brazilian women's surfing. Like, no one has achieved what she has achieved on the women's side. And she's gonna let this one go though. This is under priority for Pauline. She's just backing around the corner. She too has been sort of holding the hopes of French surfing on her shoulders for a long time. You can see why, and that's a nice turn. So she's nailed that, and that's the big turn that she's got. She made that one mistake early, and I'll tell you what, Pauline Adot doesn't make 2 mistakes in a heat. I'll say that. She's so smart. She's really composed. That's one of her real strengths, and she's just finished off fair. And that, again, was under priority. She didn't, couldn't get the first wave of the set. She's just ringing, a bit of a bell ringer as well. But yeah, great surfing from Pauline, and that's going to be a good number, you'd think. Nice clean wave, Chico.
Yeah, nice double up she had. Quick carve here, sets up this turn, she winds up off the bottom, and big vertical snap here. And I really enjoyed this last one. Really like project like off the top, and a lot of water came out of that board, and she looked really good, as we see again the replay.
Yeah, 3 turns. So the first carve there gets a little bit more aggressive here, up in the lip, which is good. And then this one, you're right. She was just late enough that she made it that more exciting and just clicked it. Not an easy section. It's a solid. There's still a lot of water, a lot of power in these conditions, and that's down there on the bricks on the inside. And yeah, she's absolutely hammered home. We'll see where that goes. She's trying to improve on a 6.67. So you think she might do that?
She has been playing mind games with Silvana. Last time Silvana paddled for the wave because she was selling, and now she actually wanted this wave, and Silvana ended up not going because she thought it was not a good one. And I think mentally, like, Pauline is really, like, as you said, smart in terms when it comes out to competition surfing. And yeah, Silvana is against the fence now, so let's see if she can come back from this one.
So she takes off out the back, and she was late for that one as well. Just couldn't quite. She's just got lost herself a little bit in this lineup. Sort of pushed a little bit too deep potentially. So there's waves coming through that Pauline's been able to pick off, and she's just out of rhythm. And once you get out of rhythm, it's hard to get back in it at this wave.
Yeah, I think Silvana is a little bit further to the right of the point, and I think maybe like she could actually be sitting a little bit more to the left, so she can see the waves better that they are coming.
Yeah. So the heat recap here. So a really good start. This is her first wave, just right off the bat. At this stage, she looked really in form. She looked great on a board. She was off to a flyer, really, a 7.5. Lovely style. Real, she's just got such a knack for finishing off turns. So at this stage, you're like, okay, well, couldn't have got a better start. Pauline actually made one mistake earlier on, but she quickly flipped it, and then she started just getting the best waves and started like doing turns like that. So that was the mistake she made, and then since that, ever since that sort of wave, it's been all a dough ever since, Chico.
Yeah, this carve was amazing. She winds up again. In transition, she waits for the big section, and she unloads here. Big turn there. She's been connecting so well her turns, and that's why she's in the lead. And here she goes again on a really good wave. Quick carve there. Quite similar surfing on both waves, but she's been connecting the dots so well. Quick turn there, vertical snap, and then here she winds up again. Quick cut back there to getting in time to that section there to end this wave off.
Yeah, so Pauline at the moment has got a 7.8 for that last wave that we saw, and it looks like Silvana's taken off and didn't get very far. So now Silvana needs an 8-point ride. She's lost priority, and she's in a bit of strife. And you see Brains Trust down there. They're looking nervous for their friend, and they should be. She's had a bit of a shocker in the last sort of 20 minutes. She's still got a little bit of time. She got an 8-point ride yesterday when it mattered, so it's still doable, but just can't quite sort of find the right waves to unleash her, incredible surfing talent. She's looking at this. Pauline's not going to fall for it. She can't catch it in any case, so now she's just getting a little bit frantic, desperate to try and just get herself back in this game. Quarterfinal is a keeper result, but a semi-final is huge for these women. So she's got 3.5 minutes with which to salvage, and potentially get another 2,000, 3,000 points. And as we know in the Challenger Series, 3,000 points is huge in terms of ratings. Like, that's the difference between qualifying and not qualifying. And she's running out of time. What would she do? I mean, she's sort of battling away, Chico. Should she try and get away from Pauline here, or she just sit still and hope a 2-wave set comes through? What's the best way of going about this last 3 minutes, do you think?
Well, I think she's doing what Pauline wants. Like, seriously, she's paddling to the right, so she's putting herself into a position that it's not good. She's going to be behind the section. And for Pauline, she's just doing what she's doing. Like, actually, for Pauline, she's like, okay, let's paddle all the way to the right, so you don't get near an 8-point right there, that's for sure.
If we just kept this going, she paddled a Porto. You know what I mean? Like, seriously? Pauline is not going to give an inch. It's just like gnarly. She's such a sweet person, such a kind, positive person. But tell you what, you get her in that singlet, and now they're at the point, as you said, the sets are coming, and they're going to be too deep, potentially. So we'll see if that's played out. Pauline will have a choice, though. She might have to see if she's going to catch one of these waves, or, you know, she's just hoping they're going to close out and none of them get to catch it. So Silvana will try and force her into a decision. And this might be the one. It's a foamy, but she can't get it. Now she's trying to get a bit of space. You wonder if she just sat in the right position, there would have been 2-wave set. She would have had a chance, but they're getting mowed down by these waves. This suits Pauline. You know, this is a big set that neither of them have been able to catch. Would have preferred to have seen just them gun it out, to be honest, if I'm being brutally honest. Instead of a paddle battle, just both sit on the button and try and get some big scores. But that set was a big one. It broke a bit further out. They're a bit out of position because of the readjustment. You look a bit frustrated there too, Chico. He's saying, you know, it's just hard, you know, in the heat of the battle to try and make the right calls. Silvana being desperate, just trying to get a bit of space, trying to get Pauline out of a grill. And she couldn't. And now they're both still sort of battling away. Pauline protecting a spot. Silvana trying to get some type of clean water or some type of wave to show what she can do. This wave here, again, it's a little bit deep potentially. See that? And she just can't quite find the corners that they need. I mean, this has been sort of an 8 or 9 wave set, really. And just haven't been able to get on the corner, on the edge. She's getting blasted by that one. So just a bit out of sorts, to be honest. 1 minute to go. I think still, I'd say they just look a bit deep on that reef. Paddled a little bit too far to the north. Maybe sort of got rid of their normal markers, but Pauline's happy with this. You know, she's in the box seat. She's the one that's stopping her opponent catching waves, so she's doing everything right. I think Silvana's just falling into the trap a little bit of, you know, maybe playing it a bit calm. Easy to say, 30 seconds on the clock, trying to get through a quarter-final, needing a big score. I mean, you've got to, you know, it's desperate times take desperate measures. Maybe this one, she'll force Pauline to go, will she? She has, actually. I mean, that was a paddle from Pauline, so 20 seconds, she has got that priority, but it might be a case of just being a bit too little, too late. Pauline just stopped her from catching it. She'll be happy that she's given away priority if it means that no scores, and there's not. Look, they're still sticking to her. It's a pretty gnarly thing, but Pauline, that's how dedicated, and she knows, and then they just say, look, yeah, okay, that's done. Hooter blows. Back to being friends, and nice sort of, you know, arm on the shoulder there. Those two have been around this tour for a long time. Such great ambassadors for the sport, such great role models. And but there can only be one winner. And in this instance, it's Pauline Herdy. That is a massive result for the French woman. She is into the semi-finals. She's got a massive result. She's going to rocket through the rankings and going home to France as well next week, a place she knows inside out and will be supremely confident. She's in a really good place late in her career. This could be the start of a next phase of her career where she comes back on to that top CT level and shows what she's got. So, great surfing. Silvana will be disappointed, but also happy with the result. We're going to go to a short commercial break, come back with the second quarterfinal, Shino Matsuda versus Gabrielle O'Brien. So the young guns in the water next, right after this short commercial break.
Finals day on the Challenger Series in Europe. The MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira will be wrapping up in a few short hours' time. Through to our first semi-final is the veteran out of Southwest France, Pauline Popo Ado. And a strong performance from her. Couple of sevens, kiss from the hubby. And a job well done. She'll regroup, start to think about setting up for a semi-final. Silvana Lima, who's blazed throughout this event, is coming up a bit short there. A couple of errors from her. We'll reset and send out two new athletes. The young wave of talent, two of the outstanding surfers from the week. Shino Matsuda, who's ripped this place apart on the backhand. The young Japanese surfer taking on Gabriella Bryan out of Hawaii, already with a great result on the Challenger Series this year, coming from the US Open. Paul Evans back in the studio, joining Chico Alves. Mates, from what you've seen this morning, from your years lurking around this wave, advice to our competitors about the lineup, the kind of waves they want to take? Are we looking for the ones with a wall? Or are we looking for the ones without the wall? A or B?
Hey, I think you said it all. With the wall, I think it's the best ones. And on the last heat, we saw kind of a mistake from Silvana. I thought she pedaled towards up the point, and normally, like, when the set comes, there's like 2 or 3 waves, so there's only 2 guys out, two competitors out. So if Pauline chooses to go on one of those waves, she had the opportunity to actually stand up on a wave and do the score. And I think that was kind of a mistake, but yeah, she's going to learn from that and come back, that's for sure.
No action, Matsuda, so crisp and clean on the technique. She's got a smaller wave here, and she'll snap out a first turn and get straight into that rhythm. Another nice one from her. She'll finish off again. She started all her heats in that way, hasn't made many mistakes all week down here. And a good way to kick things off already on your screen. You can see a big number in for Bryan. In blue out of Hawaii, 7.83 already in for Gabriella. Judges will award a number shortly to Shino Matsuda for that return of serve. But Gabriella Bryan kicking things off already with an extra number.
Yeah, like she has been doing all competition. She has been surfing really well. Matsuda too. This is a really good clash. As we see the wave of last waves of Matsuda. And yeah, this was a quick snap there. Really stylish surfer, really quick. I love her style. Another snap, and she fits one more in there. Art section, not a lot of spin on that last turn, but a 5.5 on the board. As we see the replay of the 7.83 of Gabriella, really nice snap there, really quick. She has been surfing really powerful with a lot of commitment, and let's see how she can finish it off. Wow. Blows the tail out there, another quick snap there, and she kicks out. So a lot of that score coming from that power that Gabriella has.
Yeah, interesting to see her attacking there on a tight little double up section, running through that inside. Well, Bryan already going up the scale with that 7.83. That'll feel pretty good. Matsuda gets a 5.5, comes in mid-range for her, but there's the spread for Gabriella's score. Numbers of our panel, 3 of them going up in the 8s, 2 with the 7.5. It all averages out. And it's a great way to kick things off, particularly when we're talking about maybe getting lulls. The swell has dropped a bit, still plenty out there. Getting down towards that low tide, you can get sort of extended periods without much happening. It has opportunities, so good to get something on the board early. I don't think Matsuda would be too worried though, particularly there's plenty of time left to go. We've seen her posting massive numbers. Let's hope we see lots of opportunities for each of our surfers. A lot at stake here. Chance to surf in the semi-final against Pauline Ado. Let's go down and hear from the woman who made a great fist of that last heat, getting a couple of 7s. She's looked polished and accomplished, and she's standing by for an interview.
Yeah, Paul, Chico, I'm standing next to the first lady in the semifinals. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. I'm super happy to win that heat. Silvana is such a tough competitor, so yeah, super happy. I had fun out there, so yeah, excited for the next one.
And you were applying some pressure on Silvana. Was that the strategy?
Well, she first applied pressure because she got that 7, and I failed my first wave, and I was just kicking myself because I think if I could stick that last turn, it would have been a good score. So yeah, and after that, I was just trying to find sections to hit the leap. And yeah, getting a 7 gave me a good confidence boost. And yeah, I was guess I was just lucky she couldn't catch a second one, and but until the end I was pretty nervous because I know she can manufacture a huge score out of almost nothing. So yeah, super.
You didn't look nervous. You looked really calm and collected. How do you do that?
I think once you're in the finals day, I don't know, for me it takes a little bit of pressure off. And I just wanted to show, to surf a little bit better than what I've been surfing this week. So yeah, I'm just trying to improve a little bit. Yeah, like I said, I was just having fun, so it was good.
Well, you're in the semifinals, and we love to see it. Well, good luck in the semis.
All right, great interview there from Pauline. A really good appraisal. You know, it's, that's all part of the game as well, right? You kind of know where your own performance is, and she's saying she wanted to come back and just surf better today, which is a pretty good target to have.
Yeah, I think she said it well. She took pressure off finals day. She's happy. She's having fun. A great result on the board, and she's applying all the technique she's been able to do on the free surf. I think also you can see she was kind of tired. No jet ski assist. And she was kind of like breathing hard. A long paddle here at Ribeiradilhas, and on a heat gets really intense, right?
Yeah, so Pauline Herdy through to the semi-final. Who's she going to meet? One of these two at the moment. Advantage with Brian. She's got another number in, and it's a huge one. 8.33 for Gabriela. There's the spread of our panel. So just 2 ways ridden so far in this. Not even 8 minutes gone. She's got 16.16 total already. So the Hawaiian very much getting the better of this action. Let's get a look at that 8-point ride.
Yeah, this was during the Pauline's interview. Quick jam there. Really powerful. Another one. She winds up off the bottom. Quick carve here. She got this little double up to unwind, and here another one. Huge layback snap to finish it off. Can someone give a main sponsor to Gabriela? Like, she's been ripping so hard since the start of the year. US Open, now, like, she's one of the standouts. I'm so impressed.
Absolutely ripping and rewarded heavily for taking on that lip. So now really the ball very much in the court of Shino Matsuda with that priority way outside and all alone in a sea of expectation. What's she going to do? She needs to go show basically what she's been doing all week. She gets herself a good wave and just attack. You know she can whip those backhand turns really rapidly. Let's see if she can find herself an opportunity here. She's having a little bit of a paddle, not a really concerted effort to get on that wave, so she's going to have to continue to be patient. But when you're on the wrong side of a surfer going in the excellent range a couple of times, and you know you've got a combination of requirement, how hard is it, Chico, to sort of keep you cool? You can practice a lot of things, right? Surfing, you can practice your turns, you can run heat drills, but you can't really sort of replicate that pressure. How are you under pressure, mate? Good, I'm guessing.
I'm the worst. Like, I can tell you, like, if I'm in Matsuda position, I wouldn't come back, that's for sure. But yeah, that's why I never been into this position, and Matsuda is. So talking about Matsuda and the score she's putting on the board over the last days, I think she's the one to actually come back from this. She was almost in a combination situation the other day with Alyssa Spencer, and she put it on the board 2-9. So yeah, can't wait to see how she reacts, and if she catches a good one, if she pulls that 9 again.
Let's see how she gets going. She's going to need to go into that excellent range. Obviously, what you would like when you're asked a pretty big question is an opportunity straight away to go at it. She's had to wait a little while. She's had to let a couple of sets go. She's having a concerted paddle effort here. Here goes Shino Matsuda, looking to get out of combo. And she'll wait till the bottom of the wave. Nice turn from her. Such a good style. Just kind of carves down and whips off that rail. There's more of a snap maneuver. A little bit in the pocket. And then she'll wait patiently for this inside section. This is where the scores have been coming for Gabriela Bryan. A little mistake there. She will just recover enough for a finish. Is that going to be deemed complete, that maneuver?
No, I don't think so. I think she looked really solid at the start. I was hoping for a big finish. Unfortunately, she fell at the end there. But yeah, Matsuma is such a stylish and complete surfer we've seen over the last few days. She's just putting excellent scores on the board, as we see her coach.
Marono.
Yeah, looking for the right waves and signals, and yeah, I think they're quite a nice group of surfers coming out of Japan, and yeah, they are all together, which is quite good to see. I think all the crews are like getting together. The Australians are getting together. The US guys are getting together. So I think everyone is supporting each other and understanding that the Brazilian effect is kind of something to take as a...
Yeah, the collective energy, those crews all coming together. There's marginal gains, so important in sport at the elite level. And surfing really getting part of that in the last couple of years. Just trying to tick off every little minor thing that could give any possible advantage. Gina Matsuda's going to get a number in here. Let's get another look. But relatively uncharacteristic for her, making that error on the end.
Yeah, this first turn was really nice. She had a lot of drive on that turn, and here she kind of gets caught there. She thought the wave was going to be steeper, and that's why she kind of get caught. And here the wave didn't help her. The wave was kind of frothy and went down a little bit, and here she just fell because of the lack of speed she had. So, yeah, the first turn was her best turn, but I think she'll be looking for a better wave, that's for sure.
Well, still plenty of time left to go in this one. Still waiting on that number. 17 minutes and 40 seconds to go in our second quarterfinal for the women. Waiting for a number for Shino Matsuda. Just kind of pace herself as she makes her way back out. There's a measured pace to her paddling. That will pick up in rapidity if she sees a set standing up anywhere near her. But for the moment, just kind of plodding back through. This score will help her figure out the strategy. She basically needs a couple of 8s, essentially. It's not too hard to figure out in terms of strategy. She needs to go into the excellent range on a couple of occasions to have any chance of coming back at Gabriella Bryan, who has that big total. Comes in as a 5-4, so it will be a throwaway. Well, it's going in her top 2, but it's not the score that she's going to require. No use to her. She's still in that combo. Her situation remains unchanged. Of course, the significant difference is Gabriella Bryan does have that priority now. See some nice lines filling in at Ribera here. Gabriella Bryan.
Well, I think if we saw Matsuda getting a big section at the end, she was already going for that excellent score. Once she gets the opportunity, she can really wind up and put some pressure on those rails. And yeah, I think Gabriella now, she needs to control the 8. She needs to really secure that priority and only go on the wave that she knows she can bet at the 783, which is kind of hard to know. But yeah, I think for the waves Gabriella had, I think she actually can go higher on those scores.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. She has had smaller waves, not great looking waves, right? The section where she's been scoring, it's had white water on the face. It's a little inside runner, so just imagine what she could do. She gets herself one of these big blue walls to double up. But at the moment, she's making very good use of the opportunities that she has had. Still plenty of time for her to improve as well in this heat. So at the moment, more or less one-way traffic in this one. Here's Gabriella Bryan. Already in a pretty strong position, coming off the back of a good result over at Huntington Beach. And looking good so far for a spot in the semis. Let's see how all that pans out. Plenty of surfing left to come in this heat. We're crowning champions today in Portugal. We're going to go to a quick break. Join us for more live action real soon.
Greetings from the southwest of France. We're here for the Roxy Pro.
I feel alive like it's 1985. I got a bass drum kick
Welcome back to the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira finals day at Ribeira de Ilhas, Portugal. And a great heat out in the water. Gabriela Bryan getting off to a smoking start to this one. A couple of excellent numbers from her. Big total already on the board. Putting a ton of pressure on the outstanding Japanese surfer Shino Matsuda during the break. Well, we've had a flip-flop in priority, crucially. A little throwaway from Gabriela Bryan over 2 hands priority. Back to Shino Matsuda, 13 on the clock in this one. Our 2 surfers duking it out for a chance to go at Pauline Addo in the first semi-final. Here goes Shino Matsuda, looking to get out a combination. She'll be a little patient to open up with. Some white water on the face of this wave, and she'll just kick out that tail with a little setup snap. Now she'll get some double up on the inside. Nice whip from her. And keep on plugging away down the line. Crucial to get a good finish in here. She whips it once, she'll hit it again. Gets a little drift on the tail, controls it out nicely. Much better from Shino.
Well, I think, yeah, this was much better. I think it's going to be her best wave so far, I think. And she surfed it really well. The wave wasn't easy to surf. Wasn't really like though a bigger one that was easy, but she surfed it well. So here she winds up, gets kind of like a snap to start off this wave. Another snap there. As we see, she's kind of been waiting and waiting for the wave to stand up, and the wave only stands up here at the end, which allows her to do a quick snap and a vertical blow, kind of blow tail there. I enjoyed this wave. I think was well connected, but nothing really critical or.
It hasn't blown your mind.
Exactly.
Yeah, good surfing from her. Does get that little combo at the end, but I know what you mean. Particularly at the early part of that wave, she had to let that section drop before she could do a turn a little bit on the face. Just from that point on, that kind of set the tone for that wave. It was crisp surfing, it was sharp. Is it the excellent surfing she needs? She needs a couple of excellent rides to continue her participation in this event, and the score comes in. It's a 5.27, so she's had 3 numbers in those 5s. That one will be a throwaway for her. It's not the kind of stuff she needs. She's going to go and need 2 brand new waves. She's going to need set waves. She's going to need to tee off on them. Gabriela Bryan now will have that priority. Let's see if she can make that count. A little bit uncharacteristic from Matsuda so far. Looking for a little bit more just in terms of risk taken from her. She's going to have to push it if she's going to get past Gabriela Bryan, who's looking really, really strong in this one without really having to sort of exert herself. First couple of waves, just dispatch them. It's some powerful surfing. And she'll have a look here at a wave. Gabriela, well, she has a little paddle. Thought she saw some opportunity there in the end. Doesn't go. Doesn't need to either. She'll just hang on to that prio. Shino way down on the inside at the moment. Another chance here and another paddle. This is what you can afford to do when you've got priority but you're all alone. You're not giving it up, or you are giving it up, but you're getting it back straight away, being the only one in the lineup.
Yeah, I think Gabriela is doing what she has to do. She's competing, and she doesn't actually need to ride a wave now. She only needs to secure the priority and wait for Matsuda to get to the outside and make sure the next good one that comes is Gabriela on it. So I think she's playing it well, and that's the way it has to be ridden, I think.
And just thinking from the perspective of Shino Matsuda, when she does get in the lineup, if Gabriela is still there and hasn't ridden a wave by that time, sit inside and wide, would that be the tactic? Don't try and go too deep up the reef? Inside and wide, and then just try and snaffle anything that comes through?
I think Matsuda just needs to hope there's a set with 2 or 3 waves coming, so she obligates Gabriela to take a decision on catching a wave. And yeah, she hopefully for Matsuda, it's going to come soon, because with only 9 minutes to go, she's up against the fence, that's for sure.
That little set will just kind of run out of energy and not tempt anyone into taking a wave. Matsuda will have a little look in here. Not sure these kind of waves are going to offer up that excellent score that she's looking for. She'll just have to wait for another opportunity. One thing, of course, that we can count on in this part of the world, generally speaking, has been swell. And it's been an outstanding week in terms of the North Atlantic, delivering us so much energy. The impressive thing about that, is how this wave has kind of stood up under, yeah, kind of 2 to almost sort of 10 foot. You know, pretty much a huge range over the size of waves. Also the way our surfers have looked to attack the whole way through. And that's a real point from the judges. They're not looking for safe surfing. They're looking for surfers to be radical. Gabriella Bryan giving a better example of that so far in this.
Yeah, Gabriella has been one of the standouts all week. She's been impeccable with her wave selection, and the way she has been surfing, it's really impressive. Like, she has been putting a lot of power into her turns, and I think we will see her qualify this year.
Directions from Marono there. Looks like he's telling his young charge, Shino Matsuda, to get deeper up the reef. I think the pointing nose means paddle that way, I'm assuming. Let's see how this plays out now. 7:40 in this one. Priority still with Gabriella Bryan, the Hawaiian. Good early work done in this heat. Got that big lead at the moment. It's still a combo for Shino Matsuda. What a story this will be if she can get out of this. It's going to be a tough ask with 7.5. You see, that sand basically has been washed off the beach by this huge swell, right? This is the end of the reef on the kind of top of the mid-tide part, and that's been filled in by that sand, Chico.
Yeah.
Let's stick with live action for now. It's Gabriella Bryan. She'll rip the top off a wave with a nice carving sort of top turn maneuver. And just set herself up here, just sort of snapping, a little bit standing on the tail, being kind of patient. Then she'll hit the accelerator and juice the inside. And a little error from her. Just kind of trying to force that turn, that wave, a little slopey. Just trying to force it a little bit. Doesn't get a completion, so priority will go back now with Shino Matsuda, who needs, well, she needs an excellent score as soon as possible, and she needs to go back and get another one straight after. A massive set stacking up, however, outside.
I think this second one is going to be the good one.
See the gargle of the boils there. It just gives you an idea of that tide running out. And this big, long period swell energy. If she can find herself on this wave, it looks like it's setting up sweetly for her. Chance for Shino Matsuda. She needs to go big here. Drops into the bowl and then realizes not the wave she wants. She'll flick out. Try and control the lineup once more with priority. Doesn't have a lot of time for this sort of stuff, though.
Yeah, that wave actually looked quite nice. I thought she was going for it because the section was big and the judges have been rewarding big sections. As we see the recap of this heat with Gabriella Bryan starting really well. Big snaps, great carves, great combinations of maneuvers. And yeah, here we can see her finishing it off with this massive snap there. Again, another click there. And yeah, great surfing from Gabriella. And here Matsuma going off the top there. Really stylish surfer from Japan. Another one, and she was able to finish it off. This was her best score so far, 5.5. Was early in the heat, but since then she's hasn't found a rhythm yet. So as Gabriella here, big layback jam there, another great carve, extended carve, and another carve here. This is an 833, really well surfed wave by Gabriella, really complete surfer, and she smashed that last section too.
Well, getting early work done. Smaller waves from Gabriella. Coming in around about half the size of some of these sets, but just finding steep sections, detonating the maneuvers. The judges enjoying it, paying out big for Gabriella. She's in a real strong position in this one. 4 minutes and 40 to go. Shino Matsuda of Japan sitting calm in the lineup, or at least externally. Maybe a little inner turmoil going down, realizing she's on the wrong side of a combo with 4.5 minutes on the clock and a quarterfinal on the Challenger Series. Let's see if she can make use of some energy. We've got lines approaching. You've got to be thinking just in terms of time scale. Even if she got a bomb and went upside down 5 times through the rocks, got herself a massive number. With just 4 minutes to go, has she got time to do that and then do it again, Chico? It's just about on the limit.
Well, I don't think so. I think 4 minutes is really hard to do 2.8. Even though I want to see Matsuma catching a good one and excel like she has been doing all week. I think she was really unlucky with the wave selection this heat, and yeah, there's a set coming, so hopefully we'll see Matsuma getting one last wave to us to get a big score.
There she goes. She looks interested here. Shino Matsuda, she is up and surfing a nice looking opening section, smooth on the face. She'll just carve up a turn This one will go soft almost immediately from takeoff. She'll have to be a little patient here. Stands on the tail a bit, fades it back. Now comes the runner section through this inside. Points available in here if she can tee off, and that's a great turn from her. Really nicely done. Blows the tail out, releases those fins. So a nice maneuver on the inside, but she needs, well, she needs that to be excellent. She needs another one like that as well. She's just got 3 minutes now.
Yeah, we saw a really good one from Matsuda now. This was caught like going to the outside, I think. Yeah, quick carving snap there. Quite a soft wave, hard wave to serve. I think her best turn was the last one as we watch the replay. Quick snap there too, and this last turn was massive. Big turn, vertical snap, lacking a little bit of speed as the wave wasn't easy to surf again.
Well, 2.5 to go in this one. She'll make her way back out and just try and get something going. If that is higher than a 6.16, she'll be out of combo, which will mean she can do it in one score mathematically. It's going to be a tough ask, though. Lines coming in, positive for both our surfers, for a chance of improving their scores as we see try that again. Stack lines from this set at Ribeira. Did I see the outside reef coming into play? Tide is running out. That outside reef just gathering in this swell energy, setting up these lines to focus on our contest area. Under the 2-minute mark, Gabriella Bryan, the Hawaiian, still sitting on a massive lead from the early part of this heat. She threw down excellent surfing, rewarding with excellent numbers. Got an opportunity here, which doesn't look like she'll take. Doesn't really need to. So she'll try and control priority and control that peak. As by the time Shino Matsuda gets there, it's going to be about a minute to go. Shino might not wait to get all the way out the back, which might not be a bad idea. If she can keep away from Gabriella Bryan, she can have a little bit more of a free run of opportunities that might come through. She wants to get paddling though and get herself as close to that peak as possible, as quick as she can. What you don't want to do is just miss out a wave by being a few meters out of position. So she'll try and get herself in a chance here. A minute to go in this one. Score comes in. It's a 5-4-3, so nothing like enough. And Shino Matsuda, uncharacteristic seeing her. She's got 4 5s in this wave, and she's been needing 8s or better the whole way through. So a little bit unlucky with her waves, not gone her way at all. And it's going to be Gabriella Bryan making it through to the semi-final. Of course, still 40 seconds on the clock, but when you need a combination of score means you need 2 waves, and there's no chance time-wise of her being able to do that. So it will be Gabriella Bryan who'll face Pauline Addo in our first semi-final for the women. Will be coming up shortly. Finals day at the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira, the Challenger Series, coming to Europe and being greeted by great waves. We'll go into the last 15 seconds here. A little opportunity. Gabriella Bryan might be tempted to take in this wave and just bringing it in. She comes in for her debrief. That wave will just kind of explode a little bit outside and then back off a bit. She'll get herself in a position, a good-looking wave here. She'll stand up in the white water. The white water will grab her and she'll go down. It'll be inconsequential, and smiles all around Team Hawaii. And a great effort from her. Feels like a long time ago she got those numbers locked in. And that just set up a platform for her to really dominate that heat. Shino Matsuda, relatively uncharacteristic from her. Just a little bit underwhelming in terms of the wave she was able to catch. And that's the way quarterfinal 2 will wrap up. Here in Portugal, Gabriella Bryan, huge number, 16.16. She'll carry that momentum into a big semi-final clash with Pauline Erdo, a clash of youth versus experience. Shino Matsuda will still pick up a ton of points and a good for her campaign in terms of qualifying. Can't wait to see her surf again in France next week. She's been one of the outstanding performers for me. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll bring in quarterfinal number 3. It'll see Brisa Hennessy of the Championship Tour take on Ariana Achoa from the Basque Country. Join us for more live from Portugal right after this. Finals day on the Challenger Series in Portugal, and they keep on coming thick and fast. Quarterfinal number 3, we'll see Brisa Hennessy, the Costa Rican, take on Ariana Ochoa from the Basque Country. Looking for a spot in that second semi-final. That'll all be happening this morning and early afternoon. We'll be crowning champions this Saturday at the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. Myself, Paul Evans, in the studio, and joining me now, more analysis and insights. Peter Mel, how you doing, mate?
I'm great, thank you. As we are finishing up in finals day here, Ericeira has been producing quality surf the entire week long, and exciting to finish up here on the weekend. Tide has dropped out just enough, and surfing has been very exciting this morning.
Absolutely, and we talked about that swell delivering throughout the week. You know, when your peak of the swell comes during the week, always like a sort of a thought maybe could be a little anticlimax for finals day, but still absolutely plenty of size out there. Still see big old sets coming through, adding that excitement and all the challenges of surfing this wave very much coming into play. Early movement for Ariana Ochoa, drops a 5 from the get-go. The goofy foot up on the north coast of Spain in the Basque region. Strong producer of talent in surf down the years, and this is how she got that mid-range number.
On the backhand, as you remember, her last heat finished up with her fin box being decapitated from her surfboard. So this would be either a very repaired surfboard. I did see her in the morning early surf. She was actually riding the backup board. So ultimately, I would imagine either she's on that backup board or there was some serious repair work going down, because it was a pretty drastic ding repair on that fin system. But now she's back up again.
A late entry into a wave that looks like doubling up through the inside. She doesn't hang on to that, and there were points on offer. Meanwhile, here goes Brisa Hennessy, snapping a first turn with some authority on a steep section, up into the lip, tags it. And looks again to hit this mid part of the wave. It's nice and steep, little racetrack wall runner for her, and she'll slash that one down. She ain't done yet. Wow. She'll get a little bonus off the soup maneuver, flicking up spray, and a great way to open up for Brisa.
Very nice for Brisa Hennessy. She was a bit patient early in this heat. We are having 30-minute heats with no jet ski assist, so the paddling out will be, this is a big day for the women's, because they will, the finalists, the 2 finalists will have 3 heats in the day. And yeah, that'll pay a little bit of taxing on the muscles and psychologically, obviously, too. But great wave choice here for Brisa to get started her finals day campaign. Going to be a good number for her, too, as well. Very good finish. Exciting. Even gets the bonus little rebound on the way back. Judges will like that. Good variety of maneuvers. Compared it to Ariana Ochoa with her 5.0, and then just a 0.67 for a second turn. This is the drone view up top. Again, attacking the lip, which the judges have been paying off all week long. Aggressive snap to rebound. You almost get the 2-for-1 there with 2 maneuvers on that final closeout.
Great pace to that wave from Brisa coming into this heat. She'll be looking to go for a big result here on finals day. Because having that championship tour experience, wanting to secure herself a spot for 2022, that's what's at stake here on the Challenger Series. Sets stacking up. You can see the geometry of the refit pretty much from any sort of aerial view. It shows you whereabouts this reef is and where the waves are deep. Up the point now, Ochoa looking for an option. She might be a little deep behind a white watery section. She got herself way up, and that wave did sort of explode a little in front of her, but then just fizzles out of energy anyway. Brisa Hennessy's number comes in. It's decent, 6.33.
She sits at number 5 on the Challenger Series rankings at this moment. Ahead of her, Carissa Moore, not here. Coco Ho, lost out early. Caitlin Simmers, also lost out early. Gabrielle O'Brien sitting at number 1. So those 2 will most likely be number 1 and 2 at the end of this event.
Here's live action from Brisa Hennessy. A nice wrapping carve turn and another from her. So get straight down to business to get a backup score. She'll tag this. Nicely done. A bit of fizz in that turn.
Yes, I liked it. I like the fizz on that one for sure. Aggressive, not holding back. And this is going to be very helpful. She's got the 6.33 already. Now has a backup. It's going to be right there as well. And And that'll make things a little less tense in this next 23 minutes. And it'll put the tension onto Ariane Ochoa. Well, she'll have to, you know, produce, I'll hear a pretty good sized number probably coming in, like, hey, you need like a 7-5, something like that. We'll see where the scores come in the scale of it. Watching the replay here, quickly back out into the lineup and finds another open wall. The roundhouse cutback, 2 in a row. That one a little more aggressive, and then gets the closeout, tags it, and rebounds and kicks out. So nicely done for Brisa Hennessy to get that backup number. You can see driving through that maneuver there, sinking the rail 2 times in a row. Looking very confident this morning. Must have went to her favorite bakery and woke up with a little cup of coffee. Checking out her Instagram this morning, she said yesterday she had too much coffee. She had 6 cups. She was like, wow, I'm in my 6th cup today. It's hard when you're here and it's kind of windy and foggy and you're like, yeah, coffee's just great.
What sort of ideal number are you looking at, Pete, at the moment? 3 to 4 for the morning before lunch?
As far as coffees?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on 3 right now. I have a very special batch in the morning. Coconut oil, some maca.
3 is the magic number for Pete Mel drinking coffee, and the magic number.
Am I not too, you know, spazzed out? I'm not too fizzed at the moment.
The magic numbers for Gabriella Bryan were 8s. That was what was reigning in the last heat. She's standing by for a chat.
That's right. Well, we lost one bestie from the duo, but you're absolutely representing. How happy are you?
I'm so happy right now. To be in the semifinals is amazing, and hopefully we get some more good waves today, and it'll be a good day.
You were standing there with your crew, and your coach pulled you to the side. Were you talking strategy? You're going up against Pauline Adu, so there should be some talk there.
Yeah, after each heat, we kind of go over my mistakes and what I can improve on. There's always room for improvement. So he just wanted to let me know what he saw and, yeah, get me ready for the next heat. And he has another competitor coming up in the next quarterfinal. So we're learning from each other, and I have a really awesome team.
And you were standing with Priority, and you were paddling away, leaving Shino with pretty good chances to get a wave. Was that a strategy? Did you not notice that?
No, the waves are constantly changing. So when I had Priority, I wanted to better my score. So I kind of went to where I thought the waves were going to be the best, so I could get a higher score. I mean, I tried my best, and I'm super happy it worked out.
Oh, you certainly did your best. We're very happy with you, and good luck in the semifinals.
All right, great stuff from Gabriella Bryan, flying high in the Challenger Series and looking to continue that excellent form here on finals day. She's in the semi with Pauline Adu. The numbers in for Brisa Hennessy, a couple of 6s, improving slightly on the second of those 6s, 6-7-7 for her. So putting up a number for Ariane Ochoa at the moment, looking for an 8-1 with priority now for a good 8 minutes or so. Ariane just sitting on the peak, trying to find something. She seems happy. That tight shot just picks up sort of a wry smile from Ariane as they deal with a little turbulence in the water. Just kind of looking for sets to stack up, see where exactly they want to be. Ariane Ochoa, she'll know she's got a heat in her hands here. The requirement at the moment is an excellent number. She's come up against a surfer with championship tour pedigree. Brisa Hennessy already with a couple of decent numbers, and even between maneuvers, Pete, sometimes we see that class and that extra quality. She just looks at her overall sort of stance in general. She looks solid. She looks ready to unload, and she looks very convincing on her board.
I would agree. You know, it's quiet in between maneuvers, but aggressive in the maneuver. Ariane Ochoa is number 24 in the Challenger Series. Coming off the very first event, she was able to finish with an equal 9th at that event. Here, worst case scenario, equal 5th. So she'll move up that rankings and get herself into contention for that final top 6, which will graduate onto the championship tour at the end of the season. So a golden opportunity, really. I mean, RNA has been, you know, at this for a while, but really within striking distance this season with these 2 big results in the Challenger Series events that equal 9th, and then now this opportunity here to, you know, get into a semi or even a final.
Yeah, 2 events, you know, kind of on home waters as well. She's from that north coast of the Bay of Biscay up in the Basque Country. Of course, next week up in France, she'll be surfing, what, maybe an hour an hour and a half from where she lives as a drive, so pretty familiar with those kind of waters, and she'll get an entry into a wave here. Our drone will pick her up. She smashes a great turn off the top. Super vertical and committed. And then a little flat section. We'll see her just kind of ride out the bumps and the moguls. Another great snap from her, and another. And that's a really well-surfed wave from our surfer from the Basque Country, Ariana Ochoa. She needed a reply there. She ripped that one.
Good spark, for sure. The little tap of the board there, that was feeling pretty good. She does have that quick backside hack. Good size wave to start this one out. Nice first turn into the lip. That was a critical section. Judges will take note of where that maneuver took place. The carve out in the front portion of it, but then the quickness right here, straight up to finish, making sure she rides out clean. This will be her best wave. Again, looking from the drone angle, the very first turn there, nice critical snap. That was, like I said, you know, you put it up in the vertical sections of the wave. Judges will take note of that. You know, midsection flattened out, but then the finish, again, straight up in the lip. Yeah, this will definitely be her best wave, matching probably Brisa's better waves. So they're in contention 17 minutes ago, and I would say that Ariane is right in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. The beginning and the ending of that wave, the highlights. That end section just kind of saw those warbles going up the wave. That rip kind of chewed it, almost sort of offered a nice little transition for her to put the board up vertical. Judges paying out on that end section. Also paying in early work. That first turn she did nice and vertical as well. A little free fall energy out of the maneuver, which also adds a little bit of visual impetus and excitement to things. And the numbers in. It's a good one. It's 7-6-7.
Yep.
She gets a 7-6-7. She's still in second place right now, but that brings down her requirement massively. 5-4-3 is what she needs. There's the spread. One going as high as 8-5. 3 in consensus with 7-5. We'll lose the high and the low. And it comes in as a 7-6-7. So good stuff from her. The exact kind of reply she needed. We've seen surfers with requirements. Big smile on the dial as well. She likes it. We've seen surfers sit there and, you know, sets don't come, and that number starts to loom large in your mind. A great way to get straight back at this, bringing her requirement down. She'll be feeling good, Pete.
She would be feeling really good. I mean, think about how long Ariane has been at this. I mean, she was a junior surfer in 2013. Here we are in 2021, and she's been competing on the WSL for a long time. So she's got a ton of experience, and like I said, she is in a very opportune time now in a big event. If she can get herself into the semis or a final here, get herself right there, talking about championship tour dreams being fulfilled.
Well, what an opportunity this is with these 2 events in Europe, and on our way here to a great result at the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira quarterfinals. Is definitely no shabby effort, but she won't be wanting to stop here. She'll want to keep this going. She's in a good chance in a heat here with one of the outstanding surfers over the last couple of seasons, Brisa Hennessy, who got early work done in this heat, and now she's been a little patient as we get down into the second half now. A few of these sets almost getting a little bit chewed in too. You see that sort of side wave coming through. It's actually splitting the lines a little bit. It's meaning the takeoff peak is a little more confused than it was previously. Meanwhile, hoovering up a little opportunity from underneath. There's Ariana Ochoa, who has a little speculative look around and realizes not much doing right there. So that'll just be a small throwaway from her as we get down towards our low tide. And the lineup ever changing, as is customary in Europe. I don't think either of these two will be overly surprised by that. Plenty of experience between them. And obviously coming off the end of a long week of surfing here. Plenty of chances to take on this wave. Brisa Hennessy will look to make the next move and just look to put a little bit of extra pressure back on. She'll want to go up the scoreboard and just turn the screw if possible on Ariana Ochoa. In order to do that, she's going to need a wave. Let's see what we get offered here as some sets start to bend in. Ariana Ochoa coming up against this particular heat. You mentioned it. She knocked that fin out the other day. She said she liked big waves. Her surfing style definitely suits it. She seems to like to take on the lip. Nice and compact. Let's see how she can go in the back half of this heat. Looking to come back still towards Brisa Hennessy. But that requirement of 5.43, it's not a big number, Pete.
It isn't. It isn't at all. So Brisa understands that as well. She would be hearing that information coming from the beach commentary. So it's pretty clear information today, being that it is a notch down in size. They're a little closer to shore, and the wind isn't quite as strong yet. So information would be there pretty clear. She knows how important it is to be bettering that low score of a 6.33. So this priority, very important to be able to turn it, pick up extra points.
We're going to get a quick commercial break. Join us for more live action from Portugal. Finals day Saturday at the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira out in the water. We've got Brisa Hennessy with priority with the lead as well. No waves ridden during the break of note. And we're still in that exact same situation. Ariana Ochoa out of Basque Country looking for a 5.43. She's in the blue, the goofy foot, and that is not a big number for her. Let's see how these opportunities come in the final 11 minutes of this half-hour heat. We're going to be crowning champions here today. We're talking about the ultimate goal, qualifying for the championship tour. Well, it's days like today that can make or break careers. Who can step up and take the opportunity and go all the way here to be crowned champion in Portugal. Two surfers who'd absolutely love to do exactly that are out in the water right now. And still Brisa with that advantage from the early work done. She got a wave pretty much straight from the get-go, found another one paddling back out. And it's been good enough throughout this for the lead. Ariana Ochoa, well, she's come back at it with the highest score, that 7.67. And that means that she only needs that 5.43 still. Brisa Hennessy has sat for a long time out there, Pete, unable to find an opportunity that she likes the look of. She's just kind of paddled. She's tried to hold position. She's dipped some waves that should be feeling like surfing pretty soon.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think that at the same time, there really hasn't been those golden opportunities that where she is sitting for her to pick up a number that's going to improve on the 6.33. You know, she is sitting at number 5 on the Challenger Series rankings, and she ended up with a 25th at the U.S. Open of Surfing, which really isn't a great result. The reason why she's at number 5 on that Challenger Series rankings is her equal third in 2020 at the Sydney Surf Pro, which was a Challenger Series event. You're allowed to carry one of your scores over, and that's a big number for her. So she's in good shapes. I mean, good shapes? Yeah, these are good shapes. She's in good shape, but there's some good shapes in the competitors area.
Yeah, well, we're looking at the unwanted shapes here, Pete, and this is a project you've been involved in. And tell us about it. It looks pretty awesome.
Well, we started this Unwanted Shapes program up at Peniche, and it was a program in order to bring awareness around plastic pollution in the oceans. And obviously the next step is something that we have found out. There's a pandemic happening, and there's a lot of COVID-19 waste that has been getting produced all over globally. I mean, the staggering numbers of billions of masks a month being put into landfills and into the oceans a lot as well. So doing this program to bring awareness around it, these boards have been built with COVID waste. There's masks, rubber gloves, and we enlisted an open call to globally for surfers or surfboard manufacturers to produce boards made with COVID waste. And they have come up with all sorts of different ways to showcase that. Matter of fact, that board being waxed right there, it has the shaping. There was almost 100 hours of time, or 25 hours of time spent on building that board.
And we're going to see him in action, right? We've got the MEO and Tourism Portugal expression session. We're going to see surfers out riding those boards in this lineup today here on finals day. Can't wait to see how that goes down. So we're going to see him in action with an awesome activation there from MEO, the unwanted shapes. Can't wait to see the expression session. Let's get caught up on away from Brisa Hennessy.
Yeah, this was that important exchange. She finally pulls the trigger here, starts off with some cutbacks. Hasn't scored great, so bit of a missed opportunity for Brisa there. And then Ariane, she was able to get away as well. Looking for the 5.3, or sorry, the 5.43. And you can see she's trying to surf her way to that number. And if she can complete this ride, she might just get there. She has been putting it together on the backhand. Lots of rhythm. Feels like that's probably going to be enough. We'll see. No, it isn't.
Comes in as a 4 for Ariane. Not enough. So she rode that wave all the way through to the inside, was trying to juice every little opportunity out of it. Not the kind of quality she requires. She'll make her way back out. 7 on the clock in this one. Still Hennessy with the lead from the opening work that she got done. She'll get priority as well shortly.
Yeah, that's important right there at this time. You know, there was an exchange that goes down. You know, Brisa pulled the trigger, didn't improve, which left the door open for Ariane. She tried to get the improvement, didn't as well. So we're back basically to square one where we were about, what, 12 minutes ago.
Great lines approaching though. Let's see if we can finish with a flurry in this one. 6.5 to go. Brisa Hennessy is shortly going to be awarded priority. Ariane Cho will be right behind her out there. Multiple ways in the set. And that requirement still a 5.43 for Ariane. Not a big number. That's assuming Brisa does not improve, which she'll certainly be looking to do. Some big waves coming through. The biggest set of the heat so far, for sure, this one. Bit of a bomb set. Let's see with this low tide if this can stand up in terms of opportunity. We've seen a few of these ones kind of feather outside and then disappear a little bit. Looks like that might be what happens with this one.
Yeah, that low tide, the energy breaks on the outside reef and it takes it all away. But now, Brisa's having a look.
All right, well, Ariane forcing her to go there by having a paddle, and Hennessy a long way back on a section here, but if this can connect, she could get a nice double up across the reef here. She'll set up with a snap, just looking to try and build up speed, which she does pretty well. That's a nice turn, just kind of opens up against the lip, using her speed to redirect. Meanwhile, behind her, Ochoa looking for 5.43. Nice and steep, big spray on that turn. She does throw a lot of spray. And working over a wall through to the inside, needs a big finish here. Bang, tags it hard, and she likes it. 5.43, that requirement. And she definitely upped the impetus with a couple of big turns there. Think about that score, she got 7.67. It was that first turn in the M1, we feel, where those points came. And on that particular wave, there's a bit of white water on the face, Pete. She did some good work.
She did, and we kind of caught it midway too, so if she was able to do some maneuvers on the outside, it would be good to watch the replay of the entire ride. Brisa had a very strong finish. You know, we've seen those single maneuvers go pretty high, especially on a bigger, more powerful wave. Here's the outside section for Ariane. She got the snap in. There is that negotiation of all that foam, but there's some maneuvers there back to back, that combination of major moves. The judges will like that, and then the strong finish. Waves a little bit bigger than when we saw her 4-point ride. Scores in for Brisa.
Number drops as a 4.57. It's another throwaway for our Costa Rican Brisa Hennessy. Doesn't improve her total, so that requirement will stay the same. We're going to go down towards 4-minute mark as our judges will process on that number for a bass surfer Ochoa. She'll head back out with a little extra pep in her step in terms of her pattern, because she knows she surfed that wave well. Did she surf it well enough for 5.43 is crucially the question for our judges. Well, our judge number 3 certainly thinks so.
Well,
we could be looking
5 and 2.
We could well be looking at her improving on her high score, which she does. A 7.93 turns the heat around.
Look at that gleaming smile.
She loves it. So 3.5 to go here, Pete. And what about this? She has completely turned the heat on its head.
Big time. Now Risa needs an 8.83, and with 3 minutes to go, 3.5 minutes to go, that means there is a very special wave needed for Risa. You know, the one thing I will say that, you know, Risa has been very smooth and great flow, but she hasn't had that outside set opportunity, you know, where she's been able to get that turn on the outside done, whereas Ariane has. She was able to get those turns done on that first section. So that, to me, has been the point, the difference. And then also the fact that her turns were done as like snaps in the lip, whereas the Risa's had to go out on the face and kind of drive her turns around. And they've been pretty clear, the judging panel, in regards to, you know, what the high scoring maneuvers are. And Ariane has had that read so far. Let's see if Risa can make that adjustment and find herself the opportunity. Very well and capable of doing it. It's just a matter of if the wave will be here. But look, there's more waves outside.
Risa does have that priority. Can she use it wisely? She's had it for most of this heat, unable to really add to her score while she's been sitting with priority for around about 25 minutes, unable to improve on just the early work she did at the get-go of this one. And she's in a bit of a situation here. She needs a huge number. That 8.83 is big. Ariana Ochoa, got to really admire the way she just kept at the task here. I don't know if it was a sell, but they're both kind of going for that wave, and we'll call it a sell with kind of, you know, looking retrospectively. Forced Risa to take a set wave, which pushed her wide and then ran out of energy, and then right behind, second wave of the set, getting the big number at 7.93. Let's check out the recap, see how this one's gone down. It's been a fascinating heat to watch. Risa Hennessy, good early work from her. Set her off with a good cushion, Pete.
Yeah, it did. You know, she was able to get that early 6 points rides, 2 of them back-to-back, 6.33 and a 6.77. Very aggressive snap here with the rebound. That was the 6.33 very early in the heat, or as a matter of fact, like the first couple minutes. And then on the paddle back out, she picks up the 6.77, and Ariane's first wave was just a 5-pointer. So early lead went to Risa, and then she was holding priority for a very long time. But Ariane was able to pick up this wave right here, the first snap. Watch, nice size set wave, and she hooks it right in the spot, nice and vertical. This is why this score went up into the 7s, high 7s to be exact. Nice strong start, gets the work done in the middle section, but then gets the strong snapping finish, glides out of it with a 7.67. That was then still behind, but she finds this wave, and this one she rattles off 4 beautiful snaps on the back end, putting that board vertically up into the face. This one turns into the 7.93, you know, and again, just strong finish as well. To see the spray flying off the rails, judges will see that as well. That's why it's the best wave of the heat.
Ochoa shining brightly on a little bit of an overcast morning here on finals day at the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. Has turned this heat on its head, putting up a requirement in the excellent range for Risa Hennessy, which doesn't look like it's going to come. Couple of lines getting close. I'm not sure they're going to get here before the horn. Risa's had to go something. She's pulled the trigger on a whitewater section. Doesn't see an excellent wave there down the line. She'll straighten out and bring that in. And the little crew from the Basque Country there, great support. See Ruben Vittoria in there in the middle, who's no slouch himself. Didn't have a great result in this event, but he will be stoked for Ariana. And she will be absolutely delighted with that one. Getting through into the semis, a massive result, throwing big scores in the process, taking down a big name in women's surfing as well. She'll be full of confidence, Pete.
That's right. Very, very good for Ariane. And again, to fulfill the dream of the championship tour, she'll rocket up the rankings here by making this semifinal, and now has a chance to maybe even get a win. She can keep together today.
Official results, there it is. Ariana Ochoa throwing 15.6 out of 20. A decent score. Risa Hennessy, 13.10. Not enough. All done early on in the heat, but ultimately she came up against a Basque surfer who just found better ways, showed more spark. And as a result, Ariana through to the semi-finals. Who's she going to face in that second semi-final? It'll be one of the 2 outstanding surfers in the event, Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, Luana Silva. The 2 Hawaiians, they'll be coming up in the next 4th and final quarterfinal. Join us for more live action from finals day in Portugal. We'll be right back.
Okay, we are back live here, and that lady there, Ariana Ochoa, sorry, my pronunciation, she has been such on a tear this week. So incredible surfing from that young lady, and the quarterfinals of the women's, delivering all sorts of action. But the next matchup, a bit of a sort of Hawaiian match of the next generation. Peter Mel, I'm Ben Mundy, I'm back in the booth here, and yeah, but Peter, seeing that Ariana Ochoa, she's beaten Breeza Hennessy, which is an incredible result. Breeza, one of the experienced CT campaigners, or a couple of years of CT experience, but she's out now. But these two, this is the future. I really see these two surfers of having a big say in the way the sport goes over the next sort of decade.
I would agree, and they both put up big numbers in this event. I mean, Betty Lou probably put one of the most exciting turns I've ever seen in the women's division. That was really cool to watch. Went up to 9.6 for just a single maneuver. Betty Lou on that bigger day. But also, Luana has been putting up big numbers as well. Very great competitors, and we already have a big number in for Betty Lou.
Yeah, 7.5 while we're on that commercial break. So, yeah, great surfing from Betty Lou. We'll get a replay of that. And yeah, Luana, another Hawaii. Sunset Beach is kind of her go-to area. She's a Brazilian parents, but grown up in Hawaii, so she's got that mix of two great surfing cultures under her belt, and grown up with the you know, the surfing those amazing waves on the North Shore of Oahu. So, well,
think about it, the Brazilian DNA growing up in the most wave-rich region in the world.
Well, exactly, and that's what I was talking to Tatiana Weston Webb when Tatiana came in to the booth, and she actually commentated on Luana's heat, or the round of 16 heat, and she was saying the same thing. Yeah, she's got the same kind of mix, and that's why she's always been looking out for her. And this is his first wave of Betty Lou's.
Betty Lou has been putting it together in this event, and I don't see her quitting anytime soon. Again, just quick snap, and then the aggressive finish. 2 solid turns, earns the 7.5, and we've been seeing that, you know, the entire event. If you are aggressive in the lip and you get 2 solid turns, you can go upwards of excellence. This just under 7.50, but those aggressive and quick and spontaneous turns that showcase a little bit of that wow factor have been getting rewarded.
Yeah, absolutely, and she knows that. She's watched that last heat as well and saw that there was sort of 2 lineups. She saw, no doubt, that Ariana got her last big scoring wave on that inside sort of section. There's almost 2 differing points. You can see here the surfers are lining up. So this is Silva. She's gone the outside and hoping it links all the way through. So she's also powerful. Throws a bit of release there, a bit of risk. And now just hoping that it runs down that inside reef. Nice, smooth, fun point break waves, but it doesn't. And that's the decision these surfers having to make at the moment, whether to maybe go out the back, way out and hope that those connect, or sit down on the edge of the reef, the more of the finger of the low tide of the reef, and catch the inside runners.
Well, the inside runners will have that kind of channel juice, you know, that'll come in and fold at them. Maybe not as consistent there, and also it's a little bit shorter ride. As we watch the replay here of Luana, she catches this one off the main peak, kind of farther out, gets the outside work done, but this one didn't connect to the inside length of ride / meaty section that comes from that channel extra water. So just the outside work getting done. Different style of wave. Still feels like that Betty Lou will get the best of that exchange just because of the aggressiveness of the maneuvers. And this panel has been very clear. You know, it's been about the big maneuvers. You know, it doesn't matter if you ride a wave from point A to point B, just kind of doing your thing, looking good. It needs to be high impact wow moments, and you'll get rewarded.
Yeah, exactly. And we have, speaking of high impact and high rewards, we've got Ariana Ochoa down there on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, that's right, and she can't stop smiling. You're going to be very happy with that, especially eliminating a heavy hitter, very great competitor like Brisa. How are you feeling?
Yes, I'm super happy. I know that it's going to be a hard hit because Brisa is city surfing and she knows really well how to compete. So I'm super happy to get through this hit, and it was a hard hit, but I managed to catch 2 good waves and advance.
And how are you choosing those waves? What are you seeing there in the lineup?
Like, I'm feeling really confident with the position in the water. Like, we have been training really hard before the contest and trying to surf in all the tides. So I have been training a lot, so I know in my mind where to sit. And it's just about be patient and believe in that wave that is going to come in the place that I know is going to come.
Do you want to say a few words back home in your language?
Es que ricasco dan hoy, gracias a todo el mundo. La verdad que me está escribiendo un mogollón de gente y se nota ese apoyo. Gracias a mi familia también, a mis entrenadores, Yatir, Felipe, a mi equipo de trabajo que está todos los días en el agua y bueno, a toda esa gente que me apoya todos los días, que ya saben quiénes son, así que son muchos. Nada, muchas gracias.
Well, I translate that, but I can't speak Basque. Back to you guys.
Lucky Pete Mel is our resident Basque linguist, and Iragasco.
She's thanking everybody for the support. That's about all I got out of it.
And her
friends, there was, that was good.
But interesting, you know, she's talking about putting in the effort, surfing this break on all tides.
I like that. That was what I picked up on as well.
You know, these things you don't get to the semi-final by, you know, just winging it, do you?
Yeah.
And
hard work.
When you're ticking boxes.
Yeah, and the coaches have been on it, right? That's the whole thing, is you got to surf it at all different tides because it's a different wave every single different tide, right? I mean, the mid tide's a certain look to it. Low tide's definitely a certain look to it. High tide obviously changes it up again. You've got to deal with rocks. You've got to deal with the extra bump, the extra energy that comes with that. The low tide, you got to find those certain waves.
Exactly, and it looks like Silva has found one here. We saw Betty Lou while the interview was on. She looked like she got a good wave as well, and Silva's trying to fight back. Really, in many ways, similar styles in terms of natural footers. Love a rail turn. Got a lot of power for such young performers, so a lot of similarities, and this wave's lining up more with Kenshi finished it, and a bit of aggression and a bit of fin release and a bit of passion as well. So I think these two irons, well, it's on.
Yeah, it's definitely wave for wave, and that's what one-on-one competition is all about. It's just matching your competitor. You would hear the scores. This one carried a ton of speed. I mean, look at how she is able to drive through each maneuver, keeping that speed up. Even with the cutback, she still had nice flow. Another wrapping carve into the whitewater, and then the aggressive finish as well. This feels like it's going to be a big number, being especially that finish, and she was excited about it. We're also waiting for a score from Betty Lou as well, but again, this angle here, just long section to get across. I mean, the drone had a little bit of trouble even keeping up.
And she just managed to find a bit, even on these cutbacks, which are, you know, a little bit lateral, she's got that bit of a carve that she puts in at the end, so a bit of aggression.
Stuffing the rail in, right? I mean, and driving the rail through, and then the finish there, just accelerating through it. This feels like it's going to be a very solid number. This was during the interview. Again, both these surfers really carrying a ton of speed and acceleration through the maneuvers. I mean, this feels like another great number as well. Tagging the lip with cutbacks and carves, so good variety. Just didn't have that strong finish.
Yeah, so you sense that Silva might just get the better of the exchange, potentially on the basis of that, just because she iced the cake a little bit better. But a really fascinating mix. Betty Lou just, didn't quite get the end section, but she looked so smart out the back. A lot of spray, a lot of technical surfing. So they're both going to have two pretty, scoring waves, and we're still with 18 minutes on the clock.
That's great surfing still coming.
Something to build on, and here she goes again, so it's non-stop. But in that case, Sakura Johnson just elects to go back out and wait. That wave wasn't going to run down. She's looking at it now, just trying to see if she made the right decision. She regroups, heads back out. I mean, we've got a superstar of the sport. She showed it, in those Maui sessions. I think she got a wild card to one of those events. She was really young, and you just thought, here we go again. Obviously, some of the sport, the famous women's surfers broke into the rankings really at a young age. Your Carissa Moores, your Tyler Wrights, and we don't want to put too much pressure on
well,
this.
I mean, Tyler Wright won a CT at what, 14 or 15, right? In Manly. That was the first time we'd ever really seen her in the big competitions and takes a win. It was 14 years old. I mean, you got Caroline Marks, who ended up making the tour at 15. You've got the youngsters that are doing all of the Sierra Kerr and Aaron Brooks that have been doing these aerial maneuvers, and they're not even competing yet. They're just trying to work on their surfing, right? They haven't even come into the QS yet.
Yeah, I think they just mature just physically and mentally a little bit earlier. So I think you find that the women just come on strong, at a bit of younger age than the men, and when you've got also these sort of once in a generational talents, that also helps. And she sticks it high up there. Really good surfing from Johnson. It's a little bit hung up. She's fighting. She gets a little bit. You can see the frustration. She felt like she was on a roll, and then she just made a little bit of a mistake and couldn't keep on that foam. And she'll go back out.
It's interesting because when you have that kind of strong start to a wave, it's really important to really get that finish. And so getting a little bit too excited, it felt like, for Betty Lou, because she moved out onto the face, and it made her out of position to try and get the finish on that one. Yeah, both these waves have been cut short as far as the finish. And Luana was able to get that finish. So again, just trying to compare. Felt like the strength of those maneuvers for Betty Lou outside were a little better than Luana's second scoring wave. Let's watch this again, like straight into the lip. I mean, this could still be a pretty good score. A nice snap, and then this little bobble, which takes her off the finish. I mean, that wave probably did end up having a little bit of energy to finish. There's a missed opportunity there. As you watch it again, this is the 7.5, and just the beautiful hooking snap. We're waiting on the scores from this one. Yeah, scores haven't dropped for this one. This is going to be a big number as well, but she didn't get the inside finish. That was a great comparison. We saw Luana's third, so there's 3 scores that need to be posted here to get an opportune time to give you the situation.
And they're clutch scores, aren't they? It's obviously a pretty key part of the heat, halfway stage. 2 big numbers and quite different types of waves. The judges just taking their time on these to get it exactly right.
A little different strategy too, it looks like.
Yeah, I think Betty Lou said, you know what, the last 2 waves have been cut short. She hasn't made that connected inside bit, so she's like, you know what, that's too much of a risk. Even if she made a bit of a mistake, she's maybe let's just go down the end bit. It doesn't have priority, so she can sort of sit on the inside and hope, and that's what she's done. I hope this stretches into that channel. It doesn't, so she would have been, she would have chatted about this. They would have had a plan A and a plan B. Whether she's starting to go plan B now, she looks a little bit sort of neither here nor there in terms of the lineup now, so she's going back out. Some scores dropping. So Betty Lou's second wave was a 7.07. So that was that wave that only got 3 turns out the back, but they were all counted. And Luana's, the one that had that crazy kind of fins out drift finish, is yet to come in. She needs a 9.9 as it stands. So pretty sure it won't be that high, but it's going to be a solid number.
We've seen some big numbers in this event. Luana, I mean, it feels like, just by the looks of what we've seen so far from Betty Lou, it's going to be a bit better. And it's going to be great for her considering how much time is still left in the heat. She's carrying a 4.67 as a second number. And she'll improve on that, I would imagine, by the end of this heat.
Yeah, that's her job now, to just to get rid of that and get above that 7-point range minimum. That's what you're going to need now to get through this heat. Betty Lou, even though she hasn't had, you know, the most amazing of waves, she still managed to rack up a, you know, a 14.5 heat total in a half a heat. So you think she's got some more left in the tank just in terms of hopefully getting a bit more better wave selection. Now she's going on the inside, so now she's putting a bit of pressure on her opponent, trying to drag her out of position or try and at least get in her head a bit and force some decision-making processes on her. And there comes the score for Luana. It's an 8.5. So a big number.
Best of the heat.
Doesn't get her into first, but it means that she only needs a 6-point right now to go into the lead. So she'll be very, very happy with that. That's a big number in the context of a quarterfinal. And she's got priority. I think she should be just trying to ignore the competitor at the moment. You know, she will have her markers. She'll have her own program, her own things she would talk through with the coach, Pete. I think trying to get sucked into what your opponent's doing can be a mistake out here.
Yeah, for sure it is. You got to stick to your own game, and then, you know, at the end you can start to play into that role. But you first thing you want to do is make sure you get 16 points on the board, right? I mean, especially here in the quarterfinals and what's been scoring so far, you know, you got to have 16, 17, 18 points to turn it. I will say that Luana has been here at dawn every morning that I've showed up. I mean, we get here in the dark and she's in her wetsuit, waxing her board, getting ready to go. And like 3 mornings in a row, I've seen her here on the program. So she's fired up.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? At the start of the event, you see all the 100 surfers are in it. They're all down there at dawn, aren't they? And then slowly throughout the course of the event, they all start filtering out. And then it's just the form surfers left having their free surfing. This is the 8.5. And the work outside was impressive, but this finish was what got her over the into the excellent range. I think. Do you agree?
Yeah, 2-turn combo, but then also the finish is. We remember the big flared out finish that she was able to do, driving cars right here.
Obviously, seen a bit of Imai the vaults kind of finishing turns. Got a bit of that drift, and you can see the energy and the excitement. She liked that. That's a big confidence sort of manoeuvre. She hasn't had a wave since, but she's sitting in a relatively good spot. She's in second, but she's got the highest individual wave score of the heat, and she only needs a 6.07.
It's kind of crazy. She has priority, so she's moved down the reef and identifying a certain region that she feels like there is scoring potential. So with that priority, she sits on that kind of corner piece of the reef, whereas Betty Lou has decided, I'm going to go deep and right up above it. See the boils that are inside of Betty Lou? That's kind of the outside takeoff spot. Whereas Luana is sitting kind of more on the inside section. And we've seen waves kind of split in two right in that zone. And a lot of energy will push down into that midsection, which good high quality part of the wave.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision. You're not always even sure when you take off on the wave how it's going to turn out. You've got that outside boils that mark off the normal takeoff spot. And as this tide drops out, big tides again, it starts to kink around the corner. Sometimes those inside is the one. I don't mind that inside approach. I think outside's got more risk to it. I think that at least on the inside, if you do get a wave, you know what it's going to do to a degree, a bit more.
Yeah, you see the line on it, right? Whereas, you know, the outside wave, you'll take off on one thinking, oh, it's going to have a really good outside section, but it's no guarantee that it's going to connect to the inside section. Well, here we go. Let's see what happens here. Priorities with blue.
Okay, so interesting. Now, see, you know, it's an interesting one, that one, because obviously Betty Lou pulled out of that and interfered. It didn't interfere, but it's, you know, it's still the fact that she was on that wave, mate. Yeah, it gave sort of Silver something to think about. Didn't affect her. Might have affected her mentally. I suppose you can't really factor that into an interference.
Well, she ended up making the pulling the trigger and going on a wave that gave up priority. So it worked well for Betty Lou. You know, it's good strategy there.
Yeah, exactly. And she would have actually, and also, and not a bad strategy from Silver, because that was looking like a really good wave for Betty Lou. Was one of those runners, and she was in a far better spot. Silva wasn't in such a good spot for it, but you could sense that Johnson was just starting to wind up, and so it could have been a potentially high-scoring manoeuvre.
So a bit of a blocking move there, really, by Luana.
Yeah, exactly.
And using priority just to be able to defend against a big score being had.
Yeah, and it looked like a good wave, and she was just a bit out of position, but I think, yeah, you know, I should go back over that and think, was that a good manoeuvre? But here we go. So she's looking at this inside now. She's lost priority. That's, yeah, sometimes though, that can just take the weight of decision making off your head a bit, can't it?
Sure can.
Especially when you're so, they're young, they're relatively inexperienced. As you get older, you learn that priority. It's a big part of this man-on-man or women-on-women surfing, and so sometimes they just have that weight off your shoulders. It might free her up a little bit if you're trying to look for the positives in this, at least. And both surfers now sort of sitting out there resetting after missing that set. Looks like Silva's going to go out there and join her opponent, or at least get a little bit closer. And what we really want is just, a classic two-wave set, and both surfers just go toe-to-toe, and the best wave wins. Not always the case.
No, there's strategy involved, for sure. I mean, yeah, the best high-action heats are definitely that, where you're just seeing exchange after exchange.
See those big wide swells out the back, so there's more sets coming in. Still marching in lines of 3s and 4s of these sets, these long period sets. So hopefully this one, 7.5 minutes on the clock. It looks like probably a 3 or 4 minute paddle once you pull the trigger. So 7 minutes to go. We're going to go into the unwanted shapes expression session right after this quarterfinal, which is exciting. Obviously, the unwanted shapes has been a program that's been supported by MEO and Tourism Portugal. That's Miguel Blanco.
He's actually going to ride his own board.
Yeah, amazing. He's one of Portugal's best surfers, big wave charger, really nice guy. And all these people, the shapers, was an open call to the global world, a global surf world, to see if you could come up with boards that could, bring awareness to the fact of the COVID waste populating our oceans. There's a lot of plastic, about the masks, the gloves, a lot of the toxins, and this shaping, everyone had to come up with an idea, had to put it down on paper, just a concept at first, and some of the world's best judges, world's best shapers had to
the jury
cast their eye over it. Marco Zuvi, Sharp Eye Surfboards, Pizel,
Timmy Patterson, Christian Bradley, literally James Chili Cheel, the best shapers in the world. John Pizel.
Look at these boards, and now 4 of the surfers are going to jump on these boards and go for an expression session. We've got Miguel Blanco riding his own board.
Yeah.
We've got, I think, Leo Moniz was going to get involved, who was in the quarterfinals. So,
the shapers were like Charlie Caden from the UK. You had Chris Middleton from France, Ryan Harris from the USA, Miguel Blanco from Portugal, who's going to be riding that 5'6" killer fish, Giovanni Miglionico from Italy, Matt Andrews from the UK, Rodrigo Lopez, and Tiago Lingui. No, sorry about that, Tiago, my pronunciation of that. But those are the 8 shapers that have produced these surfboards that are out there, and now you're going to have some of the best Challenger Series surfers going out there and trying these boards out, and again, built out of COVID waste.
Yeah, incredible and fantastic. It's just got the mind thinking. We've had the activation area, all those surfboards have been hanging out there all week, and we've just seen people come down and sort of buzz around, look at the boards, find out about them. You can see it's something that has sort of interested people's imaginations, the shapers initially, and now the general public just finding out what this is about. And it is just an awareness raiser. Hopefully, they were speaking to Christian Bradley, and he was saying, that some of these guys are coming up with really innovative environmental ideas that aren't used in their factories at the moment, but just because it's really hard to implement some of these on a larger scale. But you got to have people. You got to also have sparks. You got to have people taking risks and experimenting with technology. That's how it feeds into the chain. And little examples like this is where that can happen. So yeah, the unwanted shapes. With the support of MEO and of course Tourism Portugal, getting behind this great idea, and I'm really looking forward to that. It's going to be some amazing surfing on some different boards as well. The audio, so we're just going to see, as we see through here, still these sets, these still girls. Betty Lou has the lead, but it's a slender one. And Silvana got that 8.5 way back in sort of around the 15-minute mark and hasn't been able to capitalise. She now has priority, and it looks like she's going to have a crack at this. So we see Silva up and riding, needing a 6.07 as it stands. There's a nice first turn. She's been confident. Just let that sort of section go, winding around. It's a nice little insider. She's hoping it builds off. She finished off her last wave. Can she do it here? Gets it in and pops up. She might have a bit more. So we're just waiting on that score to come in. And we'll see. It's only a 6. It's not particularly a big score. It's not a massive score, but she does here. This first turn is sweet. That is actually a good first turn. Got a bit of confidence. Came around again, and then just didn't stand up. Some S turns, and then she finishes here. She does throw a bit of risk. Nice turn. You know what? She surfed that well. There wasn't a whole lot on it in terms of scoring potential, but every potential she tried, it came good. Yeah, we're just waiting for Pete to get his headphones. But yeah, well, there you go. Luana Silva coming with a 6.5. So she's done enough. And that was just through really good clutch surfing. The wave wasn't amazing, but she knew the score. She knew what she needed to do. And she surfed that wave really, really well and just added a bit of risk at the end. Not an enormous amount, but just another 0.5 a point, I'd reckon, just to get over the line.
Crazy. That is a...
And we got Pete Mill back, which was nice. But yeah, that was a big turn to finish off.
And it just by, what, 0.07 to get the turn there, which is barely enough. So now it's Betty Lou's turn to make it happen. She has priority.
She has priority, needs a 7.51 now, 2 minutes on the clock, so it's getting exciting. This is the chance to get into the Challenge Series semi-final to get an extra minimum 1,500 points more. So, you know, at
That's huge.
That last turn could have been worth 1,500 points, ratings points.
Right. It can come down to, I mean, it really, truly can come down to, you know, a make or break situation of, you know, one wave, one turn, one decision.
And she's going again, so now she's going to be warm. She's trying to improve on that 6.5. This is a frothy wave, but it's bigger. And she finishes off there, and she liked that as well. So in the last 2 or 3 minutes, she has really put the pressure on her opponent. She's managed to get a couple of big turns in. You couldn't see the outside of that wave. Again, often the situation where you just lucky enough to, you know, get a wave and then you're paddling back out. Another one pops up. That's just this hard to quantify thing we call rhythm in the ocean. It's
hard to find it. It's hard. It sounds like a life purpose. It's finding flow and rhythm.
It's hard to explain it. And it's hard to quantify it, but yeah, Silva's got it. And we'll just see whether that wave might actually add to her score. I think it will do, and that's going to make Betty Lou Johnson's job even more difficult. It is a 7.5, so now Betty Lou needs a 8.5, so she's upped it by a point. So if her job was already difficult, it's bordering on impossible now with just 30 seconds to go. Ocean looks eerily calm. Well, calm for Portugal at least. And now she's just looking around, but I think she's going to run out of time here.
This was a big heat for Luana. She is 52nd in the rankings right now, and if she gets through this heat within the next 10 seconds, Betty Lou is sitting at number 15. So big swap there, and Luana is going to reap the benefits of getting into the semifinals, and she knows it. That was a big, big heat win.
So excited, and there's the Trust Reno Sainz involved. Hawaiian's super stoked. Gabrielle O'Brien well involved. Look how happy she is. Betty Lou, though, consistency's been her thing. You said she's already sort of around the 15th mark, so she's got another 5,000 points.
Yeah, it's going to help for sure.
She'll go right up with that. I don't know if she's going to go into the top 6, but she's going to go right close to the money, you'd think.
Pair of fifths. She had 5th at the U.S. Open, now has a 5th here. And yeah, it's going to keep her right in the conversation for sure.
I think 3 fifths, 5,000 is going to get you enough almost roundabout. Still a lot of maths to unwind, but she's been consistent, and she's for a surfer, for a surfer of such a young age, she's got so much to offer. So, yeah, we'll be seeing her, and we'll be seeing her in France next week. So let's have a look at that bracket.
Yeah, it's not anytime soon, is it?
No, those semis, really a fascinating matchup. Pauline Ado, the veteran French surfer, is in there. So she's looking super dangerous with her experience and her knowledge of this wave. No one of these 4 surfers knows the wave like her. So, yeah, Ado up against Gabriella Bryan. She's been a standout on the Challenger Series event. She's Hawaiian. She's also got the power to burn. So that's a real fascinating mix of experience and youth. And then the next one, that's also good. A show of her silver, Pete. Sort of a bit more lower down the rankings, a bit more wild cards, but they're
so youngsters against some veterans. I mean, Ochoa, I wouldn't call her necessarily a veteran, but she's been at it since 2013 as a junior, and now has an opportunity to make her first final in the Challenger Series, which would be awesome. Luana surfed really well on that one, but Pauline Ado also coming over Silvana Lima in that early first quarterfinal, which is a big win for her and a golden opportunity to get herself back on the championship tour.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's the one part of the competitive scene. We've got an expression session coming up next after this short break. We've got the MEO Tourism Portugal Unwanted Shapes expression session. A load of funky boards, a load of environmentally aware people, and some super amazing surfers getting out there for a 20-minute expression session right after this short commercial break.
And now in motion out the back, Italo, bottom drops out, somehow survives.
Breaking out of these walls, busting out of this prison, either rise or you fall. I'm on a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags, about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. Mask on my face, black in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I pray to God, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I'll never change. This is the toast of the underdogs. Now we doing it our way. And I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my face.
Portugal, and we are in the Unwanted Shapes expression sessions, helped along by MEO and Visit Portugal, two great supporters of surfing in this country, and a fascinating innovation that that we've been involved in now for the second year. We lucky enough to get involved 2 years ago, and that was highlighting plastic pollution. This one's about the COVID waste that has unfortunately ended up in the oceans. We've got some shapers, some out-of-the-box thinkers to come together to create some boards made out of COVID waste. Some use the masts, there's different use of technologies. And we've got some surfers out there to ride them. We've got Rafael Teixeira, classic, really powerful Brazilian. He's on the twin fin, shaped by Ryan Harris. Aleo Meniz, well, we just saw him in the quarterfinals. And this man, Miguel Blanco. So he's on his own twin fin. And he's just cruising for the line. I mean, it looks to be going pretty well, Pete.
Right, good flow. That's one thing that Miguel Blanco has brought to him. I mean, riding his own board, and nothing better than actually going out and manufacturing your own surfboard and going and riding the waves. I mean, that was kind of the standard back in the day. I mean, guys like Simon Anderson, Mark Richards, they all made and produced their own surfboards over time and won world titles on them, you know, and Miguel Blanco keeping with that tradition. And I love it. The Killer Fish 5'6", and Miguel Blanco looking like he has the flow, the COVID flow.
He's got the COVID flow, yeah. He's a real cruisy guy, but he's been sort of really getting behind the environment, his activism. He's been helping the Save the Waves Coalition over there in the Azores. Did a trip recently over there. He's really tried to put his money where his mouth is in terms of trying to you know, do his bit wherever he can. Ryan Harris, obviously, shaper over there in America and from California. Ryan has been really, really pivotal in this whole enviro sort of angle, trying to make surfboards just use much less toxic pollutants, trying to find more environmentally friendly ways to create the boards we ride. Because, look, if we're honest with each other, these boards are not particularly environmentally friendly thing. And Jesse Mendez, though, I mean, we know that style. Is that Jesse? Yeah.
Ooh, ripping.
Just really, really.
How crazy is that there's good surfing being done on a board that is produced with mask and rubber gloves?
Exactly. And, you know, these things come to fruition. Someone comes up with the idea, and then he's on that board by Giovanni Maglunico, and, you know, Giovanni too got involved. You know, these guys just, we put out, didn't we, Pete? We put it out. We tried to get the word out there that this was an event worth getting behind. The Shapers had a sort of introductory kind of way where they put their ideas down and said, look, this is what I want to produce. This is my concept. This is my idea. And then the Shapers, like as we mentioned, the judges, some of the best shapers of the world, said, okay, yeah, go for it. And then with the help of MEO and Tourism Portugal, they sort of backed them, gave them a bit of funding to help both help with the boards and then help get the boards over here. So without it would never have happened. It would have been an expensive business to do, but they've provided the
platform to do it, right? I mean, exactly. It's awesome. Yeah.
And then here we go. We see, you know, Jesse Mendez cruising down the line on a brand new board made from COVID waste from a, you know, incredible out of the box thinking from Spain. So it's all just it's a coming together of minds and money, and it's working. But right now, the real cut and thrust of competition, we've got a woman down there, Luana Silva with Joanna Garnell.
That's right. That was the battle of the Hawaiians. And you got that last spot into the semifinals. You must be feeling pretty happy. You can't take that smile off your face.
Yeah, I'm really, really happy. I knew that heat was going to be super tough. Betty Lou's one of my best friends, and we surf together all the time. So I'm happy to take that one away. Yeah.
What are you going to bring into the semifinals?
I'm just going to focus on the same thing what I've been doing, just trying to get 2 big scores straight away and just focus on my surfing because I feel really good.
What are the conditions looking like?
It's a bit tricky with this low tide, but hopefully for our semi, the tide feels in a little better, so it'll be fun.
Great stuff there. We'll see you there.
Okay, yeah, so there's the happy Luana. Her and Betty Lou, best friends, and I think they're also going to be best of enemies in the water for the next
it's part of it, right?
So.
It's a funny one. You know, you're good friends, you surf together all the time at home, you know, you're pushing each other, and that's something that's really healthy. And obviously it stays in the water, right? I mean, but competitively in your head, like, I really want to, and I think Betty Lou has had probably a little bit of the advantage over Luana, so Luana's feeling really good about that win, especially in an event this big, and especially where she is on the rankings, because now all of a sudden Luana's going to rock it up, and she's going to be right there with Betty Lou, and conceivably the two of them could wake the tour at the same time.
Yeah, exactly, and what a tremendous asset that would be to the women's CT. 2 friends. There's Mafalda Lopez. So Mafalda's out there. She's one of Portuguese's best up-and-coming young surfers. So she's on the Chris Middleton twin fin pintail. What are twin fins coming on here? They've made a renaissance in the surfing. Well, they haven't had the last 5 years. You talk about MR, well, the twin fin, they're everywhere.
Yeah, and I mean, it was a design that basically came to fruition, and, you know, MR was the one who rode him to world titles. I mean, he was the one who won 4 of them. And he used the single fin as well during that period of time, but a lot of those beach break wins were on that MR Twin. You know, he went into Hawaii, he'd ride the single fins at Sunset Beach, and one of the best at Sunset Beach, man. He was so versatile. And again, the design doesn't go anywhere. Matter of fact, you got guys like Josh Kerr who are now solely just designing twin fins because they feel that good.
Yeah, exactly. And this guy, is that not Jesse again? Just trying to get away.
They may be switching boards up, so we got to pay a little focus on that, because I think in this expression session, not a whole lot of rules going down, no winners. It's about obviously showcasing these boards that they can actually work. You know, there's a couple really unique ones. This one here specifically would be very challenging to ride. It is a asymmetrical. I had a look at it. It is unique in the sense of the design on it, but it is really, really cool.
Yeah, it's got some funky. It's asymmetrical both ends, wasn't it?
Yeah, and you know, it's made right here in Portugal. It's 5'7" and 5'10". So one rail's 5'7", the other is 5'10". It's 20 inches wide.
It depends on how you feel.
Yeah, and 2 1/8 inch thick. But I mean, literally, it's literally shifted. It's as asymmetrical. You know, you can along the stringer line, it's shifted. So that's why one side's 5'10" on one side and a 5'7" on the other. Here's Jesse Mendez getting loose on his.
Yeah, so Jesse, probably one of the most high-profile surfers in the event, out the back in this expression session, I mean. Just cruising down the line here. These boards, they take a little while. These guys, obviously all just elite competitors. They don't do a lot of time. You know, Josh Kerr, took him 15 years to ride in thrusters.
So which board is this again, just to help me out there? This is the one that it was like a very long time to shape it. But I was going to say that I will admit I was the one who dinged the nose.
I wondered when you were going to come.
I'm going to admit it. I am sorry. I want to come clean right here. The board was sitting here and I was dancing around behind me. I didn't touch it, but it fell while I was sitting here standing up in the booth, and I apologize. Someone fixed it. I wanted to fix it. I didn't get to it. Busy working. But it is fixed right now. But I admit I am the one who dung it.
Well,
sorry.
Yeah, fair enough. Man, it takes a bigger man to admit his mistakes and his successes.
I could have kept that one silent, but damn, I feel so much better now.
I know. I mean, I was going to bring up the big wave
dinging
awards,
another man's board.
I know.
Right?
It's one of the, it was an honest mistake, but I was shocked by it, to be honest. And
Look at this one, another board going out.
There we go. So the guys are getting involved. That's a bit more of a sort of traditional shape there, but the guy in white, he's keen though. Look at him.
It feels like that's hollow though. It looks chambered because you can see through the board, and that's again just techniques here. An actual, chambered surfboard is very difficult to produce and make. Oh, Miguel.
I mean, look at this man. Such a smooth rider. He's surfed in a lot of head competitive success.
He's surfed in the CT.
Yeah.
Got a wild card.
Looks like Fierro out the back is that. So
how cool is that? These boards are working. They're literally made out of rubber and plastic mass, and they're out there ripping.
Yeah, it's it shows and these shapers, they just put so much time and energy to these boards, but until they get ridden, you never really know. You obviously they spent months and months on the concept and on making it, the research. There's so much has gone into the production of these single boards, but until they're out in the water, you're just not exactly sure what's going to happen. And so far, so good. Here's Mafalda.
Hopefully they stay together, because that was the one thing is the strength part of it. This one is flying down the line.
Oh, Mafalda. Classy. That looks a bit... the rocker on that might even be negative. So that's the beautiful looking one. That was the honeycomb shape. And here goes Jesse Mendez. I know that backhand style. He's got the groove on. To see what Jesse's on, but he's just surfing really, really calmly, connecting his teeth, just loving life out there at the moment.
Well, he's getting a little free serve. Now he's going switch. I truly feel switch is the future. I'm going to say it again. I was talking to Andy King about it. He's saying that his goal is to start seeing that get pushed. And the one thing that'll happen is if you get some of the top athletes going out there, it's, going switch and doing, solid maneuvers on the switch. It would be something that, like, it's already in other board sports.
There's a layout. I want to see you out Mavericks, Pete.
No,
So
I'm way too old to start trying to figure out going switch.
Leading from the front. Do you want this to happen, mate?
I'll tell you a story.
Yeah, tell me.
Jeff Clark is actually surfing their switch.
Well, there you go.
Right? He is a goofy footer who didn't want to go back at it Mavericks.
Understandably,
and
when you're on your own.
And he went switch. And so he surfs the place both ways. So amazing. And that's what I'm saying, that switch is something that was around for years. People were really good at Rusty Keolana. There's guys, this guy Bobby Mack, who was on the NSSA national team. Amazing. Jeff Spencer, RIP, good friend of mine, surfed both directions, equally as good, and ripped. And I feel like that opportunity is there. And I'm making an open call. I'm challenging the world to start, especially at young kids, start doing it, because that's the future in my book.
Yeah,
it's such an open, opportunity.
Well, I remember talking to Darren Hanley, who a great shaper of DHC Designs, and he said he was a goofy, and his dad, pushed him into a wave at Green Mountain, said, "You're going natural. Like, you're living on the Gold Coast." Yeah. So,
and then he ends up
you can
being
train you can train these people.
There's many. Gabriel Medina actually skates skates regular foot, right? He skates regular foot, and that's how he feels most comfortable. Yet surfs goofy foot. So, and I have a bunch of other friends that do that as well. So, it is something that is out there. And again, I feel like it's just an opportunity. I mean, we talk about going above the lip and the rotations. We feel like, that's going to be something we'll start to see double rotations. We may start to see finger flip kind of, we're already seeing that in the wave systems, right? Where surfers are being able to kind of just really work on certain styles of airs. And that's part of progression for sure. Always has been with every board sport. But ultimately, I think switch is something in surfing that we haven't yet tapped into.
Yeah, and that's why these type of expression sessions, they just add a bit of freedom, a bit of...
that's why it's called expression, right?
Yeah. I mean, not just because it rhymes.
That helps.
You can go out there and just feel out and out. So there's Mafalda Lopes going again. So Mafalda now she's starting to get the hang of this board. Her first wave, just trying to get her feet in the right positions.
Let's remember, these boards have never been ridden by these surfers. Matter of fact, this is their first time they've ever entered the ocean. So... fact is, you got to have a little bit of adjustment time, in the expression session. 20 minutes isn't usually long enough.
No, and Mafalda's on a board from Rodrigo Lopez, so a twin fin pintail. There she goes again. So Rodrigo Lopez, he'll be watching Mafalda going, you know what, this is working.
It does work.
Every time she stands up, she just gets a bit more comfortable, and because the adjustment from those high performance thrusters to these things, they take time, even for these the surfers of this caliber, and. I'll tell you what, Jesse Mendez, I think, is that Jess?
No, that's
maybe not.
Yeah, that's the board I dinged.
Oh yeah, that's the ding board. Oh, he probably would have made that if you hadn't dinged it.
Oh, stop it.
Oh, he only spent 6 months of his life creating this concept from start
now
to
you're
finish.
going to try and throw some guilt down on me? Come on, bro.
Just invested most of his life earnings, all this time. I heard he had a bit of a, he got a bit too focused on it. There's a bit of trouble at home, and then you just come in and break the board. No, exactly. It was right behind us. It was a fascinating board. When you look at it really close, there's so much going on. Often you pick up a board, you're more interested in the outline and all that stuff. With these, you just kind of look at the actual manufacturing, the actual materials, which is something you forget about, which what we're all guilty of actually, sir. Just forgetting the materials.
We don't want to change. That's the whole thing, right? We're so stuck in our ways. Here we go. Asymmetrics.
He's got that 5'10", 5'7", so he's trying to get the hang of it. I'm not sure which
rail works the best.
Yeah, well, which
is it, a goofy footed board or a regular footed board?
Exactly, that's what we need to work out. So those asymmetrics, but I mean that's another thing in surfing. Obviously, guys like Ryan Birch.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be done there as well.
I think he's been doing some of the best surfing, on the planet on those boards. Some of those, I think they're from the Vulcan movie, Psychic Migrations. I might have got that wrong, but his surfing in that at G-Land in Peru was absolutely incredible. There's Ezekiel. It's funny enough, Ezekiel he's opted for the standard thrust. Hasn't gone for the asymmetrical mixing up, but he'll be fit and focused. I saw him when I came in, again in the dark. He was in the car, music was going. He knew he wasn't surfing early, but he was still down here on dark.
Even subtle asymmetrics right? If you think about a board specific for, say, Sunset Beach or going right, you could make a bottom turn rail, and I'm not saying just different tails, not extreme asymmetrics, just maybe a little bit of a difference in where the wide point is on one side, right? Like those things, and that's another way you can kind of start to experiment with asymmetrics, is not go so extreme where you're getting this really different side. Whereas if you just do subtle little things, one wide point's a little bit further up on the bottom hand turn, and then all of a sudden your snap turn is going to be where the it has something a little bit different, maybe put a wing or just a little bit of an adjustment. Those are things that kind of pop into my head as regards to, how you can make asymmetrics be, I'm working on a little fin design with Futures that has very subtle little changes to it, and it feels amazing, because just little things still make a pretty big difference as far as water flow around the boards, rails, where you're getting drive from.
Yeah, there's so much that can go into it, from the tiniest little kinks to big things like the manufacturing process. See,
there's the asymmetrics.
There's the You're starting to get the hang of it.
Right.
There you go.
Some glide going here. Good wave choice.
There he goes. So now we go.
Let's see it. Let's see it. Big section.
And almost hung on. So yeah, it took him a while to get the feel of the asymmetrical. I mean, they are really funky design. See big sets coming through. But yeah, it's fascinating that and often you got to try. The other thing, the problem with this, you got to try them, don't you? You got to try these things. Sometimes they don't work. You have to go back to the drawing board.
Oh, yeah.
And so that's why, if it's your business, that's a risky thing to do.
Well, it doesn't. It's not cheap. You got the labor costs, but also the material costs.
Ding fixing costs. They add up.
Thank you once again, Ben, for the reminder. But yeah, and it's experimenting with design. It's just part of the process, right? Wow, look at this. I mean, it feels like Miguel has been kind of been the performance leader in this heat.
And we had chat to Miguel when he was coming to the booth. We talked about this board, and he's had a lot of help. So he showed that he worked with. I've just forgotten his name. I will double check on that. But so for him, it's been a real learning process for him personally. He's had to research what may work. He's had to go and speak to the shapers, and he shaped a few boards. He's sort of just getting into that side of things. So for him, it's been a real eye opener, and he's learned so much by the process.
Yeah, you have to think with just the first thing that comes to my mind, and I did think about this for myself too, including because I do manufacture surfboards on my own, or I have in the past. I don't do it now as much, but your rubber gloves would react to polyester resins. It actually melts it, right? So you have to be really worried about that. So a lot of epoxies will be used in this process because it's not going to necessarily, that reaction to plastics and melting plastics isn't going to necessarily happen. And again, if you're trying to kind of focus on the fact that there's environmental issues with manufacturing of surfboards, this process and this project is kind of pushing forward that element of finding sustainable type materials that can be used for surfboards and have them being used, and this is the process that we have to figure out, and allowing them to be used in performance surfboards that we see that are used every day.
Yeah, and there's a quarterfinalist in this event, Alejo Muniz. I mean, that board is working. 2 massive turns from Alejo. So he surfed really well to get to the last 8, and still ripping out there. It's really good to see these top pros giving this thing a go and getting involved. We need their expert sort of technical ability to help find out about these boards. So Alejo, yeah, just absolutely ripping.
We do have the name of the surfer that is on the Matt Andrews Asymmetrics. Antonio Neto is the surfer there on that board. So that's kind of cool to see Antonio starting to figure out that board.
And that one we saw Alejo there, that's called the Corona Coaster. And that's, that's
a good name, right?
And I mean, pretty much, I find half the battle with these surfboards, get the name right, the rest, mate.
The model, right?
You have those people that sit in there, like, just coming up with surfboard model names. It's got to be a big part of the job.
It's actually very challenging, to be honest. I think that if you talk to most of the shapers, they're like, figuring out the name's a tough one. Sometimes they just fall in your lap.
Yeah, but clearly some
the neckbeard, for sure, right?
Some of the names out there are just I surely come from a random word generator, but but not the Corona coaster. That's Charlie Cadin.
That one's good. Yeah, that one's.
Alejo has been just cruising and Corona coastering along. So, I mean, that's the other thing. It's obviously pandemic. And we've talked about it a lot. It's been hard to ignore.
Yeah, you can't ignore it, right?
2021, but it's thrown up. I mean, and we're going to feel the repercussions of it society-wise for a long time. Obviously, we're not through it. Let's be honest.
And this is one of the things that was just a staggering number to me, right? The 129 billion face masks and 65 billion plastic gloves every month being used globally.
Yeah.
Like, that stat right there just makes me want to vomit.
Yeah, well, it's a huge, huge number, and I mean, you got to look at it both ways. Those masks and those guys will save lives, but but it's coming at these costs. The sheer volume of that is mind blowing, and we've got to address it. And it's just started. We're at ground zero with it. So if we start now, if we get involved, we come up with solutions. I mean, this isn't going to solve the whole problem, but it's at least, we're educating people and we're trying to find different ways to interest people to think of solutions, how we can come up. Because it's up to us. We're the generation that's dealing with it right now, and we've got to protect this world. I'm telling you, a bit too heavy about things, but, it does make you think.
It's a reality. I mean, this is the escape right here, watching surfing, watching sport, but in the same token, like, you can't ignore it.
Yeah, and little things like this just make you think about it, make you have those conversations,
and it's fun.
And Jesse Mendez, well, he's just absolutely cruising. Around 5 minutes to go, and this is flown by, Pete. But there's so many ways getting rid of these guys, getting the hang of it. There we go. There's Alejo. I'll tell you what, now he's starting to add a bit of flair.
Wow, doing air.
Here he goes. The Corona coaster. He's not coasting, is he?
Oh, that was a tomahawk. That was beautiful stuff there. He should have had that in his heat.
I know, that would have been a good score in any man's language. So, yeah, great surfing from Alejo. Still feeling it, brushing off that loss with just a cool bit of entertainment, really.
We get a replay of this one. Rail grab Cuddy. Nice drive through. Seeing an air section here, but nope, it's a big Alejo roundhouse kick.
That was amazing. Alejo.
Well, the boards work.
The boards work. The concept works and the boards work, and we've discovered that. We didn't know until you never know until you go. Or don't. If that leg rope breaks, that'd be a bit of heartbreak. Especially given the damage some of them have already.
Oh, stop it!
I'm just joking. I will.
I know. I set myself up for it.
We said at the start of the contest there's going to be a buzzer if you repeat yourself over and over. So yeah, you buzz me, Pete.
Okay,
I'm buzzed. I see Blanco. He's buzzing with energy, buzzing with flow. He's such a cool cat. I would love to see where he's surfed the last 2 days, because he's probably been riding 10 to 15 foot slabs somewhere and getting barreled off his nut.
Yeah.
Now he comes in here and just cruises through on his own.
And he gets to watch the final. He's going to be all refreshed.
Jesse Mendez, he's got his groove on. I mean, he could probably ride a cupboard door and make it look good, but so he's looking cruise. Look, everyone's interested in the beach. Some of the shapers. There's all the shapers, actually. A lot of shapers.
That's cool.
That's cool. They're all watching their boards all together, all exchanging ideas. You can see.
And that's the community, right? I mean, it's just that warms my heart. It does.
It really
it's so
does.
cool, because recognition for, and watching their boards being ridden by some of the best professionals here. It's really cool. And thanks to MEO. Thank you to Tourism Portugal for making this happen. I am personally very happy to be a part of it. I'm sure you are as well.
Yeah.
And to watch it come to this point, which is what we were working towards. This started a year and a half ago. We wanted to try and get this together, and the boards, thank you to the shapers. Thank you to the jury. Again, Timmy Patterson, John Peisel, James Cheel, Christian Bradley, Marcio Zuvi, right on.
Yeah, brilliant effort from them. They just donated their time. I was lucky enough to have to chat to them about it, and they always picked up the phone. They always get involved. I always gave their expertise, and then to see that group, they're the guys that have come to put the concept together and just chatting away. It's an exchange of ideas, isn't it?
Yeah.
Imagine the chat there. Oh God, imagine the chat between those 6 shapers down there from all parts of the globe, just getting into the nitty gritty of surfboard. Once you get Six shaves
There's
together.
probably a little competitive thing there too. Like, wow, you see that board do that turn? Yo, whoa, did you see Alejo's turn? Oh, man.
Exactly. So we're just wrapping up, though. It's been successful and much needed kind of, innovation. As you said, MEO getting behind it, and Tourism Portugal made it happen. And, yeah, fantastic. We can go back, have a look at some of the boards maybe afterwards. Right now, we're going to go straight into back in the high-action competitive sort of thing. We're in the semi-finals, Pete. There's only, 6 surfing heats remaining. Four semis, 2 finals. We're in the nitty-gritty of it. It's all happening.
Got 8 surfers left.
We've
That's
spent
it.
a lot of time to get here, and it's all been building each day. Each heat's been, the level's been going up. And I'll tell you what, we're in for a last couple of hours of incredible surfing. So I would stick with us. In the last wave, the expression set, the unwanted shapes expression session.
To Alejo.
Has got to go to Alejo. He's got a big wave here. He just cruises around and just gives these little fellow expression session a little shoulder hug. You might even get a line-up here. And we see, I wonder if Zeke Lau's watching this going, that's not a bad place to sit. So Zeke up against Nat Young and Santa Cruz powerhouse, 2 of the best surfers of the event so far. And Alejo, hats off, you've won the expression session. Pete, you happy with that? Happy with that result?
I'm happy. I'm happy with the whole entire thing.
Okay, so Pete's happy, and if Pete's happy, then I'm happy. And we've got the sort of big semis coming up. We're going to go to a short break, and then we're going to come back with Ezekiel Lau versus Nat Young in the first semi-final of the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. The surf is pumping, the sun is shining. Please, please, I'll see you very, very shortly. Bye for now. Welcome back to Ribeira de Ilhas, Ericeira, Portugal. My name is Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Francisco Alves, and the first semi-final of the event, Ezekiel Lau versus Nat Young. 2 powerhouses, 2 incredible surfers, and 2 guys that have probably been doing some of the best surfing in the event. Would you agree with that, Chico?
they are in the semis, so they are the offshore, the most informed surfers over the last week. And yeah, I think it's all going to come down to the wave selection.
Yeah, this wave is pretty important about exactly where you go. The low tide there, see the wave starting to peak out the back, sort of break on that outer bomby as that tide gets a bit low. So just sitting in the right spot on this reef will be crucial. But these guys have been doing that all week. I mean, they've been here at least 8 days, surfed it through every type of conditions imaginable. These guys have been, as always, some of the first out there in the mornings, doing the dawny sessions. Been surfing during the day as well. Yesterday, Nat Young went out for a free surf when we were on hold, just to feel out some boards. So they're sort of got their lineups marked, you'd think, and both really battling away to get to this CT. We're in the Challenger Series. The semi-final is an amazing result no matter what happens. But if you can push on and get to that final, well, you've almost got 1 foot on the CT for 2020. First wave from Zeke. What's he got, Chico?
Yeah, it was eyeing up this section. Quick jam there, getting around it. This came in as a 2, maybe a failure. Yeah. He put everything on the line on that last turn, and he ended up falling. But yeah, can't wait to see them standing up and putting everything down the line.
Yeah, Ezekiel Lau just went for that. There was only 1 section, so he had to go big, and he did, but couldn't quite stick it. So after sort of a brief flurry of waves, the guys just sit back down now with 27 minutes remaining, so plenty of time. Reset, effectively start the heat again, and just see where they go. It's obviously it's 3 a.m. in Santa Cruz, where Nat Young's from, so there might be some people, I'll tell you what, there'll be some committed people up there watching that. Nat just had a young child recently, so maybe his wife has got the babies up at 3 a.m. and she might be able to be watching this. Hopefully she'll be getting involved, but around midnight in Hawaii, so yeah, maybe Zeke's family might be a bit closer to not going to bed just yet. So big support from these guys. Kind of that mix, they're experienced. Zeke Lau's been on the tour now for what, 5-6 years. He's been around the money, so he's got plenty of experience. And Nat, obviously, a real veteran. So I don't think either will have the jump on themselves. You know what I mean? I don't think anyone's going to be competitively better than the other. I think they've got enough experience. It's just going to come down, probably, as you say, to the wave selection, and whether Nat Young's sort of carving rail turns can outdo Zeke's kind of flashy kind of, he's got the power turns, but also he's got that sort of aerial manoeuvres, and he's got some fin release. So the contrast between the two should make for a fascinating build-up. Bit of wind coming in here, Chico. It's still from the north, but just a bit more windy today.
Yeah, I think so. A little bit more wind today, but the face of the wave looks clean though. I think we are talking. While we are talking, we kind of see the wind picking up. We can see further on the lineup that there's a wind coming towards the lineup, and we'll see what happens. But I think with the swell here, it's not going to affect too much. The face of the wave is going to look good still, and Rio Barradillas is always a little bit protected, especially on the inside. Sometimes we see the wave on the outside with a bit of wind, and then when it gets to the inside, it gets cleaner. So that's a funny fact about Rio Barra.
Yeah, it does. It handles it well, especially from this north direction. It just grooms it by the inside. Even where Nat Young is sitting there, you can see it's just pretty smooth and green. Not offshore, but cross-shore and nice. The colours from that drone always make me smile. You see that little Portuguese green. Some of the ways, some of the best days of my life have been when you see some of those 6 to 8 foot green Portuguese walls coming towards you. A mix of fear and excitement. It's a real unique kind of surfing colour scheme. You know where you are exactly in the world. But these two guys, 5 minutes on the clock, and none of them yet to yet to post the score. Would that be worrying them, do you think, Chico?
Yeah, this has been a slow heat so far, and I think we've seen heats here in Ribeira, and the paddle out after a wave is kind of long. So, yeah, I think they might be with some bit of anxiety to put something on the board. Because yeah, you run out of time, and if you lost your rhythm here, is really going to affect you.
Yeah, exactly. And out the back, Nat's got priority, so Zeke's just trying to get a bit of distance between him. Everyone, all the long-time Portuguese surf fans have seen these two guys here and perform well over the years, so they've got their fans. Portuguese, there's loads of Portuguese people down on the beach. It's been really well sort of looked after in terms of spectators, but Nat Young just about to go here. First turn's a big crack off the lip. Comes around again, a little bit sluggish. We've seen this. He's going to have to go big on this final turn, you think. Kicks the fins out. A little bit hard from that angle to see just how risky it was, but you can tell he finished well. Trademark Nat Young. Doesn't make a whole lot of errors when he's feeling in the groove like he has been this week. I think he's lodged 4 9-point rides in his last 2 heats, so that's the kind of form we want.
Yeah, I think this was really smart from that quick snap there. He gets another wraparound cut back there, and he finishes it off this wave really well. I think this was really smart from him, because this wave wasn't that long, and will help him to put something on the board, and he's going to be back out there really quick. So yeah, a quick score on the board and a good finish turn here with the fins up, and yeah, nice start for Nat Young.
Yeah, so he's got the first score on the board, but right behind him is Ezekiel. What's he got?
Quick snap there, kind of loses the fins. Another big carve in there. He gets down the line, he makes it around it, and this wave was amazing. Huge carve again. Really well surfed by Zeke. This is going to be a huge score. He's coming all the way through the inside and a big layback again. Oh, what a good rhythm on this wave, and he rode the wave so well.
Wow. Yeah, technical. His feet in a bit of a funny position, but he just slid the tail. Even the first turn had risk, and then he starts warming up. Just so much little Zeke Lau flourishes. Just a hand behind the water, and then there's swooping cutback right in the pocket. Nothing worse for a competitor than seeing Zeke Lau absolutely stomping down the line at you, just doing that. There wasn't a single turn out of place that had power, it had flair. So beautiful stuff from the Hawaiian, and that's going to be a big number, you'd think, to get him out of the blocks. We just said that it was a bit of a slow start. Well, bang, it's ignited. These two guys really are going to have to push it all the way up into that excellent scores, you think, to get through this. And it looks like we're in for a proper classic goofy natural battle. And, the naturals have kind of had the good goings in this. I think it was only 2 of the 8 quarterfinalists were goofy, so they've been in the minority, and this is their last man standing in terms of the right foot forwards. So we just heard that, a 9.17 for Zeke Lau. Huge number, type of numbers that Nat's been posting himself. And yeah, Nat Young 6 is not going to be enough, I think, now as a backup score. He's going to have to go a lot higher than that. Plenty of time. This is going to go, I think, swing both ways over the course of the next 20 minutes. Fascinating to see these two guys. So much experience, so much desire. Really different characters. Zeke's not afraid to show how he feels at the end of a wave, is he? Chico, he's passionate. He's pretty sort of ferocious, and he's telling you, what he thinks about where his career's going. Nat Young's a bit more quiet. He prefers to let the surfing do the talking, and just a different character. Obviously, not a case of being worse or better than each other, just different ways of approaching their lives. But the way they approach a wave is just absolutely entertaining. And Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what Nat Young can come back with here.
Yeah, they both have been ripping the whole competition, but yeah, I think what they have in common is excellent scores all week.
Yeah, they've had that.
So yeah, that's why they're in the same.
They've shared that bond.
Yeah, they share that. So yeah, that's one thing in common and a good thing to have in common this week. So yeah, Ezekiel starting off this heat really well. I think Nat there, he kind of knew it was kind of a slow heat, and he put himself on that first wave of the 6, and in his head he thought like, well, this is being slow. I've been sitting here for 10 minutes and I have to put something on the board, otherwise I can get caught with priority and not have nothing. And on this occasion kind of played against him a little bit, because then the set came in and Zeke was in the perfect position for that 9-1-7. We saw actually when the score came out, Nat Young kind of saying no when he listened to the score, and I think he kicked himself a little bit. But yeah, no one is better than Nat Young to come back from this. I think once he stands up on a proper wave, he will unload some big backside turns.
Yeah, and here he goes, right on the money, Chico, and he's up and riding, trying to come back. He's come from behind a few heats, so there's that vertical turn. That's his trademark. It's a little bit hung up, but he still manages to route down the line. That was some tricky sections. He dealt with them really well, but it just didn't give that open face. So interesting, 3-turn combo. None of the flow that Zeke Lauer had on his, but he had a real vertical kind of attack, and there's a point of difference. So interesting where the judges go with this. I'll get you to break it down for me, Alves, because it was a tricky wave to surf, and he did well.
Well, I think there's two types of waves. I always call it here in Ribera the goofy wave and the regular wave. This was kind of like a wave he surfed really well, but as I say this, it was running from him, as we saw here. And sometimes these ones are good for regular footers, and the ones that wait for you are better for goofy footers, because you can wait on the bottom turn and kind of wind up better. And yeah, I just think he needs to catch those ones that wait a little bit more for his backside whips, and don't run all the way through the inside.
Yeah, and he went vertical out the back there. See, Zeke's got one of these runners this way. He's in such a good position. So here he goes again, trying to back up a 9-1-7 again. Nat Young's going to be watching this, but luckily for Nat, the wave doesn't give anything more on offer for Zeke, so he kicks out. Potentially in a good spot. Looks at it. Nat Young might be looking at it, so trying to get that position on the lineup is tricky, even for guys of this caliber. And Zeke, you know, that looked like it was going to be a good wave. It had that. It was running down on the inside. It had a long wall, and so when he took off, he's like, "I'm on here," and then within what 10 seconds, it was all over. So they can be tricky. And Nat Young just getting another 6. I mean, it's enough to give him the lead, but he'll know that 2 6s is not going to be enough to beat Zeke Lauer normally, let alone when he's got a 9-1-7 in his pocket. So he'll go back out, trying to reassess, see what he can do. Zeke Lauer will be pretty happy with the position right now. 15 minutes on the clock, a big number in his pocket, and plenty of opportunities to come.
One interesting fact is we had Cooper Chapman on the booth, and he said sometimes when a surfer dodges a bullet, he ends up doing a great result, and I think Zeke is one of those cases. He had that big air at the end of that heat on the rocks, and he clutched it, and now he's in the semis.
Exactly, and that was that could be a turning moment, not just in this event, but in his whole career. Those little things can make so much difference. Right now, though, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action as Zeke Lauer and Nat Young battle out to get to the final of the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. welcome back to the beach here. Ribera de Ilash starting to fall into place. We're in the first semi-final. We've got the 2 semis in both men's and women's, and then the 2 finals. We've got some sunshine. We've got the people from the surrounding areas of Ericeira, Lisbon, all the way up to Nazaré, all coming down here to sample the great waves and the epic battles. At the moment, as it stands, this man, Nat Young, is trying to improve on 2 sixes. Here he goes, comes around the corner. It's a smaller wave, but his last 2 waves were bigger that didn't offer any wall, so he's changed it up. There's the spray that we know, and there's another one, so there's 2 big, and can he finish it off? And he does. So that is more like what Nat Young's been doing. So I like that fact, Chico, that those last 2 waves just hadn't cooperated, and he sort of changed up a bit, found a different style of wave, and it let him do his thing.
Yeah, this was really impressive from Nat. Amazing surfing, as we see. This was the double ups I'm talking about. This one's hugged the reef really well and waits for him. Big snap there, winds up off the bottom, and this is a massive turn here. Big spray out the back, and he goes for another one, huge one, and he fits one more in there, and he did really well to make it. So what a nice wave from Nat Young, and getting that under priority is even more special for him.
Yeah, 3-turn combo, and that last one, you're right, that was really fast, whacked it down. So, and it's a huge number just to spray, so an 8.5. So what Nat Young's been doing all week, every time you box him out, every time you get him on the ropes, he comes out swinging. And he's done it again with an 8.5. He's got close to Ezekiel, and he's also got the better backup. Ezekiel only needs a 5.76, so a really small number in terms of what he requires. But it's it just means that this heat it's gotten close. It's really lit a fire. There's Sebastian Zeitz. They've been following on, and Ian spraying there as well. I'm sorry, Cam Richards. They've been following their boys. Got to have sort of foot in both camps, to be honest, but plenty to watch and plenty to unpack. As their man Zeke sits out the back.
What a good job from Nat to get that under priority. I think getting an 8.5 without priority, it's amazing. And yeah, that wave hugged the reef really well and was just the wave Nat was looking for. Was the kind of wave a Goofy wants to have here, with a lot of steepness, but at the same time waiting for you. So he unloaded some really beautiful turns there, and yeah, well-deserved 8.5.
Yeah, great surfing there from that man. Back in the game, got himself a heat lead. Still plenty to go. It's really tight. Basically, you know, a spread almost, what, it's that point, trying to do the maths, 0.6 of a point on their first wave, and then it's going to come down to that backup. Nat Young will know that he needs to improve on a 6.43. As we see Jackson Baker, one of the sort of really great underdog stories of this event. He's been absolutely on a tear, and then he's up against M.I. DeVault, who that green and blue and black sort of camouflage board has been absolutely amazing all week, so he's been one of the form surfers. Jackson Baker will need to step it up. He said in his semi-final he's still got some left in the tank. He hasn't shown what he's capable of yet, so that's good to know. Good to have that confidence. And now Zeke Lau, 10 minutes on the clock. You know, what do you do here? What do you do, Francisco? Do you play it, keep playing it patient? Do you just wait for those bigger ones? Or do you just sort of, you know, try and stay busy? He doesn't need a big score. So, you know, do you play to the wave? Do you play to the score? I mean, I don't know. That's what I'm asking you. What, you know, what are the options?
Well, I think this is going to be the battle of the backups. So there's 9 minutes to go. We'll see for sure one more good set coming. And yeah, I think it's all going to come down to those last decisions on who's picking the right one. And funny fact is, I saw Imai look really relaxed before his semi.
Oh, he's so relaxed. I've never seen him more relaxed, man. Wait up the back. So Nate Young, this is also not on priority. So Zeke Lau, tell you what, he's giving away some waves to Young. Dangerous strategy, but in that case, it really did pay off. So here he goes. He's pulled the trigger. And you like this second wave. He's got some speed. This first hand could be crucial. And there he goes. Oh, and under the lip. Unfortunately for Zeke, it's just a one-turn combo. Well, it's not a combination, it's just one turn, but it was vicious. He set it up for a long time, but I think he's handed back the sort of priority to Nat. Didn't get the score, I don't think, and he needs a 5.76, so actually for one turn, be interesting where the judges go with it. So it could actually be around the money. Unfortunately, he just didn't have any more, but look at this turn though, incredible.
Yeah, huge gouge under the lip. And he did really well to make that. And yeah, he was stoked on that turn. As we see Nat here on the replay of his last wave, quick snap there. He caught, again, this under priority, a quick floater there. He's back on his favorite board. We can see by the painting. And yeah, he has been surfing really good on this one.
Yeah, he stepped it up just yesterday, up to like a 6-footer. I think he's back on that 5.11, I think. So, I mean, it's tiny inches. But tiny increments, but it's been working out for him. And we've got, I think, some of Nat Young's posse down there on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
That's right. I got Cam right here next to me. I mean, this has been a back and forth heat right here. A lot of action happening in the water. What's your take on it?
Yeah, very action-packed. Zeke's wave was really good. We were pretty worried, and then Nat just got an 8. So it's a heat on our hands, and we're just stoked for our boy Nat. He's doing great.
If you could tell Nat something, what would you say?
He needs to tell me something. He's doing a lot better than me. But no, he knows exactly what he's doing. He's very cool, calm, and composed, and we've kind of just let him do his thing, and we're just here for support.
Well, it's working. Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Joanna. Love that stuff. Love seeing a bit of the insight from the beach and the support posse in there. It's a good point from Cam there. Why would I tell him anything to do? You know, he's doing everything right at the moment.
Yeah, he needs to take some. You need to take some advice from Matt Young surfing capabilities, that's for sure.
We all do.
Yeah, we all do.
Yeah, so Cam Richards down there, Seabass as well, back in there, boy. And I'll tell you what, speaking about relax, you saw Imai was super chilled, isn't he? He's been chilled. Even in his posted interviews, he said, yeah, I'm thrilled. Doesn't sort of show it. He's just a really calm, relaxed kind of a guy. Yeah, and Cam was a bit the same. He's just sort of chilled and just going with the flow, you know. Great to see. Imai, obviously, he's got a drive and he's got emotions, and it means a lot to him. Just doesn't show it, which is what you got to do. But this wave, this was Zeke. He started so strong, didn't he, Chico?
Yeah, this wave was amazing. Big carves down the line. He kept his speed really well, and he attacked every section he saw. I love this one. Big extended carve. Zeke trademark, and again, a huge carve. So this wave offered him a lot of scoring potential, and he took advantage of it without any mistakes.
Such a good style. You just watch that wave over and over. It never loses its spark. But then Nat, under the pump, see 9.17. He started fighting back. This is his first wave, only a 6 this one. Didn't have quite the potential to finish off, and he did well. So he's trying to get back in the game. At this stage, Zeke still hadn't been able to back up his score, but here he goes. This is the wave that got Nat Young right back into the lead.
Yeah, this was a huge snap off the top. You see the amount of water he threw. And then another one, he fit one more in there. So 3-turn combination, big maneuvers, and that's why he has an 8.5. And I think they kind of like changed their strategy. So Zeke started with a 9, it doesn't have a backup, and Nat Young started with kind of a backup and put the 8 after. So that is, it's all coming down to that backup score right now.
Yeah, and here comes some big sets. So Nat Young out in front, but Zeke only needing a 5.76. That last wave came through. That single turn for Zeke was a 4.57, so it was a backup, but he knows that he's going to need a better score than that. He's chasing a 5.76, but he'll want a score up in the 8s because he knows Nat Young's still got more to come. And Nat Young is one of these reef huggers. Looks like his kid here, Zeke Lau, one like this. So here goes Nat. So they're just warming up, getting in the groove. And there's another one. Just the spray we talk about is endless. He just got, the first time he got a little bit caught there. He's going to have to reset. So Cat's back going. Not a lot of variety in this one, but a lot of turns. That's that little fade we like to see. She goes through the inside section. And he's going to try and improve. They only need to improve on a 6.43. So this wave, and he finishes it off. That's not as well surfed as we've seen Nat Young. He didn't really get in that groove that he's capable of, but he still surfed it really well. Zeke won't know what he needs, but he'll know he needs something big. Comes around the bottom here, just waits his turn, hits it nice. Just trying to stay relaxed, fanging down the line, a big top turn. If he can get a section down here, this wave is going to be a counter, you'd imagine. So now he goes inside. He's done some magic down here, as you mentioned before, Chico. Can he get another turn, maybe in air, or just a big, big finish? Here it comes. Hits it, plays it relatively safe. We talk about the difference in how you you surf wave and how you end your wave. Well, that was Zeke, and this could be a paddle battle here. Two surfers look pretty close. I think Zeke might be further to the south, but Nat Young a little further out, but Zeke's just powering out. Looks like he's going to get that priority potentially. So it looks like he got that that finish. He's got priority, but right now on the beach, Joanna Garner with Billy Kemper.
That's right. I've been crew scouting. I found Billy Kemper, a big fan of Ezekiel Lau. Is that right?
Yeah, Zeke's like my little big brother, and you know he texted me a bit ago to bring a flag down here, and I had one with me. So I know if he means business, it's for the right reason. So happy to be down here cheering him on, and yeah, it's pretty cool to see the level of surfing going back and forth between him and Nat.
It's an intense heat, isn't it?
Yeah, very intense, but I think Zeke does his surfing best under pressure. So back against the wall, let's see what he can do.
Let's see. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Joanna. Thanks, Billy. Yeah, he's down there. He got called into action when the bat phone rings. When the Ezekiel bat phone rings, you put everything down, and he's come down to support his guy. What a man to have in your corner, Billy Kemper. Just got nominated for one of the performers of the year in the Red Bull Big Wave Awards. He's been over here in Portugal, surfed in this event, but the scores are going to coming in, so this is going to be really important. So Nat Young, what's he got here, Chico?
Yeah, as you said, well, not a lot of variety on this wave. He caught a little bit of rail there, and this wave was kind of slow, never really gave him that section to put the board vertical, but nonetheless, really long wave with a lot of turns, and yeah, he committed to it. Like he knew he had to use priority and put something on the board, and yeah, on the last turn he almost fell, but he did well to stick with it.
Yeah, so that was a 7.17, and so now this is Zeke's wave came in at 8.23. Why was it better?
Well, bigger sections, and this turn was huge out the back, and the judges have been loving this aggression, this type of sections, and he was able to finish it off on the inside. So two big turns out the back, and here he gets kind of like a quick snap just to get his rhythm back, and here a big gouging layback to finish it off. So three big turns, a lot of emotions. He's stoked,
and he's got the score, an 8.23, which puts him into the lead, so you can see why he was so pumped. He's done it time and time again. He's been under the pump and got the scores. He hasn't quite heard it himself yet. You can see there we go. Right, okay, I'm on 20 seconds to go. I think that's a wrap. I don't think these surfers are going to be able to get out the back in time. And Zeke Lau, just as Nat Young has done time and time again actually through this heat, he's the one now that's on the receiving end of an incredible bit of buzzer beater surfing. And Nat Young won't get time, so he surfed incredible waves. I just think maybe that last wave was one of the few times we've seen him just not quite connect and get out of rhythm. These two good friends, they've known each other a long time, real respect for their crews, and Zeke Lau is into the final of the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira, a huge result for the Hawaiian, and yeah, he is going to be so stoked. Can't wait to see what he says to Joanna about that. He's pumped, he's on fire, he's been surfing incredibly well. That 9.17 at the start of the heat was probably what won it, and rightfully so. It was an incredible display of technical surfing and then clutch surfing at the end. Right now we're going to go for a break, come back to the next semi-final. Jackson Baker versus Imai Devol. So Two of the best surfers we've seen all week, battling out in epic conditions here at Ericeira. We'll be right back after this short commercial break.
Welcome back to live coverage of finals day on the Challenger Series. That man there, Ezekiel of Hawaii, thrown in another statement performance. And he's through to the final. Gets the nod over Nat Young with some blistering hacks. Big power out on display out in the water. And we're going to bring it in for semi-final number 2. We'll see Jackson Baker take on Imai DeVault. Obviously two of the outstanding surfers. That's why they're in this semi. The waves are looking great. Paul Evans back in the studio alongside Pete Mel. And mate, that little expression session we had just allowed our tide to fill in. We just saw some of those sets, particularly that 9 that went down for Ezekiel. Looked like we're coming into a sweet spot on the reef just in time for the most important few heats of the week.
I'm backing you, Mr. Evans. I'm backing you. This tide is right that mid-tide, low enough to still grab the bottom, but also high enough to make for that energy to focus in on the inside of the reef here, and this should be a great semifinal. Jackson Baker, who has put it together early morning, he's going to have an extra couple heats as well as Imai will if they're making it into the final. Jacko Robinson on G-Rabbit from Channel Islands, 5'11", 18 7/8, 2 7/16 at a lofty 28.5 liters. Matter of fact, it's the exact same size surfboard, literally to the T, that Nat Young rode in the other heat. His was a rookie. Just for info.
Just dialing in that equipment, so important, particularly at this level. There's our tidal situation. So we're about 10 to 12 local time. We've come off low about just over 45 minutes ago. And we'll be swinging in. That tide will start to flood with some pace. That mid-tide, the optimum part of the refit. We get a pretty good shot of that reef, all uncovered. And we get a nice view of nice live action. And then Pete Mel yelps in pain. Jackson Baker goes down hard.
That was a high side, and he landed on that thing pretty hard. I mean, ultimately, it looks like it's okay.
Yeah, it looks right. Gives a little inspection of the equipment. He seems all right.
Would be a great start to your heat. Now you just all of a sudden mind eraser, press the button, gone, start over.
Jackson Baker and Imai DeVault looking to take on Ezekiel in the final here, Pete.
Does it feel like the current's pulling them towards the point? I mean, I see a lot of paddling towards the channel. Maybe they went too deep early and they're coming back, but generally it usually sweeps from the north the other way, right?
Yeah, the sweep normally is with it, but we've had a little shift in direction, haven't we? The swell coming a little bit more west.
Yeah, okay, I like that.
Maybe just getting the current.
Little reverse current. We see that at Snapper Rock sometimes. It does feel like there's some flow kind of pushing that way. So we'll see if that's going to change anything. Matter of fact, I feel like it actually helps the wave, you know, when the current kind of pulls onto the reef.
Still some great scoring opportunities out there, testified by that scoreline in the last heat. That first semi was an absolute smoker. What semi number 2 got in store for us? Here goes the Australian Baker on a kind of a crumbly opening section. And he'll clock one, kind of a leisurely pace up through the lip. Nothing pushing too hard so far for Jackson as he looks to swing down. Nice little crisp jam off the rail. Now it'll get a little steep for him.
There we go.
And he'll take a good bite of that and hit it again. Great finish. He'll be feeling that now.
That was a beautiful 2-turn combo for Jackson Baker. We hadn't really seen him do that yet. I mean, there was one moment in the heat earlier today that he got the big carve to top turn. That's one of his go-to bread and butter combos, right? The big snapping carve where he chucks tons of water and then instantly into the inside rail and back in up the lip. Almost like he actually creates some lip by the carve, you know, like we'll watch this again. But like the fact that he rips into it, raw, then it kind of has some crumble and he jumps right up on it. Not that situation, but good finish. I mean, that was magnificent. And we've seen those types of moves get scored pretty well in the last week.
Yeah, absolutely. Combination of major maneuvers. Super important in our judging criteria, and a man who knows the criteria pretty well and is surfing absolutely to it. He's in the final. His name's Ezekiel, and he's standing by for an interview.
Yeah, Paul, Pete, I gave you our first finalist. How are you feeling?
I feel really good. You know, that was a big heat. Nat was pretty much the guy to beat in this event. He had the highest scores the whole time, and you know, I was really nervous coming in that heat. I knew if I could get past him, I'd have a good shot at winning this thing, and you know, I'm just so stoked. I put a lot of emphasis on the beginning of the heat, making sure I hit him hard first and kind of put him on the ropes, and I think that kind of paid off. And you know, I still needed the wave in the end, but it made the requirement a little less.
And now you got 2 more heavy hitters in the water. You looking forward to that?
Yeah, for sure. You know, of course, I'm hoping Imai makes it, so we have an all-Hawaii final, and you know, that'll be fun to share that moment with him. But you know, whoever it is, I'll be ready, and I'm just stoked to be in the final. I'm ready to empty the tank.
You sure will. Good luck.
Great stuff from Ezekiel. Once again, all smiles, and just keeping that energy going. It's looked like that all week. Very much dialed in, but always thinking about that big moment, and that's what's going to take. Really bring it all here in this final. Massive stakes up for grabs on the Challenger Series. Ezekiel, we talked about, he's got himself a few wild cards by virtue of winning the Ultimate Surfer, but what he wants is his own spot on tour, right? He wants that back.
And earned it. You know, I mean, he earned it on Ultimate Surfer, don't get me wrong, but it is a little bit of a different way to do it. You know, it's basically a TV show where, you know, he had to go through barrel riding, and, you know, it was over there at the Slater Surf Ranch, or the WSL Surf Ranch, whatever you want to call it. But either way, it is a perfect wave. But there's other things that, you know, were added to the Ultimate Surfer. If you haven't checked it out, there's a way to check it out on Hulu, I think is a place you can see it. But ABC, one of our network broadcast partners in America, producing that show right after The Bachelor.
Good.
Or The Bachelor in Paradise, sorry.
Good numbers in for Jackson Baker. 7 points for that combo down on the inside. And opening up strong, that man Imai. We've talked about his story every single day in the Australia Galicia post show. We've been watching, kind of drooling over big scores for Imai DeVault, getting EDP ride of the day on multiple occasions this week. He's going to need to draw upon that form, carry it over. He's going to get a chance to set up and go against fellow Hawaiian Ezekiel in the final. And while we have a little lull in the action, wait for this one to fire up, let's go and hear from Nat Young.
Thanks, Paul. That's right. You've been putting on an amazing performance throughout the whole week. Unfortunately, you didn't go through this round, but it's still a pretty good score for you.
Yeah, it's been a good event for sure, and it's been really nice to surf plenty of heats out there with a lot of good waves. So, yeah, this one didn't go my way. I clawed back and kind of put Zeke in a position where he needed to get a good score at the end, and, I mean, a wave came for him, and he performed, so... He got me there, but yeah, it's a good result, and got another contest in a couple days. So,
how are you preparing for France?
I'm just gonna, yesterday was a long day. I'm like a little exhausted from the last few days, but may take a couple days off. We fly out tomorrow and get right back into it.
Well, you sure will. Thank you for everything that you've been putting on through this week.
Oh, Nat Young, understandably a little disappointed, but he knows semi-final still a great result for him. All part of that charge back towards getting in the top 12 on the Challenger Series. And he's got a great result here. Would have liked to obviously make it through to the final, take out the whole thing. But ultimately came up against something of an unstoppable force in the way of Ezekiel. Let's get a look at this wave from Jackson Baker here, Pete. Nice opening carve.
And backs it up with another one. This wave flattens out in that midsection. We've seen that a lot this week, but it generally builds back up, and the energy and the steepness of the face comes together here on the inside, which it has done once again for Jackson. See the finish. Good start, good finish. Pretty good number to back up the 7.
So certainly the busiest start. Number comes in, 4.67. It's a reasonable mid-ranger. We'd be hoping, just as kind of fans and spectators, that that's not a counting score. Come the end of the heat in 18.5 minutes time. There's the spread of the panel. So mid-range, good maneuver at the start, good finish. But that downtime in between, not really allowing him to do many maneuvers and go up the scale. Meanwhile,
I mean, let's dissect it. The cutbacks outside haven't been real high scoring, right? The real only moment that he was able to get any connection with the lip was on that very final move, and it was definitely the smallest part of the wave. It wasn't a high impact section, so obviously the scores have reflected that as you look at the judging criteria. Commitment and degree of difficulty being the elements in which they're very important. Innovation, progression, combination of major maneuvers, variety of maneuvers, and the speed, power, and flow in which you do it. So that is what the judges look at as pillars in which the score is developed on. You know, some of those pillars are a little taller than others, depending on the venue we're at. Combination of major moves here at Ribera, big long right. So let's see what Imai can do for us.
looking to throw down some major moves of his own off the bottom. Nice snap. And then as he'll just try to recover out of there and eventually does hang on. So he does well to hang on to that. We would have hoped for a much cleaner exit from that turn, and he'll blow the tail out again, and that's really technical surfing. It's nicely done. Making that recovery in the white water, but would have been hoping for something a little better there, a little stumble at the start.
Yeah, and we haven't seen that really a lot, right? There was like literally a huge moment, and then there was a stumble moment that was awkward. So, and they're combined on the same wave, and you know, like, where, you know, commitment, injury, control, gosh, there's, you know, the things that happen on that wave. It's going to be hard to judge this one. First start of it, you know, you could see it was clean on the face, so it was an opportunity. If he just pulls that off and comes around, I mean, it feels like we're on a way to a gigantic number. Unfortunately, all of that downtime and a little bit of stumble and loss of control is going to factor in, and then all of a sudden, we get to see that. Just the tail waft to revert.
Super technical surfing from the Hawaiian, who's been putting on a bit of a masterclass on this wave.
Gets the release right here, right, and then just lays back, and his back foot, he had to crawl to get back that foot on the surfboard. Somehow does it. I don't know how he did it. Brute strength. But that tail waft, he's been doing that this whole event. At the very end of the wave, he's been pushing that tail up and over the lip. Judges have been just devouring.
Under 16 minutes in this. We'll wait for a number coming for Imai to vault. The moment prior to that score, does need a combination from Jackson Baker. Started off busy and sprightly. The 7 early on, backed it up with that 4.67. Imai's score will come in, certainly just hindering his scoring potential. That awkward recovery. Did so well to pull it off though, and finished really sharp. So an interesting one for our judges to use that criteria that we just looked at. There was some of that innovation and progression, which probably isn't, as you mentioned, the kind of major sort of significance at this wave, but we certainly had some of it. There's Pauline Addo just checking it all out. She's got a heat in her hands. First semi-final for the women. She's taken on a very informed Gabriella Bryan. Pauline, she's a pretty smart human. She gave a real kind of honest debrief in her interview, just saying she wanted to step up and improve her surfing. She knows where she's made mistakes, wants to go and improve on them. She'll be dangerous out here in that first semi-final for the women. Of course, that's coming up right after this. So we're getting down very much to the sharp end of business at the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira final Saturday, high noon in Portugal. And high stakes out in the water for elite professional surfers from all around the world, still being greeted with good swells filling in out of the Atlantic. Does feel a little more lully out there today, Pete.
It does. You know, again, you get on the other side of a swell, that'll start to happen. You know, obviously the peak being the most consistent, the biggest. So we're on the other side of it.
Imai looking to get back into this. Nice opening turn, just kind of carving and laying it back. And then he'll sort of flick one up on a small section. And he'll try not to get left behind by this double up. He does, well, almost got himself over the edge for an inside section. So not able to really commit particularly to that wave and get on the front foot. It's not going to be a huge number for him, but it will count. We're still waiting for his prior score to that. Meanwhile, out the back, Baker had a little while in the lineup to think about this wave. Opens up with a nice carve, jamming it all the way back to the pocket. Similar again, just kind of shortens his line through there and snaps the tail out. And another nice snap, and then onto the gas, and he bashes it hard.
Yeah, that'll be his best number there. Great wave choice in regards to the smoothness, the energy it carried, and just those combination of major moves. We see Richard Marsh there, who has been working with Jacko Baker at this event, helping him out. Longtime coach of many of the top athletes here in the sport. Federico Marias. It's an endless stable. Vasco. See Jackson's wave choice again, driving carve right back into the foam. Carried a ton of speed, sank that rail, that G-Rabbit model from Channel Islands. 2 in a row, a third snap, and then right up and over and just smacks that thing.
All right, numbers in for Imai. Let's get a replay of his last wave.
Layback snap to start. This wave splits in half. And unfortunately, this is going to be a throwaway score at the end of this heat. Wanted it to go over the ledge there, but I don't know how much scoring potential it had in that inside section. Guess we'll never know.
Okay, so previous to that, he got a 6.57. And that particular wave came in as a 2.93. And all of that, well, the first of those is decent, but he's going to need to step up significantly. Numbers in for Baker, and he's got an excellent range again, an 8.1 for Jackson. So our Australian in the red. And at the moment, certainly looking like finding much more energy out of the way. He's got that speed down the line. He's throwing down hard carves. He's already got a healthy number, 15.10 for Jackson. There's the spread from our panel. Coming up into that excellent range. Something more likely than not to need to do in a semi-final out in the Challenger Series. He set himself up pretty much. This one couldn't have gone much better from his point of view. Just in terms of the waves that are on offer out there, he's taken okay-ish looking waves and he's made them shine.
He has. Yeah, well, and it's just a matter of now, like clicking in. You know, there is quality waves out there. It's just about where you sit on the reef, and it changes throughout the tide, right? It'll move around a little bit, and even from set to set. You know, there'll be some angle that'll push the energy down there at the bottom of the reef. There's some that'll push up deep, way up top. So it's like there's a little bit of a lucky dip, but also paying attention to where those quality waves are coming in at the certain tides. It's important to understand that. Go, oh, and this higher tide, it feels like it's moved down here a little bit, or the opposite.
He might default there at the moment. Looking for an 8.53. Just got a low number for his backup. That's why he needs to go into the excellent range to come back at Jackson Baker at the moment. Jackson's also going to get priority as well. It just feels, just in terms of energy for me, life, he might, even the way he's paddling, what we've seen on the wave, he looks maybe just a touch sluggish compared to what we've seen from him this week.
It's been a big week. You know, yesterday was a gnarly one. You know, there's a sense of fatigue that happens through a sustained event that goes day, right? It's like CT makes it a little more, it's like a little more cushy, right? On one heat a day, and you take some time off because of the 10-day waiting period.
And we talk about fatigue, I guess, in all sports, but also there's nothing to sort of renew the energy other than winning, you know, scoring points. So let's see if he gets a set wave and smashes it. I reckon
all
we'll
of a sudden, some adrenaline pumped up, right? I mean, of course, yeah. He hasn't posted a huge number. He did get through this morning's heat, which was huge. But I mean, you want to have that energy. You want to be able to peak in the finals day, and it can be a challenge, especially after yesterday's. You know, it was a big day yesterday.
Massive day of competition. Coming all towards a big climax here at the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. Saturday lunchtime in Portugal. Crowd filling in. Coming down to the spot at Ribeira de Ilhas. It's been such a good venue for us this week. Just never letting us down. North Atlantic Ocean sent us a great swell.
We will say, though, that with Imai, he's kind of never really done that. You know, he's scoring big points, but like emotionally, he's been very even keel. And that was one thing we picked up on his interviews, just on the beach. He's not, you know, he's not the one that's down there just calisthenics before his heats. It's just a really cruisy, limited energy, but, you know, Zen-like approach.
Absolutely. Let's see if he can draw on some of that energy, find himself an opportunity in the back end of this heat. In the meantime, it's your heat leader, Jackson Baker, smashes a massive first turn. See that spray? Took an eternity to land out the back behind him, and razor sharp on the rail. And he is throwing buckets of water all over the place here at Ribeira de Ilhas. This wave will get a little buckle through it. It will go kind of small. He'll just stick to this. You know what's coming. He's going to try and find himself that little closeout section to bash on the end. He makes a bit of room by snapping back. And he'll come down here. This thing will sit up nice and cooperatively. 12 o'clock nooner and a little bow on the end.
Yeah, he knew that one was a massive number. I mean, the combination of moves outside, speed, power he carried through those moves, the combination, I mean, all of that, he ticked a lot of the boxes, and I expect this one to be a massive score.
So Imai looking to try and tap into some energy now. He's not going to do it with that wave. He'll just kick out and make his way back into the lineup.
You'd have to say for sure best wave of the heat, and it feels like it's the best wave of the heat by, you know, a good margin.
Absolutely. Just the drive he's getting between his turns. Talk about that speed, power, flow, which can be sort of maybe the most sort of ambiguous of our criteria. It's fairly obvious what speed is, right? But I mean, what is flow and power? Exactly what does it mean? But kind of felt like he was showing that throughout that wave.
Yeah, it's like an even, I mean, come on, I think everybody has a different interpretation of it in a slightly different way, but I mean, just watch it, you know, let's see, epitome of it is just how he doesn't, the stop-start kind of movements, it's that flow through the maneuvers, very clean. The rail transitions are nice. There was no digs. You know, we saw a couple of that happen in earlier, like Imai, for example. He dug a little bit, and you know that this one didn't have that. You know, and he worked it. Every little ounce of scoring potential on this wave was utilized. You know, not a lot of points on offer here, but the fact that he gets into this final section, which we've seen and developed, and yeah, he knew that that was going to be a good number.
Well, it is a good number. 8.83 comes in for Jackson. So going into the excellent range. Once again, a massive total now and a huge combo for Imai DeVault, who's on the ropes here, well up against it. 6 minutes and 45 to go. There's the spread from our panel. And another great number for Jackson Baker. Will be very happy with the way this second semi's going.
I will say that, you know, it could have been even bigger, but like thinking across in this mind, what has the panel really been showcasing us? They want to see you smack and hit that lip hard on those bigger sections. That was like great flow and speed and all of that stuff. But again, this panel wants you to whack it hard and on a big section. But I mean, he just carried, that was just a well-surfed wave. And it's a good number. I mean, excellent, 8.83. He's got a handy lead on this with 6 minutes to go. Saving energy, you know, giving us something more maybe in the final. All of a sudden you can get a little extra flair flowing in there. He's going to have it against Zeke if he makes it. We're not giving it to him yet.
Still 6 to go in this one. Let's check out the recap and see how it's gone down so far. It's been more or less kind of one-way traffic from Jackson Baker over this man. He might rip throughout the week, but he's struggling a little bit right now.
Yeah, this little stumble here really did affect this wave. This wave was actually going to go into an opportunity for a big number. That little stumble right there really, it halted a lot of it. And then, you know what? He had to make up for it. He did with that move there. And it's a, you know, it's a decent number, 6.57. But at this point, with what we've seen from Jackson Baker, it needs to be 8s or lates now with 5 minutes to go. Big, long cars driving back into the foam. Once again, getting some release, showing a little point of difference. That's that variety we want to see. Huge snap, grinds it up there, tags it. I mean, this wave came in as an 8.10. That was why, you know, the judges love when you hammer that section. Then there's this one that just kept giving to him. Drives through again. I like what he's been able to do here, mixing it up, a little layback entry into that. Again, just carrying that flow so easily. And, you know, it's hard to deny anyone when you're surfing with that kind of flow and speed. That's why he's got a pair of 8s, and he's got a substantial lead.
Strong finish for Jackson on the end as well. Just to put that little exclamation point, not the most critical of end sections on the wave, but decent. Meanwhile, with a ton of speed and a bit of fire in his belly, he might have swinging. He'll get a little double up here. Well, actually, no, he won't. So some sharp work done out the back, trying to get out of combo. He needs a couple of 8s.
Well, he could have had one more maneuver outside before we caught him. See the paddle into this first section. Big float. Oh, we got some squirt out of the bottom there, but not a ton of maneuvers outside. Now it starts to load up. This is where we caught him. Right there, sprays out Jackson. Meaty section, nice big aggressive snap. That's really got the maneuver of the wave, but didn't get that inside double up. Don't see it matching the 8s of Jackson Baker, but another look from this angle. This angle always gives us a little nicer perspective. It showcases more of the wall. There's this snap, and see where this is when it loads up. Sorry, Jackson, didn't mean to do that, but maybe I did. That snap there. Nice pocket. Good glide out of it. Just didn't have the last portion of this wave. He kind of needed it in order to go 8. We'll wait for the score.
3 minutes and 15 remaining. A number to drop for my DeVault of Hawaii. If it's a 6.93 or better, he'll get out of the combo. And he'll be able to do it with one wave. And if he does get that wave, kind of projecting ahead a little bit here, but it's fair to say I think we might see him go towards that innovation and progression, try and punt, do something huge, because he's going to need a massive number towards the end of this heat. Is he going to be even allowed to get one? Jackson Baker does have priority, can control to an extent this lineup. If Imai stays away from him, then he'll have a little bit more freedom of choice in terms of the wave selection, but it's not a super wide takeoff zone.
And he'd be feeling pretty comfortable with a combo of 16.93, you know, almost 17 points against your competitor. With 2.5 minutes to go, you'd ask for that all day long.
Time will tick down on this one. Judges are going to process a number for Imai. First question really, can it get him out of combo? Because he's probably not going to catch 2 more waves now with the time on the clock. So he needs this to be a high 6 just to make it mathematically possible. Jackson Baker's asking for requirements, or rather an update on that last score. And the requirement for Imai, his adversary, Doug Marsh, I think will be feeling relatively pretty relaxed about the way this one's gone.
He looks it.
In terms of a heat, it couldn't have gone much better for Jackson. He's had great opportunities. Crucially, he's made the most of those opportunities.
Yeah, the wave choice, I mean, at a certain level, it's really about the waves, right? This is the finals day. These are the surfers that have been in form throughout the entire event. So it comes down to who's going to get the best waves. Jackson definitely felt like he got the best waves. And who makes the limited mistakes doesn't make much of that. And we saw one mistake there from Imai, and it may cost him the heat here.
Well, he's still in combo. The number drops 5, 6, 7. Not enough. And he's still in that big combo with just over 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining in this one. And the charge of the young Hawaiian will come to an end here in the semi-final, which is a great result on the Challenger Series. He would have loved to get in the final against Ezekiel for an all-Hawaii final. It's not going to happen this time out. Jackson Baker has put himself in that final. As you said, Pete, he's kind of got the work done early in this heat. He's almost had a little bit of time. I'm sure he isn't thinking about the final. Almost have a little bit of time to go. He didn't have to battle out to the end, you know, which can take it out of you.
For sure. Or, you know, and again, it's pacing himself. He had that same kind of run this morning, too. It wasn't like he put in, you know, that 100% right out of the gates. It was kind of this building of momentum here. And feels like he's gotten better and better throughout the day. Congratulations to Imai. I mean, 30 seconds left here. Combo, we kind of congratulate what he's been able to do. What a star in this event.
Oh, it's some of the most sort of progressive surfing we've ever seen in competition here at Ribeira de Les that he's put down this week. Massive scores, got a perfect 10, throwing 9s up throughout his heats. I mean, he's been amazing this week. When it's just come to count in this semi, it's not really gone his way. Been a little bit unlucky. A couple of mistakes creeping in as well. And all smiles for the Australians. Jackson Baker.
The posse's there.
Full crew filling in. the brains trust down here on the beach. Jackson Baker is in the final, biggest result of his career. What a story that is from the Australian out of Newcastle. And he's through to the final. He's going to take on Ezekiel Lau for a shot at the title, the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. He'll be loving this moment.
You think about a final in a Challenger Series, 10,000 points on offer. You're already sustaining 8,000 points. You're just like, oh, I'm in this. I actually am so close to taste it, that championship tour, that dream. Well, he's got one more heat right now.
There it is, through to the final, Jackson Baker. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, more live action. We're going to have our first semi-final for the women, which will see Pauline Nadeau of France take on Gabrielle O'Brien of Hawaii. Join us for more live finals day in Portugal right after the break. Finals day in Portugal. A big smile on the dial of the Australian Jackson Baker. And he'll be relishing this moment. A massive result from him. Still got a final to serve against Zeke Lauber for the time being. He'll just be debriefing on what was a silky smooth performance. Mistake-free surfing. Finding great waves. Executing according to plan. And he's been good value for a shot into the final. Evans in the studio alongside Peter Mel. And now we're being treated to a great looking matchup on the women's side of the draw. Semi-final number one, Pauline Nadeau of France, Gabrielle O'Brien of Hawaii. Talk about experience and youth, and we're getting opposite ends of the spectrum here, and it's going to be great to see this sort of almost generational clash go down.
It is a big one, you know, and Gabrielle O'Brien right now is leading this Challenger Series rankings. She is in a very powerful position now with a semifinal in her scoreline. She's young, she's ready, comes from Hawaii, had a lot of surfers around that region who have made a name for themselves, from the Irons brothers to Seabass now to Malia. I mean, it's just a class act there from the islands. She's from Honolulu Bay, and very proud of what she's been able to achieve at a very young age, up against Pauline Nadeau, who has got a ton of one-on-one experience. So this is going to be a great matchup. Yes, big scores have been given from Gabriella. She just has to be on good waves. And again, this is all about, and Pauline knows this more than anyone, she's got to be on the best waves in this heat if she wants to get the win.
All right, set stacking up here. 30 minutes for this first semi, and here's the first wave of Popo.
Beautiful looking wave, smooth on the face, so already pretty good wave choices in regards to, you know, second wave of the set, but a mistake and a fall, not going to count. Replay here, Gabriella, she's been aggressive in the lip. Pretty much every time she gets there, she just wants to nail it. And this one, again, she's gotten two beautiful turns here. Follows it up with a carve. This wave's bending at her, which means it's going to keep that powerful line. She stays with it. Looks like she's going to get a better of the exchange as she gets all the way down to the inside once again. Great wave, great start.
Brian keeping the energy up all the way through. So important on this wave. There will be parts of this wave where He might struggle a little bit with that speed, that deep water. Kind of sloshing around there, those gaps on the reef. Does so well just to kind of keep plugging away with that. Scoring for Ado. She got a 3.33 and just a 0.8, so nothing of significance for Pauline thus far, who has got a heat in her hands here. She's seen a rise to the challenge before. She's going to need to do that against the young Hawaiian who's coming into this one hot.
So hot.
Leading the rankings, blazing huge EDP ride of the day moments all week, big scores. And she's already got a 6.5 in this one on a fairly innocuous looking kind of wave, already getting a good number. So opening up with the better. And first blood in this one is with the Hawaiian.
Oh, we're getting right into the just juicy part of the tide right now. Get a little push. Hopefully we see, you know, consistency stay there, because the wave quality, size, and all of that is perfect. Just need to, you know, get that rhythm, get everyone get chances here.
Finals day in Portugal, MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. I hope you're enjoying the show. We've certainly been enjoying calling it this week. Big week of waves, big swell, massive performances, and it all boils down really to these last couple of hours. Clutch moments in careers, in the young career of Gabriella Bryan at the moment, looking like she's very much on an upward trajectory. A little paddle there from Pauline. She was way deep behind a section, but in a slightly better position on the very next wave. Here goes Gabriella Bryan, and she takes off on a steep section. A little crumble, kind of cooperatively, allows her with a lip to hit. She kind of stings that with the tail of the board. Now she'll be a little bit patient. Just set this one up in here, and the water draw off the reef, find the shallow spots, and then it will stand up and she'll smash it hard. A nice way to finish. 2 turns, decent stuff. It's going to count for her. She's thrown it back up to a 6.5.
No, she's applying pressure here. You know, again, Pauline had priority, is sitting further out. Gabriella just lurking on that inside, and that's one of the things about not having priority at this break, is that you can sit, you know, 15 yards, 20 yards just inside and actually pick up an excellent number or a score. And you know, the opportunities are down there. Some of the best waves kind of slide in that direction. This one gave her the first turn. Beautiful execution of that snap in the tail that she brings to us. She's been doing that on the forehand the entire event and through the US Open of Surfing. That one there, she just tucks that back knee in, slams the lip, times it perfectly. This isn't going to be a gigantic number, but you know what? It's adding to the 6.5. The pressure now on to Pauline, who has had a bit of an error on her very first wave. Got to bounce back from that. Still plenty of time.
So a neat finish down on the end of that wave from Gabriella Bryan. Score comes in, it's a 5.33, and already putting up reasonable numbers early on in this one. Still plenty of time left to go, 22 minutes and 10 seconds. In the meantime, we'll just stick live here. We see Pauline with a searing top turn of her own. She's got a bomb here, Pauline. And it will go a little deep and funky through here. What happens next, crucial in terms of a score. She can keep drilling down the line here. She'll get another section on the end to hit, and there it is. She'll tag it. It's a little bit sideways, but nevertheless, good surfing from Pauline.
Yeah, and then that carve outside was really cool. She drove her arm through, held the rail throughout, kept the speed up. And again, getting the finish, not going to fall this time. She was making sure she was going to pull that one down to solidify that score. I mean, it hasn't been big numbers by Gabriella yet. So this is a good answer for Pauline. She's going to be right in this heat. Good size set wave. There's that first section, just grinds the carve right all the way through, held that rail very nicely. If you're going to do the carves, you want to do it and hold that rail as long as you possibly can, keeping the speed up. Sometimes you push too hard. Gets to the inside here, closeout hit. You know, relatively safe, didn't punch the tail through or anything like that, but solid.
Ado trying to come back in this seat. In the meantime, let's go down and hear from our second finalist for the men. It's Jackson Baker.
Hey guys, do you know what gets you into finals? Bananas.
Yeah, I've been powering up on the bananas. It just keeps that energy, but no, I'm over the moon to be in the final. It sounds like a dream just saying it. Every heat I was making, it felt like more and more of a dream. So yeah, I mean, it's all a part of the process. You got to put in the hard work behind the scenes. So yeah, it's great to see it paying off, and this is my first final above a 1,500 point event. So to be in a Challenger Series final is like a dream come true. So still one heat to go, but yeah, no matter the result, I'm stoked.
And Immaculata has been putting on a performance throughout the event, like really top scores. That must have been really hard for you, thinking about going in with him.
Yeah, for sure. I kind of had a feeling that he hadn't got a quick start in a heat yet. He'd had a lot of quick starts in his heat, so I just had to get on top of him at the start, and I battled for the inside and kind of got smashed on my first one. I landed on my board, cracked the rail, but she was all right, so I kept it going, and then, yeah, just built from there. I mean, you don't just get confidence from your first wave, so you got to build it up. And once I got that 8.93, I knew I'd got the pressure on, and to keep him in combination at the end was an amazing feeling, because he'd been doing it to everyone else this event. So yeah, I'm over the moon, and everyone watching at home. Yeah, as I said, the last heat, my family, my girlfriend and her family, and all my mates back home, and Mary, the board riders, the support. I wouldn't be here without the support from you guys. To be able to raise the money to get us over here, myself and Philip Anderson, to do you guys proud by making the final. I'll try to bring the trophy home for you guys.
Well, calling out all Australians and all the fans of Jackson Baker to come onto the beach and root for you.
Thank you very much.
Awesome stuff. Great interview. What a final we got set up for the men. Ezekiel taking on that man, Jackson Baker.
I'm choked up.
Spirit animal.
I'm choked up.
Spirit
no
animal.
joke. I almost got a tear in my eye.
Radical. That's super cool. What a story for Jackson Baker, who, you know, this is a huge moment in his career. Didn't have necessarily the funds and the resources to get over on the other side of the world. He's in a final here. You got to love the Aussie mongrel, right? You got to love the battle of spirit. You saw that debrief. He's saying, yeah, I knew he'd had a lot of quick starts. Pete, he's got something in his eye, a little bit of mist, and he will just take a moment. But it is emotional scenes, high stakes in elite sport. Here's Gabriella Bryan, and she's swinging hard on this, just carving down through it inside, looking to keep up the pressure. And she'll keep on swinging through to the inside, gets a ton of speed in here, a shiny little section, and she'll tag it nice and steep and verts. But before she took off on that wave of scoring for Pauline, who got a 7.5 of her own. So we got an absolute heat in the hands here, Pete.
Big turn outside, searing carve, paying off big for Pauline. Gabriella here. This is that pressure back on her. What's she going to do to answer? Good looking wave here. Little drift of the fins. Does she have it through this inside section? Yes, beautiful carve. Nicely done. Looking for that high impactful section though. And she kind of gets it. Nothing real super strong here on the inside, but again, just so solid. No mistakes.
Gabriella Bryan joining up the dots there with Summer Plum, looking to get back into this one. Well, not get back because she's still in the lead, but just looking to throw more points up and reassert her dominance, because the high score is with Pauline Addo at the moment. And we have got a number in. It's a 7.93. So Gabriella Bryan reasserting herself in this one. Let's go and hear from a man who's absolutely dazzled us with brilliance all week. Imai DeVault standing by for a chat with Joanna.
That's right. Absolutely impressive, this whole event. What happened in there?
I just wasn't in rhythm, really. I think Jacko was just in that rhythm, getting the good ones, and I kind of got a slow start, and then I just didn't really. I had one pretty good wave. I kind of like fell back and lost a bit of the wave, but so I was just out of rhythm a little bit. But super stoked on third and excited for 2 more events.
How are you going to prepare for France?
Just keep doing what we've been doing, surfing a lot, and just enjoying the trip, and we'll be heading over there in a few days, so I'm excited.
Certainly keep doing what you're doing, because it's absolutely great. Thank you very much.
All right, great stuff. Imai DeVault there. Third place, a decent result for him. Obvious disappointment you get this close to a final.
And tasting it, yeah. I mean, and just the level he was putting up throughout the event. It's hard to sustain. It really is, you know, when you're putting it, I mean, Nat too, for that matter, you know, just when you're loading up and you're putting 9s up, it's hard because you think in your mind that you got to keep that level up, which you do, don't get me wrong, but it's not always. Every heat's different, right? A little bit. So, but wow, that's just been awesome to watch these guys, and this is why I love this tour.
We're having fun calling it. It's been an absolute pleasure all week, and it's just getting better and better. Our first semi of the women. Scores have ramped up. Each of our surfers posting 7s, a high 7 for Gabriella Bryan, 7.93, a woman on your screen. That's her high score now. And she has put a little pressure, more pressure added to Pauline Addo. Her job of work at the moment is to the shape of a 6.94 for Pauline. That's what she's looking at. She's got priority sitting in the lineup. She's already got 7.5, so she'll think, all right, another one of those. Maybe with a little stronger finish. And I'm on my way here. We're about halfway in the heat, Pete.
And that's the thing. She's been through this. She understands this moment. She understands how much time there is, when to make moves. She's put in time in this lineup. She's been able to figure that part out. That's why she's here. You know, she outclassed and out surfed in heats her competition to get here.
All of that experience coming into play. A lot of emotion as well. Just getting so close to something that's, you know, you work at. Think about all the off time, particularly recently, the way things have gone for the last year and a half in the world. And just, I think a lot of people are just kind of appreciating those, maybe those everyday things that kind of felt like a normal or something you were entitled to before. Everyone's kind of realized, actually, we're pretty lucky to all be doing this as surfers and particularly pro surfers. So we are absolutely stoked to be back on in the Challenger Series.
You know what I mean? Look where we're at. This is just a beautiful piece of coastline here in Portugal. It's one of the most wave-rich regions in the world. You know, every corner has a little wave. Surfing Stoke.
14 minutes on the clock. Let's go down and hear from Joanna Garnell. She's roaming on the beach.
You've been a fan of Gabby as well, your besties, and she was talking through your heat, and now I just want to hear what you have to say about her. This is a really important stuff that's happening in there.
Yeah, I mean, we've been best friends for a while now, and we've been like apart for a while because of COVID and everything. So when we got to come back together, yeah, it was really cool. She's had some amazing results, and this is another one. And I know she's gonna keep going all the way to the final and probably win this thing. Yeah, I love her, and I hope she wins.
If you could shout out something right now to her, what would you say?
Go Abuela.
Can you explain that inside joke? Come on.
Yeah, okay, I'll let the secret out. We've been traveling to Spain together for a few years, and the one word we learnt was abuela, and it means grandma, so we started calling our mums it as a joke, but now our mums start calling us it too, so I guess we're all just abuelas.
Oh, that's so cute. Thank you. There you go, guys. There's the secrets out.
Abuela. Abuela. Love it.
Back to life, big hit from Gabriella Bryan. She'll go down. She swung the axe at that one. Doesn't get a completion though. Pauline Addo hung on to that priority in the lineup, looking for that 6.94, under 13 to go in this one.
This is that building momentum in a heat style of what you do. You get 2 solid scores. You know, do your best to there. Don't make any mistakes. Now you've got the opportunity to go big. She tried to do that there. Unfortunately, a little late and goes down, but hey, outside of priority at this point.
Pauline will just let one slip underneath, sliding that one. Isn't going to hit the reef right. All important decisions about the wave. You don't go as much as the ones you do.
That's true, right?
Pauline, with all that experience, particularly on this wave, certainly got the advantage in terms of experience. Gabriella Bryan has shown no problems whatsoever understanding the insides of this wave throughout this week. Has been really impressing us.
Pauline, been here for the 2 world titles as a junior, right? And at that age, which is right where Gabriella is, that junior, pro junior age, you're learning that kind of pressure at this event here. And it's like at that age, that's your biggest event of your life, the World Juniors. You're trying to go for a world title. It's that same type of pressure. So again, talking about the comfort she's feeling right now, you know, with priority, 11.5 minutes to go at a wave she knows very well.
Oh, here she goes with a readjust, a little bit of pace in the arm. The cadence of that paddling picks up. She makes her way to a wave that kind of steams through the outside. Doesn't like the look of it. Gabriella Bryan does, though. She'll pull the trigger. Nice entry in. There's a good carve. Pushing that rail deep into the water. Throwing up some spray. Doesn't get another turn. Just a little bonus opening turn. Nothing else down the line. Not sure. Well, we got 6.5 to back up. Sure she'll be improving, but nevertheless just taking those opportunities, and who knows what's coming down the line.
That wave looked awesome, didn't it? It looked like it was going to be an awesome wave. The first turn, sick, just died, disappeared, and that's what happens. Pauline probably saw that as she was looking over there going, no, I don't think I need this one. I need more water in it. I need more water in the channel.
10:45 to go in this one. Gabriella Bryan, the young Hawaiian at the moment, with the advantage. Can Pauline Addo come back? Addo, not a massive requirement for Pauline. She's got just over 10.5 minutes to do it. We'll be back with more live action. Semi-final for the women out in the water. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to live action on finals day. A drone sweep of the venue of Ribeira Dilhas, where the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira has treated us all to a muscular display, certainly from the swell throughout the week. Performances matching that as well. And it's crunch time on the Challenger Series, looking to get our first finalist for the women. At the moment, the advantage towards those ends is Gabriella Bryan, the Hawaiian. Not a huge requirement for Pauline Addo. 6.94. That's her requirement. We're checking out Ariane Achoa getting ready. She's got a heat in the hands. Luana Silva, another outstanding young surfer.
Another probably one of the biggest heats of their career right here in front. I mean, it seems like it just keeps coming.
They keep on coming. Gabriella Bryan will keep on swinging here. So she's found another opportunity from under the priority of Pauline Addo. Gets a section on the end. And she'll tag that one.
All event long, she's been identifying those waves in the channel.
Well, a crucial wave here for Pauline. She's used that priority. She's held it a long time. Can she use it to good effect?
She likes it. Must have had some work done on that outside section. We will see. She usually makes the choice there because she's learned that that first section is so important, and she waited a long time.
Quite crucial there as well, though, Pete. We just saw Gabriella go past Pauline. Looked like she'll get first priority, but let's get another look at this wave.
Here we go, carrying some speed into this section. Beautiful snap there. Again, keeping that speed up, glides around it, no worries. Another arc, just like the last one, not as deep, but very nice. And of course, she's going to get the finish here. And so the question being asked right now of the judges, I think this is one of her better waves. Could be her best wave of the heat.
Yeah, she's looking pretty good towards getting that score of that 6.94. Let's have another look at this wave from Gabriella, who's been busy.
Yeah, she has been busy. She's been identifying this end channel section at this tide and loads up with extra energy. She's got some beautiful snaps here. It feels like improvement's going to be happening here as Gabriella looking at that 6.5 as her low. Slams the finish. Clean as can be. Wow, what an exchange.
Just over 7 minutes to go. A crucial exchange, a little paddle battle as well, which we love here in the studio. And those two going at it, trying to get back into the lineup. And when one of them does, our priority judge will make a call.
She's chasing them down.
This is where that training comes into play, Pete. All that cardiovascular, all that time spent surfing, essentially. This is the best sort of training for paddling. And it looks like Gabriella Bryan is getting a little bit hunted down here by Pauline.
This is the fun stuff. I mean, it's hard. This is just learning process happening right in front of our eyes.
Pauline is coming right back at her. She had a good, maybe 10-yard head start there, Gabriella. Pauline is having a good old dig at this. How crucial could this prove to be?
Wow.
As that paddle battle will carry on. It's a long way back out in cold water after a big week of surfing. But look at
they
Addo.
just rode waves. I love it. This is so cool. This is a big call right here for the priority judge because there was a chase down and now she has a substantial lead.
So Pauline Addo coming from some way behind there. She finished her wave off and she saw the heels of Bryan, but she's showing Bryan herself a clean pair of heels right now as she goes out towards the line to get priority. That's important to get. More important is a score, and we do have numbers to come in for both of those surfers. That last exchange, great chance for Pauline. She's certainly going to improve, right? She's sitting on a 3.3. That's gone.
Yeah.
for sure.
Can she threaten her 7.5? It was great surfing from her. Let's get another look, Pete.
One more time. We still have yet to see priority given. Beautiful hooking snap through the lip. That was attacking that lip, and then she loves that drooping carve, but she brings the arm down below. She did that earlier in this heat to get a 7.50, and that felt really good to get the finish. Again, Gabriella's wave. Where do you match it? This is the, you know, it's taken some time here for these judges to dissect these two waves. They're very, similar but different styles. Snapping carves from Gabriella, and there's going to be a big improvement here from Gabriella.
All right, numbers are in. Wow. There's not much between them. So Gabriella Bryan gets an 8.57, stays in the lead. Pauline Hadot gets an 8.5. Look at those totals now. Huge numbers on the board. Under 5 minutes to go in this one. Crucially, Pete, priority with Pauline Hadot.
Yes, and that was that paddle battle, and right now needing an 8.01. This is cool. This is really cool. Fun to watch these last few heats unfold. Just exciting. Get a paddle battle involved in it. Big numbers. Right now, deep breaths. You're hearing all the information. Get some oxygen back in your body. You just paddled really hard after riding a wave. You're winded.
We have got
no denying it.
A great heat in our hands in our first semi-final. Gabriella Bryan getting that big number, the 8.57, just slightly better than Pauline's, setting up for a big finish here. 4 minutes on the clock. Crucially for Pauline, who does need a number, needs a wave. She does have priority. Let's have a look at how this one's gone down and see the recap.
Yeah, it's close. Half a point separates the two in their totals. Both of them getting 8.5, 8.57. This was in the early stages here. The answer back to the 7.93 from Gabriella Bryan. Again, they've been getting each set, the ones that had, they both got really good scores together. So back-to-back going on here. Gabriella trying to move over towards the side to get some of these waves off into the channel. And just carving and snapping. And it's been an incredible semi number one. And it's a battle, right? It's just going to take some energy out of you. Whoever gets through this one's going to have to surf a final and keep the level as high as it is right now. Good finish here. That snap has been paying off big all week long. Women did have a day off yesterday. So I'm sure they were surfing somewhere. Probably a short surf, but again, sustaining that energy. Pauline, this is some of the best carves I've seen from her. She loves this wave. She's put the time in, and she's in this heat. Exceptional performance here.
Gabriella Bryan working this thing over here, Pete. She needed a number just to sort of try and maintain with Pauline coming back at it. And 8.57 comes in for this one. And a super high score in heat. Great shot for EDP, right of the day moment there.
Yes. As it should be on finals day. Waves are pumping. Perfect size.
And all of that action comes together to set us up. We just need a set, really. 2 on the clock. Let's hope we get, well, at least a wave for each of our surfers. Would be great to finish this one out. That requirement for Pauline Hadot. She needs an 8.01.
Look at this storybook continuing. There's a set coming. 1:45 to go. Looks like a couple waves. Let's see if there starts to be a little bit of movement.
Set steaming in here. High stakes. Up a shot in the final. Up for grabs here at the moment. It's Gabriella Bryan with the better of the two. The requirement for Pauline, 8.01. Gabriella has a little look at that first wave. Let's see if Pauline's interested in this one. She's putting herself a little deeper on it. She needs a big number. She needs a good wave. She's not going to get this wave. She'll let that one go, a softer one. Doesn't have 8 points on it. So her task is relatively simple in terms of her own mind. Physically, much easier to achieve, going up into the excellent range. Now she will have that sort of sinking feeling of looking out at the ocean and feeling the clock. This will feel like the quickest minute of her life.
Yeah, and then especially when you look outside, there's just these lines coming in that last set, just like, oh, whoa, is this it? Disappeared. See what happens here.
So these two sit right next to each other. Gabrielle O'Brien actually just kind of getting in the grill and kind of obscuring the view a little bit, sitting right in front of her. Pauline will just readjust and slip sideways and a little deeper. We do have some sets coming. Are they going to get here in time for our surfers? Pauline Addo, she needs a wave. Gabrielle O'Brien won't mind if there's not another wave ridden. At the moment, she's in the final. Pauline needs to get an 8.01. An opportunity here. She'll let that one go. She needs to go the next wave, essentially, as we see Gabrielle O'Brien on a softer shoulder. This one a little slopey. She's looking around to see what's happening out the back. Pauline Addo, as we count down, final 5 seconds now. She'll need a wave. And she's got one up and right in live action. Pauline Addo looking for an 8.01. Sort of a sluggish start to this wave. Let's see if it fires up through the inside. Get a little carving snap on the rail. Nothing overly significant. And a little finish as well. And unless she had some kind of fireworks for a first turn, it looks like it's not going to be enough.
Sure, we'll get the replay. That doesn't, I mean, that's the Gabriella family. They're not jumping for joy, are they? They're thinking about it.
Oh, food for thought for spectators and judges alike. Let's have a look.
First maneuver here. Tags it. Didn't get a lot of push of the tail, so not massive. But she does get the finish here. I just don't think it's quite excellent. We'll have to wait for the judge's decision.
So Pauline Addo finishing off that wave in there. Just felt a little bit not really taking risks. Didn't have a great chance in terms of maneuver selection. And its score isn't going to be enough. It comes in. What a great heat. Massive totals. Pauline Addo loses out with 16 points on the board. Gabrielle O'Brien is in the final, and in the final in fine fashion. 16.5 for her. And that sets her up for a place in the final, which is hard to argue that she doesn't deserve it. She's been amazing all week down here. Who's she going to face in that final? It's either going to be Ariane Achoa or Luana Silva. That's our second semi. It's coming at you live from Portugal. We're going to be crowning champions in the next couple of hours. Join us for more live action from beautiful Ericeira right after the break.
Starving, fun surf. Look, I got this app, the sickest app ever, Expedia. You check it out, see what we got for food. Pasteleria Batalla, pastel de natas. You can learn how to bake it with no baking experience. I'm in, let's do this. Hello.
Hi, I'm João.
João, Peter.
Nice
You
to
can call
meet
me
you.
Pedro.
Welcome to our bakery. Here is where we make the pastel nata workshop. We'll start with the dough.
That is perfect.
some flour on the top. He's already surfing on the dough. Let's do it. Bum, 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 bum. Look at that.
It's not bad.
Not
Not
so
bad.
You serve so many.
They surf Nazare.
No, serve Nazare.
Whoa.
Look
Voila.
at that. Beautiful. Well, cheers.
Cheers. Best one ever. Thank you, Expedia. Nice.
Yeah, welcome back to River de Ilash. What a day, what a finals day we've got, and what a little treat that was from Peter Mel. I mean, I know I'm joined, my name's Ben Mundy, and I'm joined in the booth by Chico Alves. I know you're the cake guy, right? You're the Portuguese cake guy. I know you've made a career out of, I mean, how many pastel de natas did you eat on one wave in your YouTube clip?
7.
7. So
8 or 7, yeah.
Yeah, you got 8 pastel de natas.
I've got the Guinness World Record, actually, of most eaten pastel de nata on one wave.
That's all great, but there's a new sheriff in town.
Peter Mel.
He knows Peter Mel. And he's
Exactly.
taken your pastel de nata and he's run with it. But Expedia, great supporters of this event, and awesome app. Get it on your phone, download it, and wherever you go, you'll be sorted. Right now, though, back to the action. So we've got Luana Silva and Ariana Ochoa trying to get through the final and join Gabriella Bryan. So these two servers, great, you know, way down the ratings at the start of this Challenger Series event. Sort of come from way down in the 50s and 40s, such a long way back, and they're on the cusp of what could be an incredible finals performance. And we've seen Luana Silva from Hawaii. She's like a 6-point ride while we were watching Pete's classic little clip. And this is Ariana Ochoa on hers. Chico.
Yeah, Ariana, you're getting 2 turns in. Quick ride there. That gave her a 4.67 in year 1 with a nice drawn out carve, and she gets in there in time for another release of the fins. She has this really amazing style, and she was able to finish it off. So that came in as a 6.
Yeah, I think the judges have just toned down the scale a little bit today for the finals. You know, you're going to have to do something pretty special to get up into that good range. I thought she surfed that really well and got a 6. A bit of fin release, a bit small the wave, and didn't get the big finish. So got the better of the exchange. She's grown up in those Hawaiian, North Shore of Oahu, Brazilian parents, but lived in Hawaii her whole life. And she's got some power. She knows the way around a reef break. She's been super impressive all week. And now, well, she's got 23 minutes to get. Well, she's already got the biggest career result so far. And speaking of massive career results, down there on the beach, Gabriella Bryan is with Joanna Garnell.
Abuelita. I mean, for an 85-year-old, you certainly got a lot of fire in you. You're in the final.
Yeah, I'm so happy to be in the final. Well, that was a hard heat, and I'm so stoked I made it through, and I cannot wait for the final.
And what are you going to do now? Are you going to rest? You're going to get yourself pumped up?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to rest. That heat was so tiring. But, yeah, I'm going to watch the boys' final and then stay hydrated, eat a little something, and get ready to go back out for the final.
How are the conditions looking?
Oh, they're getting better as the tide's getting higher, so I'm super stoked. The wave should be pumping for the final, and I'm just really happy, and I hope we get to get some waves to put on some good surfing.
We'll go rest. We wish you a lot of luck.
Yeah, there you go. So thanks, Joanna, and thanks, Gabriella. Yeah, she's so pumped. A big, massive result into the final of the Challenge Series. She's going to go up the rankings. She's 1 heat away from almost potentially cementing her spot for the CT. That's a woman you're going to be getting used to at the top levels of surfing over the next 3 or 4 years at the very least. So she was stoked. She's through. The question now is who can join her? Ochoa and Silva. Ariana Ochoa, though, she's been really impressive. She's a real hard worker, isn't she, Francisco? She always puts the time in, and to see all that hard work paying off, I think it's a great thing to see.
Yeah, as we see her on the wave, big snap there, winds off the bottom again. Oh, she kind of get late on that turn, and this was a really good turn. Was she able to make it? No. Yeah, I think they're both doing their best results of their careers. As we see the replay here of Luana, nice opening carve to start off this wave, winds up off the bottom, big snap there, and another cutback. She's been reading this wave so well throughout all the rounds, and here she was able to get some speed and finish this wave off with a massive blow tail. That was incredible from Luana.
Yeah, there you go. So that's what Silva's got. She's got the ability to bash out that tail. She's doing those big sliding whip arounds, and she's managed to get an 8.93. She already had a 6. She's already backed up a score, so a massive heat total already. 14.93 with 21 minutes on the clock. It's in keeping with the way she's been performing all tournament. She's been really good. She's been on the ball. She really has. She's been on the ball, and she's never missed a trick. And I think you know, she's halfway through to getting a really big score and getting to the final. Silva. I haven't heard a whole lot of. That's been the beauty, I think, of this event. It's Challenger Series events, all of them, is that there's so many young talent come through that we're just discovering, Chico, and I put Luana in that category.
Yeah, I think with the qualifying from your region kind of opens up a lot of opportunity for people that don't have much money to travel and stuff like that. So I think it's going to be quite surprising to see how many names come up over the next couple of years. And Luana and all the new up-and-coming girls are just an example of that region talent people.
Yeah, exactly. It gives the opportunity for those a little bit maybe deeper down on the rankings to, commit to their sort of regional tournament, regional surfing events and get involved. And we've seen people that, for Jackson Baker, for example, in the men's, coming up in the men's final, he sort of was one of the last 9 or 10 surfers to get in from the Australian region. He may not have, cracked that top 100 on the normal sort of setup, and here he is in the final and doing an amazing surfing. So it does go to show you give some of these battlers an opportunity that they're going to take it. And Silva is one of those, young Hawaiians who has obviously got the form on the board. She's known back home. She's had a good junior career, but she's doing it on the world's biggest stage right now. And it's great to watch. She's got a big lead, and that means the Bass surfer, Ashoa, has got some work to do. She wouldn't have liked to be in this position in 10 minutes to go. In combination, in needing at least one excellent wave to get back in the semi.
And Ariana, I think she's in a really good position to qualify this year, because on the US Open she had, I think was a 9th or a 5th. I have to double check that, but now she has at least a 3rd.
Yeah,
at least a 3rd in this one.
Yeah, exactly. So she's been consistent. Big result over there in USA, and got through a few heats and managed to do well. And now here, battling up to get in the final. I think though, Joanna Garnell, she's out roving with that microphone in hand. What have you got for us, Joanna?
I've got Pauline here with me. Oh, that was so close, super hard, but still you put in a lot of effort. What went wrong for you?
I don't know. I'll have to look at it again, but I had a little bit of a shaky start, not catching the best waves and falling. But then I got my composure back, and had 2 good waves. I don't know. It's hard to analyze now because it's so fresh. But I tried my best, and I felt like I was just feeling better hits after hits. So a little bit disappointing to come so close to make the final. But Gabriela is ripping. She's been on a roll since the US Open. So congratulations to her.
It's still a great result, and now we're heading into France, and it's really close to home. So you got a bit of an advantage there, don't you?
Yeah, well, next one is home. So I love to compete at home. I love to have my family and friends there. Then France is beach break, so it's always changing so much. Sometimes, of course, we are used to those types of conditions, but sometimes move so quick, it's not even an advantage. But I'm definitely excited about the next one. And this event got my confidence back up. I was I was a bit disappointed after the US Open. Couldn't quite showcase my surfing, so yeah, way better result here.
Yeah, you definitely showed us your everything you got, and we wish you a lot of luck in the next event.
Okay, yeah, great debrief there. Thanks, Joanna. I think it's really important to hear from those. We always get the head interviews with the winners, but it's often just as illuminating and just as interesting to see how those surfers have got lost the heat, how they unpack it. Yeah, and she's a legend in the sport. She she's saying it's a bit too early to analyse the result, but she was quick to focus on her opponent, Gabriella, and gave her the props. So yeah, what a champion, Pauline Nadeau.
Yeah, congrats to Pauline. She did an amazing surfing throughout all this competition, and I think she's looking good to go to our own turf and put on another show.
Okay, so here goes Silva. Already got a big number on the board, and that first turn is amazing.
Wow.
Drives her out, and there's another one. She's got momentum, she's got confidence, and she's looking good. It didn't quite pan out the rest of that wave, but those first two turns looked so strong. She just nailed it, and then came up with the second turn. Then it just didn't have quite sort of the insider, but she's just, the confidence is oozing through her. You think, Chico?
Yeah, that first carve was amazing. She put a lot of technique in there. As we see her again, winds off the bottom and big carve, and she was able to put another one with a lot of speed and style. So yeah, Luana, she has been doing this all weeks. That's why she's throwing 8s and 9s all the time.
Yeah, amazing heat totals. She surfed against Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, that last one. They're mates. They grew up together. Probably the next sort of vanguard of Hawaiian surfing, and she dusted her friend there. Now she's come straight back out, all guns blazing. The bass surfer here, trying to come back. Here's a big wave. Just not quite breaking on that inside bit. The tide is filling in now. Kind of reaching the point where it's just at the perfect sort of stage of the tide. Low, just progressing to the mid of the high. But unfortunately for Ariana, she couldn't get onto any of those. She'll need to reset here. She's only got 14 minutes. Sometimes a bit hard to come back when you're already in the hole, and I'll tell you what, it's just got more difficult for her because a 7.33 has dropped for Silva. So now Ariana needs a combination of scores to progress. One wave surfed even to its best won't get that score, so she's got to get two waves, and two waves that add up to 16. Now I'm no maths genius, but that's a minimum of 2 8s, so she's got a bit of a mountain to climb. It can change quickly though. And she can chip away at that mountain with one good wave, and then at least put herself in the position to have a crack at the end. We're actually going to get ready for a short break and then come back and see how she gets along with that challenge. She's a fighter, she's a hard worker, and she's a great surfer, so she's not going to die wondering. Meanwhile, on the inside, without priority, Silva's just on a roll, just in the rhythm, almost loses her feet there, but hangs on and looking for the inside, hoping for a big section like she got last time, so she's nothing to lose here. And that wave, I don't know if that was such a good choice, to be honest. She already had tried to improve on a 7.33. She might be best just to wait. I'm just going to hold that break as the shower on an insider. And that wave's not going to be in any way, shape or form what she needs. So with a bit of a break in proceedings, we might start to get ready for a little bit of a break. 12 minutes, 30 minutes on the clock. Luana Silva way out in front, a massive heat total, 16.26. Ariana Ochoa, the bass surfer, desperately just trying to get back in this heat any way she can, and at the moment struggling just to get just a single ride. So this is the replay, Chico.
Yeah, she started off really well. This carve sets up the all wave. She gets in there in time for another one, and kind of like threw the tail up, which was kind of cool and a point of difference. And here, I think she was winding up to try an air, and yeah, the section wasn't there, and yeah, she ended up falling. But yeah, she's looking really solid and composed.
Yeah, she's just been on a tear. That wave not going to count. But we're going to go to a short commercial break, and we're going to come back after this as Ariana Ochoa and Luana Silva battle it out to join the final. That man's coming up soon too, Jackson Baker. So we're getting down to the nitty-gritty, the pointy end. Don't go anywhere, folks. There'll be more live action right after this break. Okay, welcome back to the North Atlantic Ocean, the shimmering blues and greens of the Portugal coast. We are at Ribeira de Ilhas. We are into the semi-final number 2 of the women's event of the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. And we've got, well, I wouldn't call it a close battle. We've got Luana Silva way out in front, and she's just been too strong, too powerful, and she's got a massive heat total. Chico Alves, she's looking good to reach his final up against another Hawaiian, Gabrielle O'Brien.
Yeah, an all Hawaiian final, right? They have been putting on a show over the last week, but I think Ariana has something to say before we say that. Big turn out the back, really good snap, another one, and she has been doing what I thought she was going to do once she catches a good wave, which is excel on some big sections. So I think she's back on this, and yeah, she's out of the combination situation.
That's right, she got a 6.77 for that, so puts herself out of the combination zone, which means one single wave can now get her into the lead. That one single wave would be a 9.5, so it's a huge score. Meanwhile, we've got Joanna Garnell back on the beach. She's on fire down there. Who have you got now, Joanna? I'm excited.
Oh, well, I've got Ruben Vitoria. He won at Caparica, the qualifying series there. And you've been supporting Ariana here. What do you think of the heat so far?
Oh, right now, Ariana is in a difficult moment, but I think she can do it. And you never know. So we believe in her. So until the end, you never know. Keep going, Ariana, and good luck. Let's go.
Awesome to see the Basque support here in Portugal.
No, we are a team and everyone support to everyone. So I like our team and what we are. So we are here and do what you know. So we are happy.
Well, we're happy too. Great job. Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks Ruben and thanks Joanna. Ruben Vitoria, great surfer. Yeah, one down there at Caparica. That deadly backhand he's got, amazing surf. I love watching him explode. One of Europe's best. And yeah, that Basque, they're a tight sort of bunch, aren't they? The Basque, they all stick together. They're really, really a close-knit group.
I think the Portuguese need to start doing that too.
Definitely. Well, you've seen the Australians sticking together. They've made a conscious effort to try and stick together and back each other on the group, and that's happened with Jackson Baker. They're all down there, and then we've seen the Basque crew, the Hawaiians, but yeah, the Portuguese, probably not quite as many surfers in
the qualifying
from a single country,
yeah.
So it's a little bit harder. And we had Fred and Teresa, Vasco, so many great surfers. But yeah, I think it seems to be working. It gives, especially when you're traveling. I suppose it's a bit harder when you're in Portugal because you've got your own sort of friends and your own homes and that, and it's a bit harder. When you're on the road, you definitely need to get it. There's Luana Silva just refueling, getting ready for the next break. So yeah, Portuguese, not a bad idea, and the Basque, and she, I like how Ruben. Then it's like, yeah, we still believe she can do this. Definitely believe she can get back into this semi-final. She needs a massive score or 2 waves, but they're still back in their girl. And it's great to see. So there you go, giving some, there's the coach, just trying to give her a bit of advice about where to sit on the in the lineup. Silva just patrolling. Should be relatively comfortable with it. Her situation right now. She's got that priority. I think we see a shower making a move, see if she can drag her opponent out with her, or at least make her change her strategy, change her approach. We'll see if that works. 6 minutes 43 on the clock. So time is running out for the Bass Surfer. So she's making a bit of a move. Silva's not letting her go. I mean, this is a case where you've got to keep your eye on your opponent. We see some big sets out the back though. And looks like Silva, she's handed that one over. So we'll see if that's a mistake. See Ariana Shoa on a backhand. Slow start. And so as it turns out, that was a good call by Silva. She didn't get sucked into it, Xisco, and she's got her own wave of her own. Kicks out to get priority. So a little interesting paddle battle, but not much surfing going on.
Yeah, but what a smart competitor. She took Luana took off on that wave, and she saw that was not much happening to Ariane, and she kicked off to get priority. So I think it was a really smart decision.
Okay, so now Shoa going again. Same set this. And there's a big turn and loads of spray from Ochoa. And another one, if she can get something on the inside, she'll be in at least back in the game. So that first turn was big, but unfortunately for her, it just didn't line up. But that first turn, it was shades of Nat Young, who did so well in the men's side in semi. Vertical power and a load of spray. And it probably makes it all the more frustrating. She just didn't get any more opportunities after that.
Yeah, if she gets one more hit up the top like that one, we would be looking at excellent scores, that's for sure. A lot of water thrown out by Ariane, and a lot of pressure on that tail of that board. And yeah, Ariane has been surfing really solid over the last week, and she has been choosing the right ones and applying pressure on her turns, and that's why she's on an amazing result on the semifinals.
Yeah, so here's a recap, but it's this woman here, Luana Silva, who's been really impressive. Just a bit of risk, a bit of flair, and a lot of power. And at the moment, that package has got her 4 minutes away from a final, her first ever final in a Challenger Series event. She just looks so smooth, hey, Shiko?
Yeah, this wave fits her surfing really well. She's been using all that technique and power she has to apply on these waves, and this was a really well surfed wave by Luana. This last turn was massive. She winds up off the bottom and tail out, boom, really committed, and seriously, like, I'm so impressed.
Yeah, that was a big score. That got 8.93. Shoa, as you see there's that big turn from that last wave, and there's another. So she's got that backhand hook on her. That only got a 4.33. So she's been, you know, doing her best. She's been kept plugging away, kept trying to chip away at that massive heat total, but she hasn't had a whole lot of success. Needs a 9.5. Needs a massive score, and she's out the back waiting. She might try and make Luana go this one, and she has. So Silva, her job now is to try and improve on a 7.33. That's not going to do it. So there's a very small window of opportunity open for Ochoa. It's not a 1 to million shot, but a 9.5 would have to be a huge score. And there's the Bass Brains Trust. And also looking at which way to go, where's the best spot. You can see him shaking their legs of nervousness. 3 minutes on the clock. You think she'll only get one wave, Francisco? She's not going to get two, so the next wave is crucial.
Well, I think if she gets a proper Tibaradillas wave that opens up all the way through, she will probably have the opportunity to make it happen, as we see here.
Yeah, comes around the corner, big turn. Oh, massive first turn. That's what she needs to do. Second one's a little bit sticky. And there's a third.
Wow.
So she's not going to go down. There's a fourth, and she just hangs on, but it wasn't clean. They like it. If it wasn't a 9.5, I think she would, you know, at least get in the running. But I tell you what, she's gone for it, and just managed to get you know, a big number on the board. She needs a huge number. That's the only problem with the Ariana. So we'll just have to unpick that. I'll get Chico Alves to go through it. She surfed it so well, but the score she needs is huge. She's not giving up either, trying to get back out the back with 2 minutes to go. She might struggle to do that, but she's not going to die wondering. And yeah, big turn. She needed a big turn. That first turn was sick, but I don't know. I just think it might have been a bit of a bridge too far, that 9.5. We'll see how we go. We might get the replay and unpick it.
I think it's going to be close. I have to really admit, like, that first turn was probably one of the best turns I've seen all day on the women's side. This was huge bottom turn, a lot of water, a lot of commitment there. Here she kind of like gets late, but I like this one. Nice snap, and she gets vertical here again. Boom, almost falls, but she was able to make it. But that first turn was really committed.
Yeah, I think the problem with it, there was 2 turns were amazing, weren't they? The first one and the third one. I just think the 2 turns in between those, so the second and the fourth turn, were really just a little bit off, not quite. You know, she's going to come close because it was amazing surfing. I'm not sure she's got 9.5, but she's got a big score, an 8.83. So, you know what an incredible result, what an incredible amount of surfing under pressure. Didn't quite get the score, but she's back out there, 30 seconds. Crikey, if she turned this around, it'd be one of the great performances, of recent times. I mean, that in combination with no time, and she's still out there now. She needs a 7.44, and she might even looking at a wave here. So here she goes. She can't get that. 20 seconds. She needs anything, any scrap. Still hunting, still fighting, still battling. And Silva, there's a little wedge on the inside here. And she's paddling her brains out, and she's up and riding. She needs a 7.44, worst turn. Typical Ashoa. There's another one. Digs the rail a little bit. Trying to make it count, and she just can't get the section. Meanwhile, Silva just out the back, so she might actually improve her score. You think that Ariana hasn't quite got that 7.44, but what a fight she put up. She absolutely went for it all the way to the end, never gave up. But unfortunately, it looks like she's just going to come in a little bit short. Their score's coming in just a 3 point, around the 4.03 mark. So she misses out. So Luana Silva. So we've got an all-Hawaiian final. We've got an Hawaiian in the men's final. We've got 3 of the 4 finals from Oahu. So what an amazing performance to see. Silva, she looks strong.
Yeah, this wave to finish off the heat was amazing. A lot of technique into that first carve and a big bang to finish it off, but nonetheless, congrats to Ariane. What a good fight, and a fighter, actually.
Yeah, great performance from Ariana, and a semi-final in a Challenger Series is a huge result for her. She'll be over the moon, but it's that lady from Sunset Beach who has gone through. So Silva through to go up against Gabrielle O'Brien. So the finals, the final women's has all come through to that. You see just the 2 surfers left, Gabrielle O'Brien and Silva. And I'll tell you what, they are there on merit. They've been 2 of the best surfers all week. They've been consistent, they've been dynamic, and that's going to be an incredible matchup between 2 surfers with such bright futures, 2 Hawaiians. So we love to see that. Great surfing, of course, coming up in the men's final. Zeke Lau, and I think we're going to have Billy Kemper come into the booth for that. Draped in the Hawaiian flag, ready to roll, ready to rumble. Zeke Lau's up against the Aussie battler, Jackson Baker. So a real clash in styles and temperaments, but a fascinating sort of matchup as well. That's going to come up. So we're going to go for a short commercial break, and then we're going to come back with loads of action. The final, what we've been waiting for. 124 surfers started off or thereabouts. We're down to 2, and it's about to start in not too short time at all. Okay, so we're going to go for a short commercial break and come back with the final of the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. Don't go anywhere, folks. This is what we've been waiting for. It is on.
MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira reaching a dramatic final here on a Saturday afternoon in Portugal. Two heavy hitters who've absolutely dazzled us all week. We'll be duking it out for those 10,000 points on the Challenger Series. In the red corner, out of the 808 state, Hawaii, is Ezekiel Lau. Jackson Baker in the blue, out of Newcastle, Australia. Two of the outstanding surfers have really impressed us with performances. And here to talk you through it, bring you insights, myself, Paul Evans in the studio, joined by Peter Mel and Billy Kemper. How are we doing?
Good. We got a Hawaiian in the final. Close to having two. I was just talking to Pete. It was close to being two actually Kamehameha graduates, real Hawaiian-blooded surfers, which is, you know, one of the highest respected educations in the state, and them two really put their head down through school, and to see them on the top of surfing is it's really cool. It makes Hawaii proud, and excited to see, you know, Jackson Baker, complete underground shredder. It's just this whole tour, like P was saying, to just root for the underdogs, and it's never consistent on the QS. So it's just cool to see these guys get results, and looks like these guys are having a look at the first set of the heat coming through right now.
Right, so plenty of time out in the water for our surfers to get their two best numbers and post up big scores. It's what we expect from them. And to get out of this final, we're going to have to show their best stuff. Trying to get off to a strong start is Ezekiel Lau on a slightly smaller wave. Just working this thing over. Looking down the line here, just waiting pretty patiently. And he'll swoop back after going out of the shoulder, just kind of steer the ship around, just kind of nursing it through, waiting to stand up in here on this wave.
Bang.
And big turn off the top from him, little release of the tail. And then he'll snap it in the pocket, and once again, that quiet body. And then commits to a turn, burying the rail. And he'll hit it one more time again. So he saw this section from a long way out, and he's absolutely executed some sharp skills. Good finish from Zeke, and he'll like that.
He's loved that section all event long. It's been paying off big time. You think about the big air reverse at the end into the rocks at the start of this event. That was a moment, had to come from behind, made it happen. Here he is in the final. All came down to that one moment, that one choice, and he pulled it off. Pretty cool. That's the story.
Yeah, Billy, knowing Zeke as you do, just as we watch this replay, just like to think, you know, we saw this qualification. He actually got a lot of that done in Portugal last time around. What's different about him this time out? Obviously, he's a little older, but has much changed in Zeke?
Yeah, you know, I think for one, his equipment, he's realizing, you know, the athlete that he is. He's worked on volume. He's working with the Hawaii Shaper, which I think is very smart of him, working with Wade. Wade shaped Sonny's boards, and, you know, I think I look at Zeke as kind of a new age, you know, Sonny with some progression and really high performance surfing in the mix. That being said, he just looks like he's not working as hard, but he's surfing better. And I think that comes with age, it comes with equipment, and also just mentally. You know, the QS will beat you up in a lot of hard ways, and then you get onto the CT at a young age like he did. It's a lot of learning on the go. I think when, you know, you're able to adapt, take that stuff home, take it and, you know, be able to work on the off season. You know, he's fresh off that incredible win of the Ultimate Surfer, which was another big opportunity for him. I think he's really enjoying himself. He's down here, he's free surfing with me up at Coco's. We've been going up to the beach breaks, just like enjoying it, not just being the first guy out in the morning sessions and bailing the you know, as soon as people come here. He's out and about surfing, going to dinner, just really, he's present, and I think that's a really dangerous situation for his competitors when he's comfortable. It's confidence that's really hard to break, and his you know, his way of performing under pressure is very rare. You don't see competitors who are able to do that, and that's the scary thing about him, is like you put him against the ropes, that's usually when he shines the hardest. So excited to see this heat. You know, looks like that first score off to an 8-point ride, real solid, consistent surfing. And, you know, before he paddled out, he told me 2 9s, we're going to get this heat done. So that's, I don't think he's happy with that score. I think he's going to get back out there, and hopefully Jackson opens up with a big score and they can trade back and forth and see a big performed heat.
So a great number in for Ezekiel Lau. Got to say, Pete, can't exactly say we're surprised by that. No. Start off a heat like this, especially the final.
And again, that end section, he was able to finish that wave with an exclamation where everybody was like, yeah, no, those were 3 solid turns at the end. Yeah, he did have to carve through the outside section a little slower, but Again, in his mind, that was a warm-up wave, and I feel like that's actually not going to be on the scoreline after this as well.
Definitely not. He's pretty fired up right now, and you know that last heat with Jackson Baker as well, he served really well. I think the exchanges that we're going to get through this heat are going to definitely be up in the excellent range.
Well, strong performances from our Hawaiian athletes, and one of them, Luana Silva, she's ripped her semi-final. Let's hear from her.
Well, we're definitely crowning a Hawaiian today. Now, which one, we don't know, but you might have a clue. How was it in there?
It was super fun. I'm just trying to keep calm and keep my nerves down. But yeah, I'm really excited to be in the final with my best friend.
And how are the conditions looking for the final?
It actually looks like it got better than my quarterfinal heat, and I'm really stoked about that. So it should be a good final.
It will, for sure. Thank you very much, and good luck.
Great job from Luana Silva. All smiles, very positive, coming up against her friend. I'll leave those friendships on the beach for now, because there's a lot up for grabs out in the water. Live action from Jackson Baker. And what's he got here to reply to Zeke's 8-point rise? Nice little flare up on the opening section, just spreads the wings and then ditches those fins with some nice release. Jackson still swinging, got a good bit of speed into this section, hits it super hard. A searing turn through the lips, splits that section in half. And then he was looking for another little extra section on the end. It's not forthcoming, but a great opener.
That was a really good opening wave. Those 3 really critical turns, kind of lost the fins on that one, but is able to recover. Zeke behind him, backing his score up.
Zeke swinging on a wave straight away to get more points on the board. And he knows all about this inside section. He's kind of going through the motions a little bit on that wave, very close to the rocks in there, as this tide will now come back in and bring that part of the story. He knows all about those rocks. He also knows all about putting the heat together and throwing up this score, just putting himself a solid backup.
Yeah, he looks like he's confident. He's not worried here. He's just trying to move through this heat, picking up momentum. He doesn't look like he's pressured. You had mentioned about how he's more relaxed in life, right? And it kind of reflects in his performance.
You can see it. I mean, Pete, you've watched him obviously under the Quicksilver wing, and over the last few years, you see the testosity in his surfing. And right now, I mean, I know his fiance is watching this right now, Jenna, and I know he looks more relaxed than I've ever seen him in a jersey. And I think competing in that Ultimate Surfer thing, I mean, there's no more wave that's as pressure filled. This is the pool,
I know.
And to be on national television, putting yourself out there, that was tough. But I think
and we don't even know the half of it. We just saw what we saw.
Exactly.
I mean, you were there for a bit. You were part of that. Let's not forget about that wave we just watched and dissect it, because that wave was a good match to Ezekiel Laos, and it's going to be right there in the same
that's
scale.
That's going to be a big score.
Yeah. Outside work done. Ezekiel was kind of more on the inside. We'll see where the scale is set here. I mean, that's what they're looking at right now.
Yeah, 3 solid turns in a critical part of the wave. That's going to probably come in pretty high, I would imagine.
Okay, with 23 minutes and 45 on the clock, and waiting for numbers to come. And in the meantime, let's go and hear from a bass surfer who's given a great account of herself here in Portugal. Ariana Ochoa is standing by with Joanna.
Yeah, Ariana, you did a really great job. Great surfing. How do you feel about this result?
Thanks. I think I have done a really good surfing and a really good contest, so I need to be happy. Like, I achieved a lot of goals that I put before this contest, but also I wanted to make the final, but finally hasn't been possible. I tried to do my best in this heat, but I didn't find that timing that I needed in the right waves. And just like sad at this moment, but I think that I must be happy because I have done a really good job in this contest.
Yes, you have, and congratulations on an awesome result. Back to you guys.
Yeah, great job, Ariana. Obviously, disappointment gets so close to that final, crucial stage in anyone's career on the Challenger Series, a chance for a final. But nevertheless, 3rd, pretty good result. Be a great score for her, putting herself up in the ratings. Did okay in the US Open. Was it equal 9th up there? So this will help her out, coming in 25th in the ratings into this one. And she'll certainly improve, and she's going to surf close to home. She's from Bilbao. She's surfing in Hossegor. It's an hour and a half up the road. She could go well up there.
I would agree, and taking the momentum from this event. It's important, and it's a leg. That's why this Challenger Series, 4 events back to back to back, it really is about momentum. We've watched it through events, but now it's through a leg of the tour, which will really get you to the dream of the championship tour, and you can make it happen in 4 events.
Still waiting for numbers from our judges. Priority is for Jackson Baker. Back in the lineup first, him on the right of your shot there. Way out the back. And some sets stacking up for our final for the men. We will have a champion in under 22 minutes time in this one. Who's it going to be? The Hawaiian Ezekiel out, Australian Jackson Baker. Scores are going to come in and certainly put Zeke in the ascendancy. Danny Kemper mentioned Zeke said he wanted to get 2 9s. Well, he's coming close to that. Not quite 2 9s, but he's got a couple of 8s. An 8.57 for his second wave. So, wow, we thought he's just going to work on a backup. He actually improves, and he's got a massive total already. Jackson Baker gets a 7.27 of his own, and we're game on here, boys.
It is game on. I mean, for Jackson Baker, sustainably right now,
goes.
look at the motor has happened, and wow. I didn't see it being that much of a difference, but it's a massive number. It's 16.57 for Ezekiel Lau, and he is feeling very good at this moment.
Well, let's just contrast the end section. It's been that kind of consistent conversation all week. Jackson Baker he got that penultimate turn done. Yep. The wave ran away a little bit. By contrast, Zeke, even on, it wasn't the most critical of insides relatively, but he kind of buried that nose of the board, didn't he? Showed us a lot of flair. Judges enjoyed it.
I think the mistake on Jackson was what was, didn't meet up to par. If he would have, after that third turn, just kicked out, I think it might have been a little more respected as far as the surfing. I think there was a little bobble and a mistake there made. And like I said, Zeke was looking really calm and confident, and from start to finish, there was no bobble. And I think that's kind of...
It's the presentation the entire wave, right?
Body language, confidence, and mentally and physically, it's
the rails never hitched, right? The loss of control they're feeling like with the drift, that comes into play too. Maybe not sinking that rail. The drift is a little bit of like, whoa, and it's kind of a mistake as well.
Catches your eye.
Depends on how you look at it. Judges there pretty consistently 7.0 to 7.5, averages out to the 7.27.
Jackson Baker, what a great story that's been. Found out about him in that last interview. Pete didn't really have the money, the resources to get over here. Everyone coming together, representing his hometown and doing it proud at the moment in the final.
And he thanked everybody, and he did it right. They're all watching right now. Really cool. A good city there in Merriweather, too. That whole zone, Newcastle, filled with fun people.
Fun people who really support and love surfing. So hats off to them. Your guys' boy is making you more than proud. Amazing surfer. I've been watching him surf throughout the North Shore, throughout the QS legs, and he's always very solid. So it's cool to see him get a big result. And right now he's got 20 minutes left and lots of opportunity. So let's see what happens.
All right, well, Zeke from under the priority of Jackson Baker. He'll have a little look around as he stands up on this wave, and he's kind of got that energy of like the sort of coiled spring stance slightly, and realizing actually no need to uncoil on this one. He'll just flick off, take his way back in the lineup, but he can afford to do that. He's got a big lead from under prior. He can afford to speculate. So Jackson Baker just parking it out the back, holding on to that priority, thinking about going all the way through the range of our scores. Needs to go right up there. That total that he's aiming at is 16.57. Requirement right now, 9.3. To get there in one wave, but a couple of decent 8s would do it for now. Assuming, of course, Zeke Lau doesn't improve. Think about the differences between these two surfers. We know about Zeke's power. He's obviously got a bit of extra experience as well, but when it comes down to this sort of situation, are surfers trying to accentuate their differences? They're basically just trying to find the best ways and tee off on them. A little bit of both?
I would say for me, it's a bit of both. It depends on the moment and the waves. And with Zeke specifically, he... how do I put this? I'm going to let you go first on this one.
So let's just say this. Before Zeke paddled out, he told me pressure can break anything. So that being said, this is applying pressure. He's dropped 2 8s, and he is surfing kind of just right around Jackson, just trying to get his awareness that one of these scores is, or one of these waves is going to slip under him, and I'm going to, put another hammer down. That being said, we've seen him in the past apply pressure to a fellow Hawaiian, Mr. John, and was able to get the upper hand on that. And I think that's something he really utilizes in his game plan is, going out, focusing on himself. He told me, 2 9s is what's going to get through this heat. He's close, but not to those 2 9s, 8, 8.57. And I think now he's just going to start applying pressure and try to drop something high in the excellent range where
Jackson right now, he's got a score, but I think in his mind too, he's looking for 2 fresh scores. There's 17 minutes on the clock. He hasn't got nearly the wave that he wants, I feel like, to really capitalize on his situation.
Well,
so.
And that's why this priority right here at this point in the heat is very essential. He's hoping that that he makes the right choice and he doesn't have Zeke picking up another score on him.
Yeah, and that's where the pressure thing comes in. It's like he's got to keep those nerves down and just really focus on his task, not worry about what Zeke's doing. I mean, look at Zeke is a hair away from him. And
he's definitely applying it.
Oh yeah, he's just giving him a nice little lunch meeting right now.
Paying very close attention to the Australian Ezekiel Lau with that lead, sitting under Jackson's priority.
This is where one-on-one competition thrives, right? It's just when you have 2 surfers, they understand the game and they're playing it. Right now, priorities with Jackson Baker. He has to sit and wait for it. Zeke's going to be down there, breathing down his neck. We know that that's his style and approach at times. He's mellower now, but it's still there. It's done in a way that you definitely are feeling his breath.
Yeah, 100%. And I think the man-on-man stuff, I mean, Zeke is going to probably have the upper hand on him with the experience of surfing man-on-man. But, that being said, there's something about, like, the underdog just finding momentum in events. Sometimes that's what it takes, is just, like, you could be completely new to it, but when you find momentum, it's really hard to knock them off. And, yeah, I'm really interested to see what happens in the second half of this heat. I feel like both these guys have not got the wave they're looking for.
What do you think they're talking about?
They're definitely not talking. I can guarantee that. There's nothing that these guys are sharing in common right now.
Except for energies, right?
Except for talking. Yep.
They're just sitting there buzzing like
a
battery.
I think one's trying to play the lion and turn one into the predator, what's about to being caught. It's right now it's just a battle in the minds.
The quiet heat physically so far for Jackson Baker. He's just ridden that one wave, but he's got a little bit of thinking to do now. His requirement, that 9.3. He knows he needs to go into the excellent range with both of his scores in this heat. And as a result of that, his task is relatively simple. He needs the best waves, really scrapping for opportunity. That's eaten up a lot of time so far for him doing that. He's just waiting for these opportunities. Tide will continue to fill in. As it does that, we've seen it all week, just get slightly longer gaps between the sets that actually hit the reef properly out here. So just all added. Talk about that pressure game from Zeke Lau. Continues to keep a very close eye on Jackson.
Hope he doesn't go anywhere.
I like the mantra, pressure can break anything. There's another one, pressure's a privilege. Let's throw that into the mix.
Right.
Jackson Baker seems like that kind of guy. He's got that. I mentioned that Aussie mongrel. He won't mind it. He doesn't mind it.
Actually, it'll fire him up, right?
Yeah, so let's see.
Fuel me.
Let's see if he can get an opportunity. For the time being, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. You're watching the men's final of the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. Right now, this guy's got this thing on some degree of control. Can Jackson Baker come back at him to take out the title? Find out when you rejoin us live right after this. Welcome back to live coverage of the men's final, the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. Sees Ezekiel Lau going up against Jackson Baker. And so far in this one, a little over halfway. Ezekiel Lau with a massive total. He got that with his first 2 rides. And that's enough for a considerable advantage currently over Jackson Baker, who's sat an awful long time with priority, waiting for the right opportunity. A number will drop in during that break from Zeke's just a low one. It'll be a throwaway, a 3 for him. Not going to change anything in our scoreboard. Crucially, that number 9-3 for Jackson Baker. Just as that time ticks away, I just wonder, you know, what stage do you start to kind of second guess the strategy a little bit? There isn't really an option to go to the inside and try and generate something, though, is there here?
No, I think in Jackson's situation, you're looking at time. If that opportunity of, you know, me and Zeke were running heats out here last week, and we're timing our paddle backs. If you're basically finishing stamping one on that inside where he's gotten really comfortable with on the rocks, that paddle back to the top is like roughly around 5 minutes. And if, you know, if you're kind of cruising it, you're looking at 6. So head down 5. You got to be thinking about that right now with 11, 20. Am I going to, you know, confidently think that Zeke's not going to better his situation? I'm going to go for the 9-3, or am I going to try to, you know, get 2 high 8s or, you know, start with 2 fresh scores right now? He has a, you know, a great score, 7.27. It's more so just the time frame of where that's going to lead him to on his next roll, and it looks like he's looking at this one. Nope.
Major set stacking up. No
Ooh.
takers for the first wave.
That was a little work. He kept Zeke off it, and then this is the butter here. If it actually stands up.
Yeah, Zeke's going to make a move if he doesn't on this wave. Nope.
Nope.
Wow, they're seeing something that we don't.
And it's shutting down.
Patience from Jackson Baker. Maintaining his cool under pressure.
Kept his priority.
He's on the wrong end of a big number right now, 9-3, and nevertheless not getting rattled or flustered. He's been under very close scrutiny from Ezekiel Lau for quite some time now, but still knows the kind of wave he's after. And if he doesn't feel that kind of opportunity is available, he's not going to use that priority. That man will be feeling this a little bit, Doug Marsh, right now.
Oh, for sure. I love this morning's interview with him, talking about how he had a little bit of a late start.
Not a mind reader, but I'm sort of guessing that he might be saying, why didn't he take that wave?
Yeah.
That seems to be the energy from Dog.
Well, yeah. It's always hard to say, right? And decisions are decisions. You have to live by them.
Yes, you do. Making decisions on the fly ain't easy.
Under 10 to go in this one. It's as we were pretty much from the get-go with that opening exchange. Ezekiel Lau still with that strong lead. The patient approach from Jackson Baker. Can he make it pay off? If he does, it will be a bit of a masterclass in staying cool under serious pressure. But at the moment, he's got all his work to do yet in front of him. And time is slipping away. Each of these lulls feel like they're getting longer between the sets as well. We waited 7 or 8 minutes.
To be honest, right? That they aren't getting some waves here to kind of battle it back and forth. But I guess it's kind of setting up to be a very exciting last 9 minutes.
Yeah. This is awesome. 2 best friends, hard-working girls coming out of Hawaii, meeting up in the final, both being coached under Reynos, both being trained by Kahea Hart. This is a really big opportunity for both these young girls coming out of Hawaii, and also just the level of their surfing has really been pushed through the roof in the last couple of years. I work a lot with Lulu at Kahea's, and the work that she's put in, you know, in silence has been very inspiring. That girl works really hard. She shows up. I mean, I'm a bit obsessed with training and showing up with Kahea. He's kind of taken over my life, and it's not often I see people that are that hungry. And you know, I'm a big fan of what she does.
That's good insight right there. I mean,
yeah, this girl works hard, and so does Gabby.
Yeah.
You know, Kahea's been calling these girls for the last 5 years, and to see them in the final meeting up at the 10,000 Challenger Series event.
It's a big money.
This is huge.
Yeah,
this is
gigantic.
Massive for them. Here we go. Jackson's taking a spin with priority.
Baker making a move here, a whitewater takeoff, and he'll whip one down, and then he'll hit the gas, get some speed going. Another little whipping turn for him on a little bit of a shouldery section, a little bit more impetus in that gouge, and again bangs one up, really smooth, controlled.
Oh my gosh, that's going to cost him. He was on his way to a massive score right there.
Oh, he knows it too.
Yep.
Right behind him out the back, here goes Ezekiel Lau looking to turn the screw. He'll have to get over that lump to do that. He won't do, but he will maintain priority out the back, and a big mistake from Jackson Baker there.
What happened? I didn't see it coming.
No, I mean, we've been comparing this wave to Steamer Lane. I've been comparing it to Hokipa, Pavils on Maui. There's a lot of gutters in the wave. There's a lot of boils and deep spots that what you see on camera, like you're looking at this wave and you think it looks like a nice, like, you know, kind of Bell's Winky Pop vibe, but there's a lot of hard spots in this.
to keep your flow, to keep the
Yeah,
speed up.
and like he looks on point right here. No bobbles, real smooth. Coming out of each turn with lots of speed. This turn was money.
Yeah.
Real effortless. That
just a
bottom turn.
drift.
Those ribs in that wave, you know, he didn't even see that coming.
Pushing, yeah.
Looked really calm for being at 7 minutes on the clock, needing a 9.3 against Zeke. I mean, he looks really comfortable on that surfboard.
He's liking the pressure.
I really like that turn. Just really placed it in a perfect spot.
That is
those ribs.
It feels like the kind of spot where we're really looking down the line as we're surfing this wave to see what that last section is doing. And he just got that little steep transition under his fins, didn't he? Maybe just kind of not having...
Eyeing it, how he wanted to keep the speed down there. Do you go up into it or chase it?
Yeah, this wave, from what I've noticed, you know, free surfing and watching these competitors surf and just talking to Zeke as well, is like really focusing on what's in front of you and not what's down the line. It's not, you know, this ain't J-Bay, this is not, you know, your perfect groom point break. It's really about just surfing the section that's in front of you, and I think that's kind of what happened. He got a few good carves and a nice bang in the lip and was like, okay, I got to start, you know, really looking at the end of this wave, and that caught him off guard.
So Jackson Baker is going to get a number here, but it's going to be a relatively modest score to what he could have potentially been on his way to. Comes in as a 6. Nothing like what he needs. 9.3 will remain that requirement. Significant difference is in terms of the clock. We've ticked down towards 5.5 remaining in this final. Could well be looking at a Hawaiian sweep of the MEO Vissla Pro. 2 Hawaiians in the women's final, and Zeke Lau at the moment looking pretty good in this one. That's the requirement for Baker. Just needs more waves, essentially. Needs another opportunity. Kind of got to put that out of his mind. Never easy to do.
Well, you know, and I think there's a 9, you know, in him. So it's
without a doubt,
right? So
yeah.
it's not over yet. There'll hopefully be. I mean, it's been so quiet in this last 15 minutes. There's got to be a bit of a flurry here at some moment.
Yeah, I don't. You know, obviously he's got a bit of stress running down his back, but you know, a 9.3 in these conditions is definitely for him a very, you know, nothing out of his range. No,
yeah,
and very that you know, it
sets it up actually for a moment.
For sure, I think both these guys, if they both get a big opportunity, you know, towards the end of this heat, we could get a really good finish coming. And obviously, with 4.5 minutes counting down, I think the opportunity of Jackson dropping 2 scores is out of the book. So he's going to be going all or nothing on his last opportunity. Here's a little recap of the heat.
Early score here, 8.0. Drives across the section, and it does load up. He saw this wave for the inside potential, and it delivered in a big way. This is where most of the score came, that turn there.
Yeah, very tight in the pocket, lots of power, but like we said, very calm.
Driving through those moves. And this finished straight up, good variety.
Lots
8 points.
Variety, yeah.
Yeah.
No bobbles, no mistakes made. There's never a moment in that wave where you question his surfing. Everything's smooth.
This is the way we thought maybe there was a turn on the outside. He stayed with it. This one came in as a big number. 8.57. He gets the inside section, and there must have been something on the outside. Yeah. Because that was a sick inside. Here's Jackson Baker's 7.27.
Nice turn out front. Kind of caught a rib. This turn, that bobble, I think really is what, you know, hurt him on the scoring potential. I like this turn. Boom, big finish. 2 mistakes. I think that's what kind of hindered the score on that. And then this wave he was off to a big score, big opening carve. Backs it up, turn in the pocket. This turn coming up here sets this section up really nice. I like this turn.
Oh, that was it. That was the section that needed it.
Yeah, he was that, you know, that could have, I hate saying it, but he was on his way to a high excellent score. When you look back at Zeke's waves and you look at that was a big opportunity that he let get away right there.
Best looking wave of the final so far, just in terms of the wave itself. Unable to convert that to the score he needed. The 9.3 from Jackson Baker. Well, he's running out of time a little bit here. Still 2.5 on the clock. Without that priority, I suppose he can actually kind of mosquito around a little bit, though. He can buzz around a little bit, so he can paddle. He's not got to just sit there and think about the situation he's in, but That'll be sort of...
He just hopes, though, that I mean, at this point, a 9-3, it needs to be a set wave, and so he needs to basically get a 2-wave set. The decision has to be made by Ezekiel Lau to go or not, and get himself in position to allow that to happen so he can still go if he has to. That's what he can hope for with 2 minutes to go.
We'll see if we get more sets stacking up here on the reef at Ribera Dilias. We are less than 2 minutes away from crowning a champion for the men in the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira, capping off a monumental week of surfing. And another chapter in the history books looking to be written here in Portugal. Europe so significant in careers for a number of reasons. This time out, it is on the Challenger Series, looking to qualify surfers for next year. I wonder if these two, at some point, be having a little chat with each other. Let's see what's going on here. See some sets maybe lining up, possibly an opportunity with that priority, crucially. We can kind of control this one. I don't think Jackson Baker will certainly be conceding early, but at the same time, a certain amount of pragmatism must come in. Doesn't have priority, doesn't have much time. He still needs a 9. Well, he's struggling here. Let's see what he can do in the final
60 seconds
throws.
left.
It doesn't look like they're going to get the opportunity, and Zeke's going to shut the door 2 waves. Very early in the heat. And don't always want to concede too early. We've seen that happen before as well.
I have something in my hand right now that I'm going to have to run out of here with in the next 10 seconds. So as of right now, I don't want to say anything too early, but thank you guys for having me. And it looks like we're 20 seconds away from crowning
a
Hawaiian champion, which makes a clean sweep. I love Portugal. These waves are really, you know, they really remind me of the coastline of the North Shore. It's beautiful, and 7 seconds left. Big set coming through. Is it going to be here in time? I don't think so. And congratulations, Ezekiel Lau. Hats off to his family, the Laus, his fiancee Jenna. You guys all helped make this happen, and I'm going to go carry this kid up the beach.
Right on. Have fun.
Thank you, guys. See you later.
All right, thanks, Billy Camper, for coming in the studio for the call. He's got a Hawaiian flag in his hand. He's now running down through the contest area.
We'll see him in a moment.
He's going to go chair his boy and wave that flag. Your champion of the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira, Ezekiel Lau. 10,000 points for him for his journey back to championship tour status. And he loves it on the back of the ski. Just soaking up the applause here. And he will be absolutely stoked. And really, you think about the performances. We've had a lot of top performers, Pete, but you can't deny this man is just desserts. He absolutely merits this win.
He did. And, you know, there were some early challenges that he was able to persevere, which got him here today. He knew he had a big heat against Nat. He produced there, put the pressure early, and same thing here in this final. Did the exact same thing. Got big numbers early and put the pressure on him, on their component. You know, good job to Jackson Baker. It was a bummer that he didn't actually get that opportunity at the end, but wow, that was fun to watch.
Jackson Baker, the biggest result in his career. He mentioned he's only ever made a final in a 1500 on the qualifying series prior. Made the final in a 10,000, got 8,000 points. A great shot at qualifying himself, but it is our champion Ezekiel Lau. Hats off to him. Congratulations. And he will be absolutely delighted as the jet ski will bring this in close to the reef, and he'll dismount and make his way in to get chaired up the beach. And he'll ride in a little bit of whitewater here and just soak it all up. Great moments, these. Apart from the significance towards, you know, talk about next year and all that good stuff, it's also good just to be present right now and say how amazing is this, because this is what the dream is all about, right?
It's so true. Winning heats and winning events. You topped everyone in this week of surfing, and you did it in fine form. You deserve this win, and 10,000 points, and a bunch of Hawaiians to be there to celebrate with. And that's what's so cool about this tour, is the camaraderie that happens between the countries, between friends, between family.
There it is, Ezekiel Lau, your champion of the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira, chaired back up the beach by the strong Hawaiian contingent who've all been ripping down here this week. Really great performances from the men's side. Of course, we do have our women's final as well out in the water, which does feature 2 Hawaiians. But hats off to Ezekiel Lau as he'll get chaired up the beach. See if we can get a chat with him shortly in a little debrief. He'll be absolutely stoked. Also, congratulations should be said to Jackson Baker. He's been awesome. Unlucky in that final, really, couple of errors, but I think, you know, when he reflects, second place, a pretty good effort.
Yeah, at this moment right now, probably feels a little bit, but he'll have all his friends, his coach, and another event just around the corner.
So Zeke getting chaired all the way up the sand tip. Ribeiro, it's not a big beach, so he's quite, you know, probably quite a heavy boy. It's quite a bit to him, so it's not a difficult task getting him up the beach.
It's not coming up Bell stairs.
Or France. France is a more difficult chair up the beach in that soft sand. Well, looks like he's ready with Joanna. Let's go and hear from our champion of the MEO Vissla Pro, Ezekiel Lau.
That's it, our finalist. Give it up for him. Pour it all out for us.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. You know, I've been falling off tour a couple years ago. I've been working ever since just to get back, and you know, I knew this was going to be a good event for me, so I just really tried to focus in on it, and I trained long and hard for this, so I'm really stoked, and I just want to thank everyone that has helped me get to this point. You know, my family at home, my fiance, and you know, everyone that's been helping me train and everything. I'm just so stoked, and thank you to my sponsors, Quicksilver, Rockstar, Electric, to Curl Surfboards, The Kind. Everyone's helped me to get here, and I'm just lost for words almost. I can't believe it happened. I'm so stoked.
And what's next?
Next is France, and we do it again. I mean, I can't stop now. The job's not done. You know, we got a couple more events this year. I'm looking to win the QS, so, you know, this is just one step forward to doing that and getting back on tour.
Congratulations, Zeke. We'll see you on the podium shortly.
Awesome job to Zeke Lau. A great victory for him, but he's saying the job's not done yet. Pete, how's that for his mindset? He seems, I mean, he's delighted, but at the same time, he's just still got that kind of composure that we've kind of seen all week from him. He wants to win the Challenger Series.
And that's the right track right now. Is happening right in this moment. Relish it, live it, then you get to move on to the next event.
We'll be right back real soon. A quick break. We're going to bring you the women's final of the MEO Vissla Pro. Join us for it right after this. Finals day on the Challenger Series, pumping waves in Portugal at the MEO Vissla Pro, and the last heat of a massive week of surfing will feature two Hawaiian surfers, Gabriella Bryan and Luana Silva, going at it. Two great friends from the same camp, and looking to just park those friendships for a little while and renew hostilities out in the water, looking to get a massive 10,000 points towards qualification. As we welcome into the studio to call this final, Ben Mundy and Brisa Hennessy. Welcome, guys.
Hi, Paul. Good to be here.
Thanks. I'm super stoked to be here.
How are you feeling about this matchup, Brisa?
Oh my gosh. This is pretty amazing. I think this is definitely like the biggest, I guess, result of their careers, and they're really good friends, and they're Hawaiians, so I'm really excited.
And these two pretty young. They're kind of flying the flag for that new generation. Does it feel like in this Challenger Series there is a new generation kind of bubbling over coming up?
Oh my gosh, 100%. It's been super inspiring. I think both these ladies have shown so much hard work and dedication and drive and resilience, and to see them come up against each other, and this new wave of this next generation is insane. But yeah, I think this is an incredible matchup.
And overall, just reflecting on your week that you've had in Portugal, Vahine, you've been enjoying yourself. You've been blessed with swell. It's always a nice place to come. You've had a good time?
Yeah, I've had an amazing time. Portugal always brings the most amazing, incredible vibes. It's been a little bit chilly for me, but yeah, nothing a good bakery and coffee won't cure. But it seems like it's already underway, and Gabby started out firing already.
Big number already for Gabriella Bryan, an 8.83. She's been so consistent with these excellent numbers throughout this event. Let's get another look here at the replay.
Yeah, she just looked straight from the get-go. No nerves. I mean, as you said, Brisa, this is the biggest result of her career, and yet she starts off so confidently.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing just seeing Gabby in her element. I grew up with her and actually competed with her against her a lot in the NSSAs and the local contests in Hawaii, and she just always had the most amazing energy, and she always had the most incredible fire within her. And to just see it all come together for her in the last couple events has been so, so cool. And she just looks so in form, and just seeing her on her front side and in her element has been just amazing.
Do you think there's any particular reason why it suddenly clicked in? I suppose you've had times in your career where things are just starting to happen for you. Is there any particular reason? Well, I think it might have come together just now for her.
Yeah, it's actually such an interesting question because, you look at different athletes and different competitors on the CT and on the QS, and it's that beautiful time where everything kind of comes together, and it's amazing to see them grow up, both Luana and Gabby, from when they were younger to now, and just to see how they formed and how they're not just incredible, young women, but they're incredible athletes, and they're just so mature. And here goes Gabby backing up her almost 9.
Live action here from Gabriella Bryan. Deep bottom turn, massive fang off the top from her, and a huge spray. And we know about the power. We've been seeing her match the power of this wave all week, and still swinging at this one. Gets another crack at the whip, and she's on an absolute tear already in this. Meanwhile, out the back, Silva. She'll swing up on a foamy section, and then asking for something midway through a wave. It's not something you see all the time. There's a great turn from her, and she's feeling it too. We've got a final on our hands here.
Oh, game on, and I love that passion and that, they're young, but they're fired up. They're ready for the big stage. The crowd, I just went down to the beach just to soak up some of the vibes, and there's some serious energy on that beach. There's a big crowd. You get the chance to play up to it for those that like that. And from the looks of Luana Silva, Brita knows it better than me, but she seems to be playing up to it quite well.
Oh my gosh, I think that's that little bit of Brazilian in her and Hawaiian, but they're just so confident and driven, and I don't think I was exactly like that when I was that age, but I love it. This is an amazing wave from Gabby as she just hooks it down the line. She has so much power. It's amazing. You can definitely tell that she puts a lot of time in, just a lot of water in Hawaii, and she was not scared of that section either.
Tagging it a couple of times is Gabriella Bryan, looking to build on a strong start, put a platform into this women's final at the MEO Vissla Pro. We'll see her finish that down smartly on the inside, but right behind her with a reply of her own. We just didn't quite catch the opening segment of that wave. Here it is.
Yeah, Luana, just big, one of the bigger waves we've seen so far. There's a big hook right in the pocket. So both girls getting sections out the back, and there's another. Wow. So 2 big turns on a big wave. This is where she starts to play up to the crowd. She's already happy, only halfway done. She's like, come on, judges, look at this. And then a finish. My gosh, I don't even know what to talk about the judging, but it's going to go big.
We're expecting a massive number here. Just when she kicked out that wave as well, the paddle speed that she had going in the channel, so fired up. Love the passion coming to the fore for the final. And it's all building to a crescendo here at Ribeira Dilias. These two, a paddle battling it out. Numbers in for the second wave of Gabby 8.3 for her. Another excellent number, a massive total once again. I've been saying this quite a lot this week. 17.13 already on the board, still just under 25 to go. And we reckon there'll be a serious number coming in for Luana Silva as well.
Yeah, and Gabriella was the first person to congratulate Luana when she won her semi straight down there. They're sharing a coach with Reynos Haynes.
Scores in, Ben. 9.8 for Luana Silva. She's going to hear it in a second. A 9.8, Brisa. How about this? What a way to start the women's final.
I have goosebumps. This is incredible. I think I was so excited about this matchup just because both of these girls have had the best wave selection in the last few heats, and just to see who was going to pick the eyes out of this lineup for this final was going to be exciting. And as you can tell, both of them have been picking off the best waves in this final, and Lulu almost got a 10, so this is mental.
Absolute classic shaping up here. History in the making. Two young surfers from a real strong emerging talent pool out of Hawaii on the Challenger Series. They'll dip under some energy here. Think about getting another opportunity. Still loads of time to come in this one. Just hope it carries on with the same kind of energy, because it's open with an absolute banger of a start. But that 9.8.
Huge. I mean, halfway through, she was really happy. As you can tell, she was giving the judges some when she was still riding the wave, and then she finished off with that massive turn just to put an exclamation mark on that. So yeah, almost a 10. You know, so close. 9.8s across the board from all the judges. Incredible surfing. And in a final, in your first final, incredible performance from that young woman. She's going again.
Stick with live action here. Luana Silva looking to back up a massive number of a 9.8. Slash for her in the pocket, and another so sparky on that rail. So much aggression in these turns, even on a kind of a slopey wave. She just fires up that body and detonates into the lip on the inside. Nice little clip from her, and another. A really good finish right on the rocks. Wow. So, as if we didn't have enough drama in terms of scoreboard, we've got sort of genuine physical threats as well, and this is going to be a healthy number too.
Look how close that massive rock was. Yeah, another big number, and quite smart surfing. Brisa to, you know, back up that massive 9.8 with a score straight away.
Yeah, I think she's just feeling it. She's riding this wave of momentum and confidence, and I just love how both of these girls just look free. I think the biggest just motivation, and I guess, yeah, motivation is to be free and to let loose, and she's just really feeling it on this wave and really connecting the dots. And a smaller wave, so I'm not quite sure if this is going to be in the top 2, especially with 22 minutes left on the clock, but she's just riding this wave of momentum.
And yeah, to have that freedom in your first ever, you know, big time final is just incredible. To have the confidence and to trust your instincts, which is what she's doing, is yeah, it's some performance.
Well, as we wait for this score to come in for Luana Silva, just going to get another look at the end section in here. She's doing good work joining up the dots. As you mentioned, Brisa, it is a smaller wave, well surfed all the way to the end. Great commitment from her. It will count for her at the moment. Let's go down and hear from a man who's made it count this week. He's been really impressive. Unfortunately, coming off second best in the final, Jackson Baker is standing by with Joanna.
That's right. Impressive surfing right there. You should wave that flag up high in the sky. How are you feeling? Second place is great.
Yeah, when I first came in, I was definitely a bit upset, but yeah, I mean, I left probably not my best performance out there. With the unfortunate falls, I probably left a fair few points on the board there, so it probably would have been a different final staying on my feet. But you can look at the ifs and buts and the shoulda, woulda, couldas, but yeah, I mean, overall, the whole event, if someone said to me before the event I'd get second, I'd be over the moon. So it'll slowly start sinking in, and just take the positives, and just a huge shout out to everyone at home and everyone that's been supporting. Yeah, let's get some more Aussies on tour, and hopefully we can keep it moving. And got a beer.
A well-deserved beer. Let's make some noise.
Oh my
God. Yeah. Going out in style there, Jacko Baker. And,
Jackson Baker.
What a personality. And that's what we need in surfing, Breeze, right? You know, I like to see. He's all week he's just been himself. He's a fun guy, and he's turned on the professional performance. Now he's having a bit of fun.
No, exactly. I think it's so important to have that balance, and to really be yourself on land, and to be a true competitor in the water. And that's kind of what we're all striving for. That's definitely something that I've trying to be, I don't know, strive for as well, trying to find that balance. And here goes Gabby.
Gabriella Bryan from deep on this one. Here she goes, nice big hit from her on an opening maneuver, using that rail deep off the bottom. That's a massive hit. She'll recover it over the tail, and we'll get a completion on that turn. So another good read on a wave from her. Score came in full of one, a silver 633. Not the number she needs, comes up a point shy of that requirement at the moment. Still 19.5 to go, plenty of time in this. But what we do have is 2 wave totals for each of our servers. Going to get a third score in for Gabriella Bryan. It's not in the excellent range, it won't go into her top 2.
But Jackson's point was that he made some mistakes in that final, and it's interesting to see now with these two girls, also an experience. That was Jackson's first ever final, and he fell off. It was a combination of nerves or overthinking it, overplaying it. But these two, they've been mistake-free. So I was actually sitting next to Jackson Baker's coach when he was watching it. And, his little black book that's famous. So I saw a bit of a glimpse behind the curtain. When he fell off, he wrote down WTF. I was like, well, that's the best you can get. But these girls are not showing nerves, Bree. So they're actually just hammering away, and for such inexperienced surfers, they're doing such a great job.
It's interesting, isn't it? Surfing in every sport is so mental, and I don't think we really tune into that as much as we should. And I think that they have nothing to lose right now. You're competing against your best friend. This is like one of the biggest stages that you've ever competed against, and you have this opportunity to show the world how amazing you are and to really shine. And just to see these girls, I'm like so proud. I'm so proud of both of them, just to see how they've grown up and their stories and their journey, because it's different for everyone. And yeah, it's so cool. Yeah, getting a little teary-eyed. It's very, very, very cool.
Oh, it's great to see emotional scenes in the studio, and a great moment for the sport as we just unveil brand new, fresh talents on the Challenger Series. Both of these two have really made their mark on this event in Portugal. In the moment, it's second place for Luana Silva. Her requirement is a 7.33. Absolutely capable of that. She's already got a 9.8 in this final on her very first wave. She's also got priority at the moment, so crucial stage in the heat. Number in for the last of Gabriella Bryan. It's just a throwaway. 7.93 would usually be a pretty decent score, but it's going to need more than that to improve her total.
Well, exactly. It's so well set up, this final, when you look at those numbers and you look at those stories that Breeza just mentioned. Two inexperienced surfers. They've both got some big scores. They've got a heat total already of 17 and 16. The surfer in second place, Luana, only netting a 7.33 at the halfway stage. So it's effectively all still absolutely game on. Despite all the fireworks we've seen already, I can't believe it's only been 15 minutes that we've still got this last back half of the heat. You just sense it's going to build to a thrilling climax.
16:40 on the clock right now. And we're just kind of catching our breath here after a massive Ezekiel performance in the men's final. And then this one just came out of the gates absolutely smoking. Two excellent numbers for Gabriella Bryan early doors. And then the 9.8 for Luana Silva set us up for an absolute treat, which is basically kind of befitting for the sort of week we've had, right? We think about, qualifying events down the years. The Triple Crown, obviously, with the two qualifiers there, quite often blessed with big waves. But traditionally, it is a tour where it can be about trying to just get it done in beach breaks. We've been absolutely treated to massive waves this week.
Yeah, it's been brilliant for the Challenger Series to have quality. You see a big wave there and taking off late. Looks like that was Silva. She just comes unstuck. Yeah, and for you, obviously, Breeza, you had a CT. It was a funny old year, wasn't obviously competitive-wise, well, globally-wise, but in terms of pure surfing competition, and then you didn't quite make the cut on the CT. And so this Challenger Series for you, it's a new thing, but how have you found that sort of process and the prize at the end of it? Is it something you've enjoyed or something you're sort of still getting your head around a little bit?
Yeah, I think the WSL has done an incredible job, obviously, with that last year. And then going into this year, this Challenger Series have really giving the surfers a better opportunity, I think, waves like this, and really showcasing our talent. And then also just grooming, I think, the next generation to kind of be prepared for that more elite level. For me, this Challenger Series is super important. And yeah, going into the next event and this event, I'll gladly take my quarterfinal result. But I know that the job is not done, and I definitely need to bring it. And it's definitely been a year very mentally challenging, you know, for us all. But yeah, I think more than ever we need to slow down.
Great insights from Brisa Hennessy. A great women's final out in the water. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be concluding a massive week of surfing at the MEO Vissla Pro. At the moment, it's Gabriela Bryan. Luana Silva's in a great spot herself. We're going to wrap this up real soon. Join us after the break. Finals day on the Challenger Series. Blue skies and a healthy beach crowd enjoying an absolute show out in the water. This is the women's final of the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira, coming at you live from Ribeira Dilias early on a Saturday afternoon. And early work from Gabriela Bryan in this heat at the moment. Still good enough to hang on to that lead. A big total from her, but the huge number on that scoreline is the 9-8 for Luana Silva, who just wants another opportunity. Just the 6 waves ridden so far. Priority is with the heat leader, Gabriela Bryan. These two will adjust and head a little bit seaward as we see a belt of North Atlantic energy standing up here on the reef. Let's see if we get any takers on this. It looks like we're going to dip under this one and just let it go through. So no takers there. Luana Silva, that requirement is a 7.33. I mean, we know that's well within her reach. She's seen what she's done already, but she's going to need a wave in order to do it.
Yeah, and she's waited a while, hasn't she? She's been out there for, you know, quite some time since she got that massive score. It's a weird situation, Breezer, where you've got that big number, and, you know, what do you do here? You just try and back it up. She backed it up quite quickly, but since then there's been a big gap. So sort of coming down to that 11-minute mark, 10-minute mark, it starts to get pretty crunched soon. What do you think her strategy will be?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how this is going to play out, just because when you have that big number, it actually kind of haunts you in a sense. Like, you're confident at first. She got the ball rolling. She got the 6.33. But then I think you start kind of second guessing, maybe getting too confident. There's just a lot of different mentalities that go there. And yeah, I'm wondering what she's necessarily thinking. I know she's under priority right now, and Gabby has first priority. And, you know, Gabby can easily get a 9 as well. So I'm very intrigued how this is going to play out for sure.
I wonder if you kind of think, oh, imagine losing with such a big score. You know, how could I have been in this position? I wonder if that sort of double guessing yourself, as you said, comes into play. And the best thing for that is just catch a wave, I suppose. But it's no easy task at the moment with these big long lulls and shifting around the lineup, Paulie.
Yeah, absolutely. And all of that mental noise, that headspace, so much becoming all part of the weaponry required at elite surfing, just as any other sport. These two have certainly shown throughout the week, and even in this final, that they definitely deserve to be in that upper bracket of talents. They've been really impressive. Just opening chapters on these careers, and it looks like a very bright future. All Hawaiian final for the women, 10.5 still to go, and it's been a little quiet for a while. Just had that throwaway score of the 7.93 for Gabriela Bryan, but it's been a long time since we got that big number for Luana Silva, and maybe that was just starting to play on her mind a little bit more as we continue to tick away. Gaps in these sets do seem to be getting a little longer as well, but she knows she needs a quality wave. 7.33, she needs a legit set. Let's see if that is forthcoming as we get down to that 10-minute mark. Risa, got another question for you, which is slightly off topic in terms of the final and that sort of thing. But just on the way in here this morning, I saw your mum and yourself slipped us some cookies in for the commentators. And my question is, how do you get them so chewy? Can we divulge secrets here, or is this kind of stuff that you're not really willing to share? Maybe a little clue. Delicious.
You put me in the spot. Oh my gosh. No, baking is definitely. I'm actually not going to tell you the recipe at all. But
she's good. We've asked her 3 times already, and she hasn't cracked.
No, lots of love. That's the ingredient. But yeah, baking is definitely a lot of people know, just my therapy. And yesterday I had definitely a very big bake day, so I thought I'd spread the love.
No, I've been in this game a long time, and I've never been given cookies from a competitor. So you've made my day, Risa, and keep them coming.
Oh, always, always.
I just hope they weren't the ones set aside for the judges. That's all. You know.
I didn't give any to the judges.
Yeah,
no, that's not the right.
Too
After the contest,
too much integrity. Too much integrity. And yeah, exactly. But that was delicious and much appreciated. So.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I wish I could give these ladies some warm cookies and some hot chocolate, since this has been a major lull at the moment.
It's gone off the boil, hasn't it? Just when we were talking up just how exciting that start was, those big numbers. It's just gone into a bit of a lull, and we've got 8 minutes on the clock. So it's hoping we're going to get that last blast, finish off the event. With some incredible surfing that we really want to see, really want to fit in climax to what's been an amazing week of high performance surfing.
Yeah, stressful times for both of them, different situations, but yeah, definitely hoping for fireworks at the end of this.
They would have had these heats. I mean, they've surfed so many heats throughout the course of the week that these high tide heats are probably the most tricky in terms of they produce some lulls. The low tide, the lineup can get a bit disjointed, and you can get different decision-making processes. But the the high tide seems just a bit more of these big breaks between waves can happen.
Yeah, 100%. I guess the wave has a better shape, though. I think that's what I really enjoy about the high tide. It just really seems to hug the reef and very defined, especially where you sit in the lineup. But I see a couple of waves, especially up there in Cochise. It's probably good up there right now.
Yeah, hopefully after the event we'll be able to get up there. There's been some big performances going down out there during the free surfing sessions. Just up there around the corner, so many waves on the stretch of coast, but these girls are just waiting for a wave. A bit of action here though. They are paddling, and it's Gabrielle with priority.
Priority with the surfer in pink. She'll use it right here. Finds herself in the slot for a wave, and she'll go through the gears on this one. That one will section a little in front of her, quite a long way in front of her actually. And so she's used up that priority now, and that will switch over to Luana Silva, who still needs to score, but now she's got first dibs, crucially. And let's hope we get some more sets come through. Ribera Diles has not disappointed us this week. And we just need a little bit more energy out of the North Atlantic in these final 6 minutes and 45 seconds. In our women's final, it's going to wrap up a massive week of surfing. Luana Silva now, where's her mind at? She just got priority. She just got to, basically, she's just got to wait, essentially. Not much else she can do.
Yeah, it's stay busy, be patient. But be patient right now. Yeah, it's interesting, I guess. Sorry, go ahead, break it down.
Well, this is the heat recap. How we got into this position. Gabrielle O'Brien coming out with a strong start once again and ripping.
So confident, so committed from the start. It's only 2. There's a little check turn, then she finishes off strong. Comes around the corner, belt. So just looking great. At this stage, you thought, righto, she had an 8.83 and an 8.3 straight off the bat. And we thought, okay, well, she's boxed Luana Silva in. With these sort of massive turns like that, that took an audible groan out of us when she did that. And then she got another bonus section, and she didn't mess about with this either. So a big turn on the inside to finish it off. But then Breeza Hennessy, Luana Silva just fought back. Showed a lot of fight here and courage.
100%. They're totally feeling at home, and yeah, these carves were absolutely beautiful from Luana, just perfectly placed. The timing was impeccable, and she loved it. And I love that energy and emotion. I think it just adds that little bit of excitement from the sport. And yeah, she just dropped the hammer on that one.
Yeah, 9.8. And then she backed it up straight away, and we were thinking, well, it's just a good decision. It's a smaller wave. But as it's turned out, given the fact that it's gone pretty flat ever since. It was a really smart competitive move to just get, you know, a score up on the board and then now just try and improve on it in the back half of the heat. Got 6.33 for this one, and that moved still into second place, but within striking distance of a good friend and rival. Now with 4:48, it's really going to come down to this last exchange between these two surfers.
Yeah, back to live action. That's the view from the drone overlooking the peak here at Ribera Dillas. And a final flurry of activities, what we're hoping for. Priority with Luana Silva. She's in the blue there, at the bottom of the two surfers. And she really wants a set. She needs 7.33 to be crowned the champion. And what will be, either way, whichever this goes, it's going to be a Hawaiian sweep. The MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira, Ezekiel crowned champion in the men's about half an hour ago. For the women, one of these two at the moment. Gabriella Bryan does have the advantage. And let's just see if we will get the use of this priority. This wave will just sort of double up and go deep and won't allow an opportunity for Luana Silva to catch it. So she's going to have to continue to be patient here. She might get tempted to just head a little bit wider, just a touch. All these repositioning moments, all part of the story, finding yourself in a good spot here. But broadly speaking, the way this wave comes in, you do get a bit of a time to see where it's going to stand up, put yourself in position. And nervous moments these for, well, both surfers, but particularly for Luana Silva. Does have that massive number of a 9.8. Feels like a long time ago she got it.
Feels like an eon ago, doesn't it? And she's been patient, sort of patrolling up and down the lineup. Just don't get too caught up in where your opponent is in this situation and just try and position yourself on the reef right breeze. She's got priority. She can sit wherever she wants. They seems to be maybe getting a bit caught into where Gabrielle's heading. Easy for me to say from up here, but it's a tricky situation, isn't it?
Yeah, when there's one other competitor in the lineup, I think you really start overthinking, you know, where you are. She completely knows this lineup like the back of her hand, especially spending, oh my gosh, almost like 2 weeks here now. But yeah, I think this high tide makes it super hard, and especially since you don't really have a lot of waves coming in, so you're not quite sure where to necessarily sit. But yeah, it's pretty surreal watching both of these girls in the lineup right now, just because I've just seen so many times them competing against each other in the local contests in Hawaii, and now they're at like the biggest stage, and it's pretty insane because I have no idea what's going on through their minds, but they're probably freaking out.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, it's all new, and it looks like, Luana, so there's a mistake. That's a bit of an experience potentially. 2 minutes to go. She's waited a long time for it. Gabrielle pounces. Look at that. So yeah, interesting decision there, and you feel for her, Brita, but that looks like it could be the end game potentially.
Gosh, 2 minutes left too. It's this is definitely stressful times, especially Gabs has it inside, so we'll see if. Yeah, it's really, your heart sinks every time you end up paddling for a wave and you don't catch it and you lose priority. It's really hard to snap back. So yeah, we'll see if there's, you know, multiple waves in a set coming up here.
Just over a minute and a half to go now. Priority back with the heat leader, Gabriella Bryan. Luana Silva surrendering that priority pretty cheaply on a wave that didn't break. And maybe she just had a good look at the horizon before that, didn't see many other lines out on the outside reefs, and just thought this could be my last shot. Let's have a look here as we see a set stack up, and Luana Silva will force the issue and make Gabriella Bryan go, which she does, and she's up and swinging. A little crumbly opening section. She'll head it up and swing down with a little carve in the pocket. Not loads of points on offer so far on this wave for her. In the context of her scores, if it's not better than an 8.3, she doesn't improve. Nice little snap from her. Into the final minute, she'll surf this all the way down to an inside. Don't know if she'll get any improvements. Luana Silva now with a last opportunity, potentially. She'll sit out the back. And that's all we're going to see from Gabriella Bryan, who is on the rocks down here. And that is pretty dangerous in there. So she's just going to have to wait and watch these sets and try and get off these rocks to get herself back out to sea in order to be able to paddle back in. Meanwhile, out the back, let's refocus attention on the title of this event.
Oh my goodness.
And it's in the arms of this woman. If she can get a 7.33 on this wave, last chance for Luana Silva of Hawaii, opening turn. swoops one down off the rail, back into the pocket here. Good looking section, smashes the lip with a nice vertical turn. She'll carve it again in. Now this part of the wave is going to be crucial. 7.33, that requirement, massive turn from her. And she'll go again here, hit it again. And what drama at the end of the women's final. We're out of time. The horn going as she's shredding that shore break section. And wow, what a way to finish up the women's final with a scores to come in from our judges, and this is crucial.
Well, we said we wanted a climax. Could it come? We thought it was all over. And then in the last minute, we had Gabrielle O'Brien on the rocks. I mean, there couldn't be a worse position to be in to watch your opponent strap that wave in, but I think she's done enough there, Breezer. She surfed that. It was such clutch surfing. I might get you to talk us through it because it was an amazing wave.
You know, it was one of those waves that kind of the sheets kind of cleaned up and had such a nice line on it. That was an insane smack in the lip. And I can definitely, my heart was definitely beating out of my chest. I can't even imagine what she's doing here, but oh my gosh.
The most impressive thing, she put it on the line. She didn't play it safe. She went for it. And 7.33 is not a huge score, but she still went, you know, absolutely put it on rail. And what a fitting finale to what's been an incredible week of surfing in the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira.
Well, the first part of that, the judges got the score coming for Gabrielle. So it's just the 5, so no improvement for her. So that requirement remains the same, crucially, for Luana Silva. 7.33, the number she needs. She's on the ski out the back, waiting to hear the judges who will take their time. This is the last score they'll post in this week of surfing on the Challenger Series. And if it's a 7.33 or better, that one will go from second to first in literally the final seconds of this final. The horn going as she's riding that. An absolute clutch moment. And that woman there on the beach will just have to wait this out. This will be a horrible moment for her.
Yeah, and Gabrielle couldn't have done much about that.
Numbers in, and the score, it's enough. An 8.23. Goes back into the excellent range, crucially gets that number, and your champion. What drama at the end of this final. Luana Silva is the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira champion for the women. And what a way to win it in the final seconds, Brisa. Unbelievable.
Wow, full chills. And yeah.
There's the pleasure and the pain. So Gabrielle getting consoled. She knows how close she was. Couldn't have got any closer. But that woman there, you just got to give her credit. She maintained the composure. She surfed with incredible calmness and absolutely nailed the score with a bit of salt on the side. So Breezer, I'll tell you what, I'm so glad to have you. You've been in this situation. How do you can feel both the triumph and the pain, right?
Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of crying and then also happy tears as well. But you know, honestly, both of them surfed the most perfect heat. They did not make any mistakes. I think it was just about being on the best wave, and Luana had that incredible wave at the end, and sometimes Mother Nature loves you. Gabrielle
had to go that way, didn't she? That way before. There's no way she could have just said, no, I'm going to leave you with it. So she made the correct decision, and unfortunately just that wave just appeared out of the horizon, and she's nailed it.
The contrasting scenes, the absolute jubilation from Luana Silva, who is over the moon here. What a way to win it. A massive total, 18.03 out of 20. There's the spread of the scores on screen, and a huge smile on that young woman's face. What a way to take it. Smashing a 9.8 the beginning of the heat, and then basically getting nothing for half an hour. Surrenders priority cheaply, and is out there sitting to stew, and that comes in the last 30 seconds. She smashes the score. Amazing scenes.
Incredible. And it just, you know, they always teach you, never give up hope. Keep backing yourself. Anything is possible. And when you're a surfer of that talent and clearly of that competitive composure, we've got a future star in our hands. We've got, you know, she's got one big foot close to that CT, and it's great to see these young Hawaiians coming through. You know, I tell you what, on the big day, she absolutely performed as well, both these servers. When it came in, when it was 8 foot and cracking, she was a standout. And the scenes there are amazing.
Hawaiian pride in Ericeira, a sweep for the Hawaiians. Ezekiel taking out the men's title. Luana Silva with the women's. Brisa Hennessy. What an amazing moment this is for our sport.
Yes, I'm totally speechless. And these are 3 also incredible Hawaiian ladies, next generation. And gosh, I can't even imagine how she's feeling, just so much proud. And you think about these moments where you work so hard and you're finally at the top. And I can't wait to give her a big hug right now.
All right, amazing scenes here at Ribeira de Ilhas. Your champion, Luana Silva, will get chaired up the beach. We'll hope to get a word in her shell real soon with Joanna down there for the interview. But what an incredible moment. Both of these two, a big disappointment for Gabriella Bryan, but ultimately she was already in a great spot coming into this one ranked first, and she's going to be still in a great spot for qualification.
Yeah, there was no one better. She's leading the ratings, and she's pretty much got a, as I said, booked a place in the CT. She'll be disappointed. That first event, career event winner, you must remember your big first moment, Brisa, and to get that, it's crushing to get so close. But yeah, I think she's going to have to just reflect, give it a few hours, give it some time, and she'll be so happy, and so she should be. She's been a standout performer all week, and she just didn't get close. But yeah, her and her mum are so proud of themselves and the way that they've carried themselves all week.
All right, so crowd dispersing as we get Luana Silva, the champion of the MEO Vissla Pro, up the sand, getting the congratulations. Really emotional moments in young careers. We talk about points and qualification, all those sort of things, and that is why we're here. But ultimately, it's like human emotion, really, rather than points that comes to the fore. And this is what you get up early in the morning for, make all those sacrifices, all of that stuff. And what a great payoff to be celebrating with your friends in the sunshine in Portugal.
100%. Yeah, this is when it's all going to hit her. And I think maybe later tonight, when she's hopefully eating lots of ice cream and pastries, she'll just think about all the hard work she put in.
And how cool is this moment, these two?
Yeah, surfing is incredible in that way.
Let's go straight down here from Joanna.
I mean, that must have been the most intense 30 seconds of your life. You're the winner of the event.
I have no words right now. I'm so happy. No, I have nothing else to say.
I don't think we're going to get anything out of her. Probably up there on the podium.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks to everybody. My dad watching at home. I love you so much. Everyone else, my whole family, all my sponsors, everyone that's been supporting me. Thank you, guys.
There you go.
Well done. Crikey, these tears, I'm going to well up soon. These tears are bloody contagious, aren't they? The emotion that's...
I'm not crying, you're crying.
I'm getting close, mate. Yeah, I'm feeling the emotion.
Oh my gosh, let it flow. I think crying is so healthy, and it's
Breeza.
very manly also, I feel.
Thanks, Breeza. That makes me feel a lot better. I really appreciate that. But no, there's so much emotion on that beach, and it all means a lot. She struggled to get her emotion, then she clicked in and she thanked the people she needed to thank. So, yeah, what an amazing sort of performance from that young woman.
Luana Silva, champion for the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. Ezekiel for the men. Those are your champions here in Portugal, capping off a massive week of surfing. Huge swell from the North Atlantic, massive performances from our athletes. Brisa, it's been an absolute pleasure having you in here, sharing your thoughts for the final. How are you feeling looking to France next week? Looking for a big result up there? You enjoy surfing in France?
Yeah, I'm super excited. The last time I was there was in 2019. I think we had a CT up there, so I love the pastries, I love the people, I love the waves. Yeah, it's just an all around an amazing vibe. But yeah, I'll be looking forward to a good result, but I think just staying in the present moment and yeah, I think breathing in, being able to be here in Europe is pretty incredible.
And overall, like this week, you would have hoped for a better result personally yourself, but just kind of looking at where women's surfing is at in the Challenger Series, you must be thinking it's a pretty bright future. There's a lot of talent out there.
Yeah, it's pretty mind-blowing. I'm just excited to witness it, to be a part of it, and just to see the level go up, and I think inspire, little girls, and to know that you are seen and you are heard and you're able to do anything you put your mind to. And just seeing this last final, Luana against Gabby, is a complete testament to that. So pretty amazing stuff.
All right, thanks so much, Brisa. So historical moments here in Portugal. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back from that, we've got the presentation. We'll get more insights from our finalists. We're also going to have the Australia Galicia post show as well. We'll be breaking down the top moments of the day, EDP rides of the day, all that good stuff to come. We'll see you right after the break.
And now in motion out the back, Italo, bottom drops out, somehow survives.
That's in my blood, I'll never change. This is the toast of the underdogs. Now we doing it our way. And I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my face, back in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I pray to God, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change.
And a very warm welcome back to the beach Saturday afternoon in Portugal. We're coming live with the Estrella Galicia post show on finals day. What a finals day it's been, and a befitting way to cap off what's basically been an epic week. We've had huge surf down here, massive performances as well. And to break it all down, we're going to bring you the podium. We've also got insights into the day, those top 5 moments. Myself, Paul Evans, joined in the studio by Ben the Space Ghost Monday and Chico by Chico Alves. Boys, what a week we've had.
Oh, it's been amazing. And I think it's so great that end bit, the last 30 seconds of this, that women's final sort of was a perfect representation of the week that we've had at large. Just amazing waves, amazing surfing and emotion and excitement. So yeah, I'm wrapped.
And
yeah,
for you?
I had an amazing experience being here with you guys and watching the best surfers in the world. Going excellent all week. So yeah, I'm psyched.
Well, it has been emotional, and obviously the spectrum of emotions from victory to making the final, all that part of the story at the elite level. Let's go down and hear from Gabriella Bryan. She surfed amazing throughout the week, came up second best just about in the final, but she's standing by for a chat with Joanna.
She absolutely did. I mean, keep your head up high because you put on an amazing performance. How are you feeling?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm happy with the way I surfed. I surfed the best I could, and that last wave, it just came to her, and there's nothing I could have done about it, but I'm really proud of myself.
Lucky 3, you came in second in the U.S. Open and now second again, but I think 3 times the charm, right?
Yeah, hopefully. I'm going to give it my best shot in France, and I'm really proud of myself for being consistent. Consistency plays a big role in these events. So I'm happy with the way I've been surfing, and I'm happy for Luana, and I had a great time. Thank you.
Well, we're happy for you as well, and your family is very proud of you, I can imagine.
Thank you.
All right, what a great story. Gabriella Bryan all the way to a final here. Doesn't quite get the win, but nevertheless, she'll look to carry that energy over into France. And we are thinking in terms of CT, Ben, you mentioned it. We'll be very surprised if we don't see her real soon.
Yeah, well, 2 back-to-back finals in the Challenger Series. I mean, I think she's safely booked her place at CT qualification. Not officially, but she's got a huge amount of points. And I'll tell you what, her surfing and the way she's at the moment, her in France could be really, really dangerous. I think her power surf is going to suit those beach breaks. So, yeah, she's on a tear. She hasn't just got over the line, and that'll be frustrating and disheartening, but if you're making finals, you're getting enough finals, you're going to win eventually.
Okay, well, it's that time of the afternoon to go to our podium for our prize-giving ceremony. Peter, the Condor Mel, is down there. Let's throw it down to Pete for the prize-giving.
Yeah, thank you very much, Paul Evans. Congratulations on an amazing finals day today. Waves provided once again for here at Herdy de Illich. Where do I start? That was an incredible display of surfing by the men and the women here. I couldn't describe the feeling I had, the tears that upwelled for the guys and girls who are competing here. It was very emotional, and it was also some incredible surfing. The stories here on this Challenger Series, 96 men, 64 women, and every one of them has a great story, and we are here to tell those stories. So congratulations to the World Surf League for what you've done to create this Challenger Series. It's been fun to watch today. And I think we still have 2 more events. We had the U.S. Open of Surfing in Huntington Beach, where we saw, again, the level of surfing by these young surfers going through the roof. And now we have another set of champions, so let's bring them up on stage. Congratulations to our runner-ups and our champions. Please, runner-up. Yes. Before I get there, I really want to talk about our sponsors here. Expedia has been a global partner. Also, Tourism Portugal, Mafra City Council, MEO Vissla, EDP, Estrella Galicia, Hertz, UNC, and of course, all of you for showing up here and giving our lineup, or your lineup, to us to compete in, and an incredible display of surfing by these young people. Gabriella, you are the runner-up of the MEO Vissla Ericeira Pro. Congratulations, an incredible display of surfing. You led that final all the way to the end, and then all of a sudden, there was a wave there. You did everything you could. How does it feel to be a runner-up?
Yeah, I'm super stoked, and I'm really proud of the way I surf. And yeah, that wave came just for her, and there wasn't anything I couldn't do about it. So I'm just happy with the way I'm surfing, and I'm really proud of myself.
You've got a big lead. That's right, this is a moment. She's on stage leading the rankings of the Challenger Series in a big way. You've got 2 finals in these back-to-back events. That must feel really good.
Yeah, it feels super good. I think consistency is key in all these events, and I'm super happy with the way I'm surfing, and there's still 2 more events, so I'm gonna do my best.
Congratulations, your win is coming your way very soon. Gabrielle O'Brien. Trophies, please. And then our runner-up for the men. Your runner-up for the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira, Jackson Baker. Come on. I will say this event, you built a new fan. I knew your surfing was there, but man, your heart was on your sleeve. Your interviews were incredible. Your surfing, second to none, except for Ezekiel. But that was really cool, and I'm actually really happy to be able to witness that. How are your feelings right now on stage?
Yeah, I'm pretty overwhelmed. First coming in, I was quite upset. I mean, it's always hard to get second, but then as it sinks in, and yeah, to finish this event in second place and behind Zeke. Zeke was the giant killer to get over Nat Young in the semi-finals. I knew it was going to be a hard final, and yeah, overall performance, I'm super, super stoked and super proud of myself, and just to be able to come over here and do the job and working with Richard Dog Marsh for the first time seems to be working. So my surfing's there, and I've just got to back myself. So yeah, I guess this is the start of something new.
Congratulations and great words from Jackson Baker. Give him a hand. Derek O'Neill handing this runner-up sponsor. Here's your runner-ups. All right, guys, champs, you guys, step on up. First off, we'll bring the women. And the men's champion. Lulu, congratulations. I mean, talk about a storybook finish. Couldn't have asked for a better opportunity at the very end there to get it. And not only to get it, but to make it happen and get the score needed. It wasn't an easy score at a 7.33, and you waited a long time. How did you hold your nerve?
I knew it was going to be tough, this final with Gabriella, but I just waited and waited and
And waited.
And waited a while, and then I saw a couple sets coming in, and I was like, okay, this is it. You got to do it. So I'm really happy.
Talk about the 9.8. I mean, the crew up here watching that one, just unbelievable. I mean, it looked so pure, and it's championship tour level surfing. Do you feel that way?
I'm just really happy to showcase my surfing here, and I'm really stoked on the 9.8 and my performance here.
Congratulations. You're your champion here, Lulu Silva. Hold this one high. This is a big win for you. Think about the Hawaiian flags, Hawaiian royalty here in the starts. You know, this is the prince and the princess. Wow, Zeke Lau, come on over here, bud. Congratulations. You're champion of the MEO Vissla Ericeira Pro, Zeke Lau. Talk about the journey. There was one moment in front of the rocks. You needed an 8. You were behind, and you threw the Hail Mary and pulled it off. Do you feel like that was the moment when you knew you were going to take the win and be up here on stage?
You know, when things like that happen, it just feels like it's out of your hands. I mean, I obviously need a chance to do it, and, you know, when I got the chance, I said, you know, I'm going to risk it all. I don't care what happens, rocks, no rocks. You know, I just put it all on the line, but you know, I've worked very hard to get here, and you know, it was a long road coming back from falling off tour, and I wasn't even in the Challenger Series events. I had to get a wild card, so I'm just happy for the opportunity, and I was definitely prepared. So, yeah, it just feels real good. But when things like that happen, it just feels like sometimes things are just going your way.
And 33 spots up the Challenger Series rankings to sitting at #1. How does that feel?
That feels great. You know, that's my goal. I want to stay there at #1 at the end of the year, but this is just that first step towards doing that. But, you know, I'm just really stoked. I'm just letting this all sink in. I'm proud of my performance here. Everyone was absolutely ripping. The scores from the last few days were ridiculous. You know, guys were, every heat seemed like had 18 or 19 point totals. And, you know, my heat against Nat Young, I was definitely super nervous, just him coming off some incredible performances. But, you know, the whole contest, everyone was ripping, so I'm just super stoked.
Luana Silva, Ezekiel Lau, this is your moment with the Hawaiian flags. Congratulations. Last but not least, of course, we have to announce the winner of the Unwanted Shapes Expression Session. Do we have Alejo Muniz somewhere around here? Of course, you know what he gets to win if he comes up? He gets to win his weight in Alicia Galicia. So I didn't even say that right. Estrella Galicia, weight in beer. Gotta love it. Where are you at? Also, want to mention, you guys get a tree in your name. The Forest of Champions, congratulations on that. That is the start. Great move by Estrella Galicia and the Mafra City Council in promoting the Forest of Champions and giving back. You have a tree right up the hill. That's it. So this is, I'm going to send it back. That was a rough pro show. Good work by everybody here. Congratulations and thank you very much.
All right, awesome stuff. Thanks, Peter Mel. And great to see those champions there on a lovely sunny afternoon in Portugal. And just putting behind them, reflecting on a massive week of surfing. Zeke Lau touched upon it. The scores have just been ridiculously good. The performance through the roof. We're going to break down what's been going on today shortly with our top 5 moments of the day. But just before we get into that, big takeaways from the week. First, I come to you, Chico. How are you feeling that you're our Portuguese representation here, right? You must be pretty proud. Portugal's shown itself once again in an amazing light for surfing.
Well, amazing job by the WSL to come over here and put on this show. Amazing waves. I'm excited to go back to the water. I've watched surfing all week. I want to surf too. And congrats to Zeke and Luana. I think they were amazing. So congrats to everybody, but to Zeke and Luana because they won.
Ben, you still in love with Portugal?
The love affair gets stronger and stronger, Paul. I'm not sure if it's entirely reciprocated, but it doesn't matter. I'll take the unrequited love any day. And it's a great place. The people are great. The security guards are great. Everyone is such a good, you know, ambassadors for this place. And yeah, I love it. The waves have been amazing. And I think as soon as you get good quality waves at a quality wave, the surfing level goes through the roof. So that's what Portugal delivers, and that's why it's a fundamental, important part of this professional world surfing tour.
Should we get into some top 5 moments? Let's start to think about statement performances throughout today and our top 5 moments for the day. Well, there's a lot of highlights to go through, but the first of those moments was our quarterfinal number 3 that featured Ariana Ochoa from Bilbao upsetting Brisa Hennessy.
Yeah, so Brisa, we lucky enough to have Brisa in the booth for that final. She's the one of the top seeds, the CT. surfer, amazing cookie maker, and an amazing human, but she just got a little unlucky. She was surfing great. Ariana Ochoa, her backhand was absolutely lethal all event, and this is a big win for her. Going from that quarterfinal to the semi-final was a massive result. One of the biggest upsets. She's ranked around right low down in the rankings, maybe the 40s down there. So Ariana has proven that she's a world-class performer. She had a big sort of backing, and she delivered on the biggest stage this week, and she'll be really, really happy with her week.
Strong stuff from Ariana Ochoa, getting that big upset over Brisa Hennessy. That's our 5th moment, our 4th one. Well, we see Jackson Baker coming up against the outstanding surfer, Imai DeVault. Jackson Baker absolutely rose to this challenge.
Yeah, this is the man. We said, hey, Chico, how good he'd been all week, this guy, this Hawaiian. But Baker just was too good on the day.
Yeah, things like this happen in surfing. Imai was one of the standouts, but Jackson Baker came in and put on a show. He took the best waves, he took his opportunities, and turns like this won the heat. So yeah, really good from Jackson.
Yeah, really on rail. Just stood up time and time again. The only time he let himself down, Baker, was in that final. He fell on 2 waves that potentially could have changed it, but up until that point, he'd just been so strong and so composed. And yeah, one of my favourite moments was sculling that beer at the end of it all. He was absolutely on fire, this kid, and he'll go into France being really, really confident.
Right, that was our moment number 4. Jackson Baker getting through his strides and ripping down here at Ribeira Delias this morning, setting himself up. Moment number 3. Saw an absolute battle of the heavyweights. Zeke Lau taking on Nat Young. We knew this was going to be a smoker, and it certainly didn't disappoint.
No, it was always the 2 form servers. They've fought each other many times over the years. In this case, Zeke just started both this and the final with these incredible long right-hand point break waves, and he just, every turn was flawless, huh? He just connected. It's just, Francisco, you said how are his legs still working when he was catching that long waves, but he's so fit, and he had to beat this guy.
Yeah, Nat Young was in form all the event. He actually came back on this hit with this wave under priority, but then Zeke actually caught one behind that turned it around again. So I think Nat Young might be happy with his performance and looking forward to see him in France.
Yeah, the spray he generated was out of the world, especially on those big days. He was the event performer, and this man just came back. He didn't make any mistakes, Zeke. That was the other thing about his surfing throughout the week. He was just calm and composed. Competitively, he was 100%, and his surfing is 100% switched on. So the combination, well, it made him literally unbeatable. And a lovely finish. He's pumped.
Now that was well on his way to the final, getting through a real tough semi-final. Our second moment is that men's final. Jackson Baker, ultimately, after an impressive week, he's making a couple of errors out there. Zeke Lau, no errors whatsoever.
Yeah, and that's what it came down to. We just saw Zeke, each heat, he started these off. He had a couple of 8s off the bat. Just had the read of the wave, had the pace of the wave. And yeah, just put pressure on the less experienced Baker, and in the end, that pressure paid off. Jacko made a few mistakes on ways that potentially could have at least got him right back in the hunt. Meanwhile, Zeke just kept sort of tagging away. You know, it doesn't lose any of his power, his pace as the wave goes. But this might have been the wave that could have changed the whole thing. Jacko fought back. He had a big wave. Got back in the game. Maybe this is his first wave. The second one was the biggest mistake. But yeah, he surfs so well. Jackson loves these big open walls, big calves. And you just thought, there you go. He was on to a winner, and he just, I don't even know what happened. He just lost his footing, and that was that. That was the final. And there you go. Hawaiian flag raised high. Zeke Lau means a lot. And he's on to going back to the CT, it looks like it, and he deserves to be there.
Our final moment, number 1, is the women's final. We've watched, a fair bit of competitive surfing. Can you remember a final in a major event finishing in such dramatic fashion as this one?
Not for a long time. It had a really electric start to this final, and even that I couldn't remember a women's final having that much sort of get-go, and then it went a bit flat, and then it just came to life at the end. And these 2 young Hawaiians, best friends, and Fierro Amenes, and that was the turn. Ishiko, she just smoked that section. She's so electric.
Yeah, she was really consistent. Luana with this 9.8 was amazing, and was incredible to see the performance Luana put in the final, and the way she came back at the end was just unbelievable.
Yeah, she got a 9.8 for this. Oh no, this is the clutch wave. Yeah, she was just so composed and just absolutely rips, and didn't, you know, she needed a 7.33, she got an 8, so she actually went above and beyond, and that's got her a first victory at 10,000 points, a lot of cash, and stamped, you know, benchmarked as one of the stars of the future.
Emotional scenes to wrap up our women's final. Lula Silva, just so impressive in the final seconds there, nailing a score, getting that 9.8 as well. And it all went her way in the end. Disappointing for Gabriella Bryan, but leading those ratings should be pretty stoked. And we're opening up brand new qualification stories, unearthing great talent from around the world on the Challenger Series. That's what it's all about. That's our final moments wrapped up. We do have EDP Ride of the Day to bring you as well. And we'll stick with the men for the first of those moments. The EDP Ride of the Day for the men. Ezekiel getting that big 9.7.
Yeah, Ezekiel, he was so consistent with these type of massive points all throughout the event. And if you got, his reading of the lineup was amazing. He just had he knew the waves to catch. And as soon as he got the right wave, he went to town. So yeah, Zeke there, he's getting warmed up. Just there, does a few of those. And this is the wave, the EDP Ride of the Day, a 9.17, done under immense pressure and done with immense style. He was just so smooth, and this is a man going places. He's on form. He wants to stay as the #1. He's ranked on the Challenger Series ratings right now. He's got no intention to relinquish that, and just smooth, powerful, electric surfing, and that's the EDP Ride of the Day from Ezekiel, and not his first one, I might add.
So Ezekiel getting the EDP Ride of the Day for the men. For the women, Luana Silva. And let's have another look at this wave. Shiko, wow, it's 9.8 points. What a display of surfing.
Yeah, this wave was amazing. She had a lot of speed and commitment towards the end of this wave. Big bang up there, and she claimed it. And then she had a bonus section, so she went for the huge layback at the end. Look at this. Boom! And yeah, now she claimed it again, so well deserved for one huge score and amazing performance.
Well, that's going to wrap things up for the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. It's been a huge week of surfing. We've really enjoyed ourselves down here. The ocean delivering the goods. Our surfers stepping up to the challenge and blowing our minds, which sets us up sweetly as we're in part 1 of a 2-part story in Europe, the Quicksilver and Roxy Pro France's. They're coming at you soon. 16th of October will kick off up in Osagor at the spot loaners Les Cunus. And we'll very much look forward to the pleasures of your company up there. WorldSurfLeague.com. Boys, thanks a lot. It's been a fun week, right? We still friends?
Mate, I think we've cemented a friendship.
Yeah.
So yeah, good working together. When the surfing's this good, wow. Yeah, it's all just pretty much on the gravy train, aren't we?
All right, so thanks once again for tuning in. We'll look forward to seeing you in France on the 16th. WorldSurfLeague.com. We'll see you real soon.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.